Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be starting the session in the next couple of minutes as we await some of our panelists to join. Before we start, here are some housekeeping rules for you all. You may use the chat feature to share your point of view. Please use a steady internet connection for a seamless experience. You may use wired, wireless headphone speakers for enhanced audio experiences. In case you face issues with connectivity, you may use the Zoom app on your smartphone to join the session as well. Request you to kindly close all applications for a seamless experience with us. Please use the chat feature of the Zoom to share your questions, queries throughout the session. All participants, except for the panelists, would be placed in listen-only mode. When sharing a question, please mention your name and your organization name with us. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the second edition of India Gaming Summit, hosted by the Financial Express Online and MPL. India Gaming Summit aims to bring together stakeholders from the online gaming sector under one roof to discuss topics such as the concepts of content monetization, regulations, gamers, advertising, and fraud in gaming, among others. Before we start, we would like to thank our presenting partner MPL, our co-presenting partner WD Black, LG OLED, and Google Play. I would also like to thank EY, our knowledge partner, as well as our industry partner AIGF, and our associate partner Zubi. Spread over 3 days, starting from today, we will take a deep dive into the evolution of gaming industry. We ask that you stay connected with us throughout the course of the day via social media-led hashtag IGS2021. All right, the theme for the day is online gaming reaching a peak. I request Mr. Anant Goenka, Executive Director, the Indian Express, to share a few words with us. Over to you, Anant.
Thank you so much. I hope everybody can hear and see me. Can I get a quick confirmation of that?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Great. And ladies and gentlemen, very, very warm welcome to the second annual India Gaming Summit. The Financial Express is very excited about doing this now for the second year. And I think from last year to this year, I think this is becoming, it has become actually the largest and the one definitive event in this industry now that the entire industry kind of looks forward to through the year. So we're quite excited about that, and thank you for your support to make that happen. And thank you to people like Justice 𝗕𝗂𝗂, very dear friend of mine. I can say I'm proud to call him a friend. I'm privileged to call him a friend. Just somebody who knows everything about everything, and I'm not saying that as an exaggeration. It's actually true. And knowing him, I can vouch for that. So before I get to introducing him, and I'll leave it to him as our chief guest to open the conversation, I'll just spend a minute to say that we are particularly excited about this event because the scale and the size at which this industry is growing. The Indian gaming market is poised for explosive growth in the next 4 years. According to the KPMG report, the gaming market is expected to grow 113% from 136 billion rupees to 290 billion rupees by 2025. And the number of players in India is expected to grow 52% from 433 million players currently to 657 million players by 2025. Casual gaming as well is seeing incredible growth. We are expecting revenues in casual gaming to go from 60 billion rupees to 169 billion rupees in the next 4 years. I think the most exciting development and the most exciting sort of the progression in our industry is really been on the regulatory side. I think that is where there was all the, I wouldn't want to use the word anxiety, but that was where there was a lot of questions, and there was a lot of catching up that had to happen. And in India for a long time, industries are, that the sense of authenticity that the industry has takes time for regulators to catch up. I remember reading about the fact that every airline in India, and Sir Justice Sri Krishna is here, maybe he can remember this and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe for a long time every airline in India didn't have a license. They were all operating illegally, and they were operating as flying taxis. They had the license of being a taxi. I know so many sort of physical retail stores actually didn't really have all the licenses required for a very long time. So I'm saying regulatory issues take a while of catching up in India. We have this habit. And I think just last week, the Madras High Court struck down a very important amendment that the state wanted to kind of prohibit online games of skill. Madras High Court reversed that, struck that idea of the government down. And I think the Supreme Court also has been extremely encouraging of fantasy sports specifically as a game of skill. So I think the regulatory issues are all kind of catching up. It's a perfect. I think we're all just set that I see very, very few obstacles in India for our industry now to kind of really grow and explode. I can't think of a better person than Justice Sri Krishna to kind of give us his opening thoughts at the India Gaming Summit. He's with us here. He's, somebody who each and every government, no matter who's in power, kind of, trusts, leans on, and asks for, for his opinion. And he is somebody whose integrity is, without doubt, extremely unquestioned, and bipartisan support you'll always find when his name is mentioned. So, sir, thank you so much for being here with us. If I can ask you to please give us your opening thoughts.
Thank you, Anand, for your kind words of introduction. The word gaming itself needs to be understood. What is gaming? At all, by game we understand something that you indulge in, not as a profession, but as a pastime. Now, you have outdoor games like hockey, cricket, football, whatever you will. And then you sit at home and you want to play. We used to have all kinds of games as small kids. Now, of course, things have improvised, and you have card games, you have Ludo, Now, let's talk of online gaming. Now, if you talk of gaming without any bets or rewards at the end of it, then I don't think anybody in the world has any objection to that. I can play a game of chess online with anybody in the world, or I can play crosswords, or you can play that, what is it that my wife always keeps playing with her brother? I forget that. What do you call that? Something to do with finding out words and things like that. Now, what really has happened is the world and human beings are smart. They have decided that there is no fun in gaming unless you have some reward at the end of it. And I tell you, this is not something unusual. In India, at least, you will find that it goes back all the way to the Rig-veda. The Rig-veda tells you how to gamble ritually at a particular time in the Rajasuya Yagya. And then, of course, in the Mahabharata, you have that famous story of the Kauravas and Pandavas came. Now, if they were just playing for fun, history would not have been made. Mahabharata war itself would not have been made. But they were playing for a stake, namely the power of the Pandavas' whole kingdom and his wife ultimately, finally. Therefore, the question is, if you are playing for a stake, there is some kind of a moral opprobrium attached to it. Now, this is there in the Constitution also. The Constitution expects you not to have or to wean away the citizens from this kind of thing. But human beings, despite all the good books of the world, have a tendency to go towards something that they enjoy, irrespective of what the good books say. Now, for example, in America, for a long time, gaming, now I'll start using the word gambling, because gaming with a stake at the end is what is called gambling. Or say gaming with a bet at the end is called gambling. In America, gambling was not permitted for a long time. But then with the advent of the casinos, of course, were permitted by a special permission to do it within a local area. That is why you had Nevada, the state of Nevada, you have Las Vegas, and then Atlantic City. They grew popular and became very popular. Then when internet started growing up, the question is, who is to jurisdictionally supervise them? Now, if I have a state law which operates in the state of Maharashtra, and I operate an internet gambling casino from here, somebody in the state of Tamil Nadu or Kerala can access it. Can the police there have access and jurisdictionally supervise it and monitor it? Or should the Maharashtra people do it? It becomes a very complicated issue. And it becomes more complicated if you're doing it internationally. That is how in America, when the laws totally started coming in, like the Wire Act and Gambling Act and all that, people started using casinos in Antigua and some of the Caribbean countries. Now, the Americans did a smart thing. They said, all right, we are going to prohibit you transferring money by using our communication system. That is within our permission. That is within our jurisdiction. So if you are doing it, we prohibit and make it an illegal act. Now, some of it was challenged under various circumstances. For example, Antigua challenged it under the WTO. They said this is a violation of the international bilateral treaty which allows free trade. And ultimately, believe me, it was upheld. Now, of course, they have now come out with a new act. The act is a very long title. I don't remember the title, which is supposed to control gambling and restrict it within the jurisdictional area. Now, look at what has happened in India. In India, if you remember, I don't know how many of you remember, there was this famous RMDC case. RMDC was a crossword which had to be filled online, and you would get money if it was correct, all correct, slightly less amount if one error, slightly less amount to error. There is an act against Public Gambling and Debt Act, under which he was sought to be prosecuted, and the matter ultimately landed up in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court laid down a very interesting principle. He said there is a slight distinction between a game of skill and a game of chance. Now, if your probability of succeeding is depending only on chance, it is gaming. If it is probability is on your skill, then it is not. That is how it was. That is the law that was laid down earlier. And I'm telling you that that law has continued, and we had a subsequent judgment very recently, which came from Madras of Dr. A.K. Lakshmanan. There also the same test was applied. So today, the test is this. Now, let's say I'm playing a game of rummy. Is rummy a game of chance or a game of skill? Or let's say I'm playing bridge online. Is it a game of skill or a game of chance? Now, if I'm playing chess, nobody can deny that it's a game of skill, because what is given to me is exactly all the pieces. Now, what I make out of the pieces, what moves I do, what anticipatory action I take is a purely skill driven. Whereas with a game of cards, it partly depends on the cards dealt to me and partly depends on my skill, whether it is bridge or rummy or whatever the game that you have, whist or whatever other game. Now, therefore, the question is, how far can the law control this? What is the exact test by which you will say, hey, at this point of time, the skill is less, the gaming is more? Incidentally, I must tell you one more thing. All the casinos have got, for example, we have all, sometime or the other in our life, used those slot machines, those one-armed bandits, as they call them, in Las Vegas, right from the airport to the hotel. Now, all that you do is drop a coin, pull a handle, and if three of those indicators come together, like say 3 cherries, or 3 apples, or $3 signs, you get a jackpot. Now, that depends on the computer software which drives it. Now, smartly, if nobody wins it, then nobody is going to come and work on that. So if all the time you are going to lose it, then the house has no business. But if all the time you succeed, then the house loses. So what they do is, there is a slight edge. They make it say about 50-40 or 45-55. So that 55% is the probability that the house wins. So you will win it, but your winning chances are 45%. That is how it is gamed. Now, for example, that is a pure game of chance. You have no skill there. It's not as if you are given some cards which you have to play. But if you are to talk in terms of a game of rummy or a game of bridge or any other card game, it has two elements. Element of what you are given, element of your skill and ability to use it skillfully. Therefore, there is always this distinction which has to be maintained. Now, coming down to what is the law by which you are controlling gaming in India? Apart from your gambling, incidentally, please note that horse race has been exempted because horse race is considered to be a game of skill. Though I'm not very sure of that. Most of the people who go there and bet are not really going to bother about the pedigree of the horses and all that. Some people do. So it's still considered a game of skill. So now the next question is, if that is so, can I say that every card game is a game of skill? Can I say that every other, for example, Ludo, and I don't know what happened. Ludo was being challenged in Bombay High Court. I didn't follow up what happened on that. I'm not aware of what the result, or maybe the petition is still pending. Now, if you remember, Ludo is you throw the dice and then you move and go and finally have a place where you have to get the last counter in. Now, whether that is a chance or a skill is still probably being decided by the Bombay High Court. So now, unless you have a law which can give us some guidance on how to determine the qualitative difference between skill and gaming or skill and gambling, you still have this difficulty which is insurmountable. Because otherwise, what will happen is every time you go to a court, by case to case, it depends on the individual preference of the judge. Judge will say, oh, this is gambling, that is gambling. The judge will say, it is skill, depending on whether he is good at that or not. Therefore, this seems to be the overall general thinking on the matter, the general layout of the whole issue. It's not very clear. The law is not very clear cut, so that it is difficult for even lawyers and judges to answer the question unless they look at it and take a subjective view of the case material. That's the general remark that I would make on this subject.
Okay, no, wonderful. And as I think the most interesting part for me was the Mahabharata reference and how gaming with stake is as old as that. So I spent a couple of minutes on just the spiritual part of it, because I love talking to you about that, and then we can get into the more legal piece. But fundamentally, was that the ultimate was that the ultimate lesson that that our forefathers wanted our civilization to learn? Was Mahabharata, like Mahabharata is what happens if you gamble? Was that the lesson that they wanted us to learn, or was the lesson more that, listen, gambling is just not something that human beings will do without? I mean, we have this.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. It's an interesting thing, the question you raised, because it raises all kinds of moral and ethical issues.
Yes.
Why is gambling bad?
Yes.
Gambling is bad because it's addictive. Once I become a gambler, then I'm inclined to go do it more and more. The more I lose, the more will I become impelled to do it. What happens at the turf? The man who wins is not bothered. He can pocket the money and go away. What happens in a casino? The man who wins encashes his chips and goes home. But the man who loses says, I want to bet more. I want to bet more. This is exactly the problem with gambling. So what is really objected to is this addiction to something. That's the reason why drinking is also considered morally wrong.
But I mean, how is it different? So you're right, but the human tendency of wanting to try again when you lose is you see it everywhere. You see it in business, you see it in the stock market.
It happens. No, then they should know where to stop, no?
Yeah.
Let's say I am a worker getting 100 rupees a month, 100 rupees a day.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm addicted to drink, I might be inclined to drink 150 rupees worth of it. Can't get 50 rupees, so I go home and beat my wife, take away her ornaments and do it. This is what happens with drunkards.
Yes.
And ultimately, it leads to a deterioration of their health. Now, same thing will happen to a man who indulges in gambling, sattler, or whatever it is.
Yes.
He is inclined. There is always this vain hope that if not today, tomorrow I will succeed.
Yes.
That addiction is the one that's dangerous.
But it's not limited to gambling.
No, it's not. That is basically it is addiction is bad,
Yeah.
and gambling is one species of that.
Yes.
Drinking is one species of that.
Yes.
Of course, chasing women is also one species of that. I didn't talk about, right?
Yes. No. So the point is, how long can the state play, the moral police?
That is a different cup of tea. Now, can the state ever be the monitor of my morals,
Yes.
or is it the monitor of my legals? Now, this is an interesting issue that you have raised. See, what happens is the interrelationship between law and state, law and society is very balanced. Society has certain norms, and then by common consensus that is turned into law.
Yes.
The law gives a direction, society follows it for some time, does not follow it for some time, and ultimately the direction is the one that people are inclined to follow. Take, for example, anything in society. Take, for example, we go back all the way to William Bentinck. Sati was considered to be a very good practice. Women immolated themselves in the funeral pyre of the husband the moment the husband died. Now, the law was passed saying that it is illegal. But even today in Rajasthan, you have a Sati temple and all that, it is still there. But still, now take dowry. It's a social evil. Till society recognizes it, merely law will not help. But law is there because society has recognized, some portion of society recognizes it and says the law will give a direction to it that somewhere along the line people will become like that. That is the whole purpose of the law and the society. Now the law gives a direction to the society makes a law, and this interaction continues. Same thing is true about gaming and addictions and things like that.
Yeah. So the one interesting part that like you mentioned, but I think that's where the industry seems to kind of have its frustrations with regulators. Really, is there is gambling, there is proper gambling that you go to a casino and then there is gaming, which really there is some is real money. Where you can, as you said, you can put money to any game. You can put money to horse, you can put money to cricket, you can put money to anything. You can put money to a simple game of a crossword puzzle can have a stake with it if you want to
put money to the decision of the Supreme Court also.
You can put money to absolutely. You can put
You
money
remember what 𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗁 said?
Yes.
𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗁 said going to the Supreme Court is like going to the casino.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Yeah. So I don't know who said that, but so I'm saying you can put money to anything where the outcome is unknown.
Yes.
So there is a huge industry, and a big part of our conversation also over the next 2-3 days will be on just gaming, which is there's no money involved. It's just about people who are spending time doing a particular set of challenges, and those for those players and for those creators of those games, the challenge there is more on things like data, on more like things of to do with how do we create a democratic sort of server infrastructure which kind of allows everybody from all over India to be able to have access to the same latency when they hit a key, or I don't know the technicals beyond a point, but I'm saying this ecosystem for it to create, they feel that on the one hand government shouldn't be involved, let us be, leave us be. On the other hand, they feel that without the government push, you won't get the democratization that you kind of need. So I'm taking this beyond gambling. I'm taking this question to actually a larger piece on just the internet overall. It's exploding, as we know, especially with COVID. The rules of the internet seem to actually be created by literally America and or China, and that's it.
That's true.
How would you encourage India to be a more fair participant in creating just rules of engaging with this exciting medium?
See, as I told you, keep the original test in mind. And I think that's a lovely test that is involved by the Supreme Court way back in the RMNDC case, which has been followed in Lakshmanan's case. Now, let's say there is a website which allows me to play chess, either at the elementary level, beginner's level, or advanced level, or allows me to play with the computer itself. But there's an entrance fee, saying, let's say I have to pay 100 rupee, become a member of that website, and then every day I can play as long as I want to. Now, obviously, the government has nothing to do with it. Of course, the government will always want revenue out of it. You can charge on that. That's a different matter. Because for everything that you do from birth to death, you have to pay the government some tax or the other. So they can tax you on that. But they cannot prohibit you on the ground that it amounts to gambling.
Yes.
There is no way they can call it gambling.
Yes.
Or let's say I want to play Chinese checkers or any other game like that. Now, let me go one step ahead. Supposing a website were to advertise and say, my content is, I allow you to use my platform and play chess with somebody else. Two persons can play chess. And he who wins the game will be paid X amount of money. Now, would that be gambling? Again, the test will be, what is it that is involved in the game? The game is, who is the most skillful player is the test that is going to be. Therefore, it's a reward and not a set of a betting or gambling.
Yes.
But then you come down to issues like rummy. Now, I am not qualified to say because I hardly ever play any card game. I do not know whether technically rummy is a game of skill or not. I will assume that partly it is a game of chance because it depends on the cards that are dealt. And partly, in spite of good cards, you may lose it if you are not skillful enough to do what is required to be done.
Right.
Now, there it becomes very difficult for a law to define at what point of time the element of chance becomes less and the element of skill becomes more, or vice versa. That is why card games are more difficult to deal with. Now, take for example, let's say we have a bet on the outcome of a cricket game. Now, there, again, it depends on skill. It is not because both sides have got qualified players, and it's a question of playing together. Or take boxing for that matter. There is a lot of money made in football, in boxing.
Yes.
Now, that's why in England, they have allowed it to be done. The betting on football is permitted.
Yes.
So they think it's more a matter of skill than a matter of chance.
Yes.
So a playing side in football, hockey, or cricket does not lose by chance. I mean, we use an expression like, oh, it's unfortunate and all that. They lose it because somebody made a mistake. Or somebody was more skillful than the other. Yes. You lose a catch. You lose a wicket. That is inherent inability to do it skillfully. Or at the moment, you are not in good form and therefore you lost it. Therefore, that would not be considered really a situation of gambling. Although, what is dangerous there is throwing the game. Yes. That is what is happening. Why is it that people, we had, Crony and all those people ultimately crying out on the TV?
Yeah, absolutely.
What you do is you throw the game and you are doing something that is dishonestly.
Because you want to make that money. So that's the risk. So I would just ask one question and we'll open to the audience. A few audience questions. Prasanna Kumar has asked the question that I kind of asked you on how does gaming compare with share trading. So I think he's already answered that, Prasanna. Before I open, these decisions that that somebody has to make, is a skill or is a chance, would you rather states make these decisions, or would you rather be a centralized decision?
See, the point is, if the society were very responsible, I would say leave it to the society to deal for it. But the society, as we see, does not consist all of responsible persons.
Yes.
Now, for the moment, keep gambling aside. I don't think there is anybody, you, me, or anybody in the audience who will say corruption is bad.
Who will say corruption is bad?
Isn't it?
They all say corruption is bad, yes.
Then why do you need the law? All are agreed. But then what happens? People go and bribe for getting a permit. People go and bribe for getting a building permit. People go and bribe for getting a transfer.
Yeah.
We see this happening.
Yes.
So some section of society do it. Therefore, the majority will say, no, let's have a law in position which deals with this situation.
Right.
It is precisely the reason why in a gambling situation we want to have it. If everybody knew that, hey, gambling should be kept in the limit, like they did in the 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶 time. Interesting thing about the 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶 time is ritualistic gambling is mandated. Ritualistic flesh eating is mandated. Ritualistic alcohol is mandated. But beyond that, no.
Absolutely.
That is right. If things were done consciously, then there is no need for a law. But if things are not consciously, and then people do not know where to stop, then of course the law has to come in. Otherwise, you will be causing devastation in society.
Right. Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to ask first. Ashish Aryan is here with us from Indian Express, who I think you know, sir. He's interviewed a couple of times. Ashish, can you turn your mic on? Do you have a question to put to sir? Ashish? Okay, I think until Ashish comes, let me hear. If I can ask the participants, all questions, comments, please put it in the Q&A box, so I'll be able to see what you like to ask. Mr. Sunil Cheman-Kotil. Sunil Cheman-Kotil is asking, do you foresee a regulatory body to make the gaming industry more organized? Do you foresee is what he's asking. I'm going to add it by saying, would you encourage?
I think at the stage at which our society is, it's better that there is an independent body, regulatory body who does it. We have seen it happening and it's worked well. For example, your capital market, share trading, there is a regulator. Reserve Bank, it's a regulator. Insurance, it's a regulator. So probably gaming laws will also come out with a regulator one of the days. Otherwise, what happens is, all this is in the hands of a handful of babus, and of course, judges with their whims and fancies.
Okay.
Better to have a body which is given a mandate so it can develop the. See, I'll tell you the advantage of a body. For example, in the Data Protection Committee, we had made a recommendation that there should be a data protection authority whose job is to interact with different sectors of society, find out what their best practices are. After back and forth with them, formulate into a regulation. So that there is a body of regulation that everybody knows, hey, this is how you must operate. I suppose it could be done for gaming also, why not?
Okay.
So a gaming body can say, horse race, how do you do a thing? Boxing, how do you do it? Hockey, can you do betting on that? How do you do it? Control, how do you eliminate bad practices? All these good points can be taken and formulated into a set of regulations.
Right. Alan Joseph is asking summer games of chance and skill. What kind of regulation do you already have in mind? I think you already mentioned that.
Yeah.
I think Ayush Mishra is asking, are you personally supporting esports? Which I
personally supporting sports. In the sense, I used to be an avid cricketer when I was young. Now I'm 80, I don't do it.
But do you encourage this movement towards or this growth of this new gaming?
I do, because that is one way of keeping your intellect operative.
Absolutely.
Because everybody is not a reading. I spend my time reading, but everybody might not be interested in. Somebody may be interested in outdoor sports. Somebody may be interested in watching outdoor sports. For example, my wife is a keen. She doesn't play tennis, but she is so mad about tennis. My daughters play tennis.
Yes, absolutely.
How you do things.
I think Ashish has been able to turn his mic on. Ashish, can we see your face as well, or if you're not in a good?
I think we have the audio for now.
Great, go ahead, Ashish.
So, sir, my question is that in this, debate of ever-present debate of skill versus talent versus chance, technically speaking, what is the legal challenge for the government to let the industry, sort of shape itself as has been the case, across the world?
The problem is, once you have power in your hand, you don't want to let go. Unfortunately, this big brother attitude, saying that I know what is good for you. You are right. If the government is convinced that we have responsible society, they can say, you chaps decide for yourself what is good and what is bad for you. But apparently, at this point of time, the government is convinced that we are all irresponsible and we need a big brother with a stick always to say, do this, do this. That's how it is going on. Otherwise, why do you need? I agree with you. If all of us know, that's why I gave you the example of corruption. Why do you need a corruption law at all? Because there are people who are corrupt, because there are people who are dishonest. Why do you need the EDs and NIAs and all kinds of things? Because there are people who game, that is also called gaming, who game the laws in order to make money at somebody else's cost. That is what is the look, whole purpose of the law is to ensure that every citizen is enabled to live peacefully, happily, without detriment to his interests. Now, if gaming ultimately is going to harm any individual or any section of the society, then we need somebody else other than the persons operating to look at it objectively and lay down some ground rules. And that other person can be either an independent body of society, responsible body, or if you are not able to pick such people, which is usually the case, you are the government to fall back. Because ultimately government is my baab, no?
Ashish, you want to follow up or should I move to audience?
Sir, the follow-up to that is that, like you said, that the big brother attitude is always there. But when it comes to industries that give the government the revenue, for example, maybe you could, say about the alcohol industry, it is something which gives massive amount of revenues to the government. That is something which the government lets develop on its own and then comes in at the last moment. There was a demand for, delivering beverages at home, and it has sort of, started shaping up. So that is the context in which I was asking is.
See, the point is this, you're right. The government tries to make money of everything. Now, even if I die, the government makes money, don't forget that. Somebody has to go and pay the death amount and the death taxes and things like that are there. Now, apart from that, the objective in control in all such activities is to ensure that a section of the society which is interested in the activity does not result in it spreading as an addiction to people who are vulnerable. Now, gambling is an addiction that is likely to affect children. If children are addicted to gambling, it is very difficult to make them get out of that business. Just when you are a child, when you are a teenager, you start smoking. It is very difficult to give up smoking when you are grown up. Or when you are drinking, it is very difficult to. Therefore, I agree, tobacco, alcohol are addictions. And yet the government makes money out of it. That's why they don't want to ban it. If you know there is no ban on alcohol, there is no ban on tobacco itself, except that it is controlled. In the sense, you can't sell tobacco within the particular area, within a particular set of things and all that. You can't advertise on the TV and all that. Therefore, I appreciate what you are saying. Why don't they have a law by which they control the gaming? They may even say, don't advertise, don't do it near the school, but get a revenue out of it. Make sure that everybody is given a license. Of course, the license permit Raj means, again, all the ill consequence of that. That I want to run a casino, I'll give you a license to run a casino, but run it according to these modes. But then what the modes are have to be determined by the people who do indulge in it, so that there is no detriment to the interest of the person who is running the industry. Now, if the government says, no, I know it better than you, then you have this conflict, continuous conflict.
I think I'll just ask a couple more audience questions, Ashish, and then we can wrap up. I don't want to take so much of sir's time. Again, a few repeat questions, but I guess they want more time spent on this particular topic. Rajneesh Rathi says, why is it that one state enacts a regulation while the other state does not? Even honorable high courts of various states differ from one another. Why is this the case? And is it necessary for the Supreme Court to intervene every time? So I'm going to add by saying, at what point do you feel, that the Supreme Court will on its own intervene and sort out various?
The Supreme Court does not intervene in anything by itself.
Yes.
Supreme Court intervenes two situations. One, if the High Court has given a decision and that decision is appealed to the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Supreme Court has to act. Or if there are conflicting decisions of different high courts which is creating confusion, then the Supreme Court may be persuaded to decide it once for all. Or just as you were right now pointing out, the government may say, instead of 10 high court differing it, please take it together and decide it once for all.
Yes.
That also is possible. That is the only ground on which Supreme Court intervenes. Otherwise, Supreme Court does not have so much of course, yes, Supreme Court has it, but it's hardly...
it's never going to be used for something like this.
Yeah, if they had used it, we would have solved so many other problems.
Right. The specific question from Dhananjay Hari that recently there have been advertising of sports betting companies on Sony Live. So this is a proper betting. I think he's talking about Bet360 or Betfair or something like that. So, is it legal for a company whose activities in India are illegal, but they are still legal for a foreign audience? Is it illegal for them to bet to advertise their services in India?
whoever does any business in India is subject to Indian laws. Again, the laws are different. For example, in Sikkim, Betting Act permits betting to be done. Now, in India itself, this problem is there. What is lawful in Sikkim or in Assam may not be lawful in Maharashtra or in Chennai or in Madras or in Bangalore or somewhere. Therefore, the question is, what is the local law? Now, if the local law is against it, then the jurisdiction is exercised by that particular person. Now, check, for example, I told you what happened in America. These casinos were sitting in Antigua and all the Caribbean islands, operating and taking money from there. The Americans were not able to control it. So what they did is a smart thing. They had came out with a wire act. They said, you want to send money to them. That sending the money to a gambling institution is illegal. Therefore, they stopped it.
Yeah.
And then that led to Antigua saying it is a violation of the bilateral treaty, and then he got a judgment in their favor. Now they have the UAGA, some long title act.
But
you can do that also actually.
But the casino that is offshore, it's not illegal for that casino to advertise its services in America.
I don't know what the latest thing, because there is a new act. I have not studied it. Perhaps they would have made it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the situation in America today is.
Yeah. Okay. Nirav Devpura wants to ask you your thoughts on the ongoing Ludo King case. I'm not sure if you're...
One second, Anand, one second. Before you go into it, let's complete the discussion on the previous question. Yes. Let's say there is a gambling institution which is off-seas or in some foreign country where it is legal. Let's say it's in Nevada, it's legal. And that chap advertises here. And let's say it is in Maharashtra or in wherever Indian state, it is prohibited by law. Then the activity of advertising, it happens in India, it will be immediately interdicted. Because under you're all facing that issue, the rules, IT rules.
Yes.
The IT rules prohibit anything being done in support of an illegal action.
I see. Okay. Fine. So is there any, are you familiar with the Ludo King case? I think you mentioned that you were following it loosely, but not very familiar.
Not very clear. I don't know what happened. The Ludo thing was, I think it was still at the admission stage, if I remember.
Yeah, I'm also not very sure, Nirav, but thanks for your question. I'll come back to it. And I think a last question from Mr. G.S. Rao, who asks, would esports that is free of entry fee and purely based on skills, but with a prize pool at the end, would that be considered as gambling as seen in some states? I think the Supreme Court
already.
Yeah.
Answered it only. I said, let's say that you use the platform for a chess match between X and Y. And say whoever gets 100,000 rupees. That's perfectly justified, because nobody can say chess is a matter of gamble.
Yes.
I mean, it's a matter of gamble in the sense you don't know the outcome in that sense. But not knowing the outcome is not a gamble.
Exactly.
Otherwise, life is always a gamble.
Exactly.
I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I've always known friends who were alive today and died tomorrow.
Right.
It's not a gamble in that sense. Gamble is putting a stake on the result of an outcome which depends purely on chance.
Yes, absolutely. I think so. I'll wrap up with one last question. That, I think a lot of this is, as we've realized, it's so intricate and it's a very nuanced question. But, do you find that there is enough political will to sort this out? Because, I'll just say that, we're talking a lot about games that where there's money involved, but there's a whole industry which, as I said, is just got nothing to do with money. It's just gaming, which is just innocent. It's not controversial at all, which still requires some support or some democratization infrastructure, that a certain political will to create a certain infrastructure. Do you see a political will to kind of see this space through and our industry through?
Political will is something that I'm not willing to bet on.
Yes.
Using the word bet again.
Okay.
I don't know. Political will depends on various other things. But I would say, if you ask me what is my recommendation, you are right. The first question you asked was, should there be some kind of an independent group which will lay down some ground rules?
Yes.
Now that independent group might consist of some representatives of the government and a large number of representatives from different industries of different operating different gaming outlets. All of them put their hand together and say, hey, to the extent it is acceptable to society, to the extent it is not detrimental to the children and others in society, to the extent that it does not form an addiction, to the extent that it gives a source of constant revenue to the government, let's do it in this way.
Yes.
So what can be, if, yes, right, as I pointed out, if tomorrow a website were to give me an advertisement and say, please come and play chess on this, whoever wins will get 100,000 rupees. I would say perfectly justified.
Yes.
Or, you have this online golf.
Yes.
Used to, I don't remember it now. I used to play it when I was very young. You swing and then you make sure you're 18 goals and all that. Now, for example, would you say golf is a gambling issue? But people get a lot. Look at the amount of money that is available for golfers.
Yes. Yes.
Footballers, amount of money that is available for. And again, if you go into anything, now Bollywood is a gamble, isn't it? People throw in billions of rupees and it may be a flop. You lose everything.
Yes.
Or you put a small budget and that will fetch you a large bumper crop. Agriculture is a gamble.
Yes.
So you can't use the word gamble in that sense. You have to use it in a manner by saying the proportion between skill and chance.
Yes.
The greater the proportion of skill, the less is it likely to be called gambling. That would be the very working definition that I would put forth.
Absolutely.
And I hope somebody really follows it up from the RMDC to Lakshman's case and forms a committee which goes in. And we will have people like you and your industry cohorts to sit there and debate it someday.
Wonderful. Sir, thank you so much. Really, such a pleasure to always speak with you. And it's just so interesting to hear from you always. Thank you so much for making the time for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Anand. Thank you so much, Honorable Justice Sri Krishnaji, for setting the tone of our event. We now move on to the second session of the day, titled Esports and the Olympics Saga. In this fireside chat, we will explore how the rise of esports at a global level will aid in further growth of the market, both at home and at global level. For this, we would be having 𝗚𝗺𝗂𝗺, co-founder and CEO, Mobile Premier League. And the session would be moderated by 𝗚𝗺𝗂𝗺𝗺, editor, FE Digital. If you guys have any questions for our panelists, please enter it in the chat box during the course of the session, and we'll ensure that the moderator relays it to the panelist. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that for the introduction. And it's a very exciting time we live in. Who would have thought that sitting at home and playing video games could one day win you an Olympic medal? I mean, it's not happened yet, but it can happen in the future because esports is being considered as a medal event in the upcoming games. In fact, in this Olympics, which just concluded in Tokyo 2, esports was supposed to be a part of the Olympics, although the actual event took place a little before the Olympics. And of course, I have with me 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗺, who's the co-founder and CEO of MPL. 𝗚, I mean, you are sitting on a platform that hosts so many games, and you're probably going to be mentoring some future champions out there.
Absolutely, it's honestly a privilege to be building internet products at this time. It's quite an incredible time to be building anything in India right now, and considering how the internet infrastructure and the payments infrastructure in India has played out. I think it is not as far as people think it's going to be. I think this is going to be very, very soon that you will see people playing out of Muzaffarabad or maybe out of Dhanbad and competing in global events using their mobile phones. I don't think that's a far-fetched thing. I see that happening very, very soon.
Yeah, but isn't there like a differentiation? I mean, playing games on your mobile phone is one thing, but playing the physical game is actually quite different, right? It requires a different skill set. For instance, if I was to play golf and I just take a punt on my phone, it's different from when I take a swing, right?
Of course. There's no two ways about it, right? Like, let's take the example of golf itself, right? At the end of the day, in any sport that you play, there is a certain element of thinking and there's a certain element of doing, right? I mean, if you were to break a sport down, if you're playing golf, then you got to think, okay, which direction am I going to hit? What force am I going to hit it with? And you're playing that shot in your head. You are playing that shot in your head, knowing that, okay, if I'm going to hit it with this force, it's probably going to land at that at that specific place, so many meters away from the hole, and you're doing that, right? Of course, that needs another additional element of physical doing. But even if you were playing the game, the thinking part of it, and in fact estimating the force, is still the same, right? The only difference is when you're playing the physical sport, the force is actually coming through your hand. But here, the force is coming through a meter on your mobile phone, right? In fact, I'm a firm believer that video games for sports is a great way of educating or bringing people into the ambit of sport, right? I'll give you a simple example, Roshan, right? Let's assume you want to get 10 million people in India excited about golf. 10 million people in India excited about golf. There is no better way of doing that than making a great video game on golf that people can play on their mobile phones, getting them introduced to the concept and getting them excited about the game and hosting a tournament in that. And then, you know what? People who played it really, really well, bringing them onto an actual golf course and trying, giving them an opportunity to coach or train with some of the experts out there. In fact, this is actually, in a way, that's actually a personal story, to be honest, right? For example, when I was a kid, I used to play badminton and I used to play cricket a lot. I mean, cricket, practically every Indian plays cricket. But football, for example, is a sport that I actually picked up after playing the FIFA video game, right? I played a lot of it, and then that's when I actually started playing football with a bunch of people. If not, probably I would never have played football. So I think this convergence of digital and physical is going to happen soon, and one's going to enable the other, and in a very, very fruitful way.
So how exactly do you see that happening? I mean, would digital be like the starting point then for any of these games? Like earlier, parents would send their kids directly for tennis training or cricket practice or whatever. But now, do you think that they can actually sit and spend 2 hours on a mobile phone to get the concentration, the angles like we're talking about in golf first, and then move to the physical sport?
I mean, there's no such rule or there's no such limitation, right? I mean, for people who have a golf course next to their house, then obviously, you can get out, get into a car and just drive to the course. But for a country like India, where we have about 1.3, 1.4 billion people, our solutions to get our communities excited about sport have to be innovative. We can't think about, if you want to create an infrastructure by which you educate a lot of people about sport, this is how it's probably going to be, right? If you want to get 10 million people interested in shooting, then the best way to do it is, maybe get them to play a game, maybe get them to see how the actual shooting would feel like, and then take them further from there. It's the most, try before you buy is something that's there across the entire spectrum, right? I think even if you look at kids, right, more often than not, kids try out different sports, right? For example, I tried playing cricket, I tried playing table tennis, I tried playing badminton, but then I picked up badminton as my primary sport, and that's something I played quite seriously. Whereas cricket and table tennis were more like the fun sports that I used to just play for fun, right? And that can only happen. And I had the luxury of living in an apartment complex which had a badminton court and so on and so forth, right? And it was one of those rare places back in the 90s and 2000s, right? But you can't expect all of this country to have badminton courts next to them or say football grounds next to them, right? That's something that's going to take some time. But you can definitely expect every single individual in this country to have a mobile phone, have an internet connection, have a way to engage with content. And that's probably the top of the funnel, right? You get everyone excited about sport. You get a tournament done. You get, say, 1 million people competing in a tournament of golf or a tournament of shooting. Get everyone excited about it, and then take the top 10,000 or top 15,000. Ask them, hey, do you want to actually come and try out the sport? Right? I think that seems very natural and organic to me, right?
Yeah. So you mentioned shooting as one of the sports that would probably be an Olympic sport or an Asian Games sport. It's already there, but on the mobile and in the gaming world, I think the shooting that you see there is not exactly skeet shooting or air rifle. I think the most popular right now is FPS, first person shooter games, where
Of course.
it's just carnage. You're going out there killing people, rival teams. But yes, there are teams and there is camaraderie and people are talking to each other. So it's a team sport, but there's violence. So what's your take on this? I mean, is that the way? Can that actually qualify as a sport?
Right. So, firstly, let me put it this way, right? There's nothing stopping us from making skeet shooting and Olympic style shooting, what's currently there, as video games. And just so you know, in MPL, we already have, in fact, we just launched a game which mirrors how the Olympic shooting events happen, right? And we want people to try that out as well. But it's important to understand that some of these games where violence is involved, I think it's important to dissociate the violence from the game, right? And create adequate checks and balances to ensure that some of the younger folk are not getting involved in some of these violent games, right? You have to create those checks and balances. See, the second thing also is that the violence, unfortunately, is one aspect of the game, right? If you were to remove the violence and maybe add something else, maybe remove the carnage, but create a more team based or make it a tag based game, like how people play paintball, right? So I think, yeah. So you can always do that, right? And I think what's going to happen is this is the first wave of the first person shooter games on mobile, right? I think the first wave, right? Now what you'll see is a lot of Indian companies and a lot of Indian designers and Indian game developers are going to probably make their versions of these games, which are probably going to evolve and make it better and better. For example, in the US, there are multiple different first-person shooter games, and in a bunch of first-person shooter games, there's no carnage. There's no bloodshed, as you put it, right? I think in those games, it's more an element of team play, right? It's more an element of cooperating as a team and kind of like tagging the other team out, right? So it's no different than how we as kids used to probably play hide and seek or I don't know if you guys played it, but there used to be this game called Seven Stones, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right. So it's kind of the same. You take the ball and you tag the other person out, and that's how you used to play Seven Stones. And you know what? First person shooters for me is actually a rendition of the same game in a digital paradigm, right? So I think people should realize that in games where there is these kind of elements, where there's bloodshed, etc., so on and so forth, there obviously needs to be a certain level of advisory, like we have in the movies, right? In the movies, you have adult rating, you have universal rating, you have parental advisory, and so on and so forth. I think it's important to create those standards and have those standards so that people who are maybe in their 20s or late 30s, if they want to play some of these other games, they can pick and choose. But some of the younger folks are protected from say such content.
Yeah, it's interesting. In fact, there's a question from the audience also about esports as a career. He's asking, like, how can we earn from esports? So how do you earn money from esports? So
right.
How does that happen?
Right. So I mean, I'll actually for everyone who's wondering how do we make a career out of esports, it's the same as how do you make a career out of sport, right? Physical sport. You have to pick a game that you like. Like, for example, in physical sport, I pick a game that I like. Maybe I like badminton, maybe I like tennis, maybe I like cricket, maybe I like football. You pick a game. Like in digital sport, you can pick pool, you can pick caroms, you can pick maybe a non-violent first-person shooter or a non-violent shooter game or a car racing game or so on and so forth. And then go play tournaments, go participate in tournaments. The beauty of digital sport is you really can start participating in tournaments with zero barriers to entry. You need not go to an academy. You need not go to a physical center. You can be sitting in your house and you can pick it up. And the other beauty of digital sport is you don't have age as a barrier. Roshan, you and I could probably be playing a car racing game, but I don't think you and I are probably going to survive on a football field, right? But I think we can definitely pick up a car racing game. Yeah, and what you're going to see in the weeks and in the months and hopefully the years to come is you will start seeing a lot of large scale tournaments being organized in digital sports like this. So I'll give you an example. Take pool, right? Pool is a very popular mobile game, right? in pool, we organize these weekly tournaments, in fact, daily tournaments called Esports Arena, where people can download a pool game from the Play Store and actually compete in tournaments and keep getting better and better in the rankings. And you know and when these people win tournaments, they actually make money. The other big point is that not only are people playing these tournaments, Roshan, but say the semi-finals, the quarterfinals, and the finals of these tournaments are actually telecasted or broadcasted live on YouTube, right? So eventually, what you will see is as following for these players grows, like in the case of popular sport, like following for the players grows, players will get endorsements, players will have brand endorsements, tournaments will get brand support, and that's how they that's how they can build a career out of it, right? But but I think what you're going to see in the next 2-3 years uh, is that this is going to become bigger and bigger, right? And you'll see more and more different games show up, and more different people pick up these games as a career option. You already have a lot of people, by the way, who are content creators who have made esports and gaming and content creation as a career option.
Right. There's another audience question which says from Raghav Sharma, and he's asking, why is the Indian esports focused on mobile gaming and not the PC gaming community? I think the answer is fairly easy.
No, but that's a great question. That's a great question. Thank you. Thank you so much for asking that question. See, I think for a country like India, we need to pick a platform, or we need to pick a device that is accessible to most Indians, right? I mean, like I keep telling this to my internal team also, the total number of mobile phones that are available in Bangalore would be greater than all the PCs and all the consoles available in India multiplied by 5, right? So it's impractical to expect 1.4, 1.5 billion people for all of them to have a PC, for all of them to have a console. If you're saying that I will only do PC-based esports or console-based esports, then you're restricting access to so many other Indians who could actually be participating and competing. I mean, that's like saying you can't play because you don't have a device. It's basically like saying to a cricketer that you can't play this tournament because you don't have a fancy cricket bat. You can't play this tournament because you aren't wearing a really nice looking jersey, right? That's ridiculous, right? You have to make it accessible, and the only way to make it accessible to the masses in India is if you're on mobile. And look at everything that our country has done, right? Take UPI. I mean, it's a revolution in terms of what they've achieved, right?
Right.
I mean, if it weren't be based on mobile, it wouldn't have happened, right? So it has to be mobile driven. That's the reason. We have nothing against PC or console. We'd love to do it there also. It's just that unfortunately that's not going to reach to a lot of Indians.
But on a related question, when you have these tournaments, the finals, like if you're going to have it in the Asian Games or the Olympics and all that, I would think like in the future, the finals would be like all these players converge in one city, they sit in one auditorium, and then they probably are not really playing on the mobile device there. They probably have consoles, right? Or they'll probably.
That's not true, actually. That's not true. You will still be playing on your mobile, right? People in these, they will still be playing on their mobile, right? That's how it works out, right? Of course, the mobile is connected to with a cable so that the stream, everything can be done, and so on and so forth. But see, eventually semifinals and finals, of course, would have physical attendance and physical audiences. That's great. But the beauty of digital sport is even if you don't have physical attendance or physical audience, you can still be playing sitting from wherever you are. You need not go to a particular place. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to events like that. To be honest, I'd love to have a physical event. I mean, there's nothing better than a stadium where people are cheering for the players. I think you can never substitute that with digital. So absolutely, that's even I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, another question that's coming in. In India, we see there are many private esports organizations that are managing and providing facilities to the teams right now, but it doesn't seem profitable in India. How can this be made profitable?
Right. So first and foremost, I think the reason why it's not profitable in India is none of the Indian esport players or esport organizers actually have any IP of their own, right? They are all, first is IP, right? They're all relying on international publishers who hardly share any meaningful economics with these Indian organizers. The second big problem is the business model, right? We are following business models that have been set in the West, that have been set for those economies rather than what works for Indian economies, right? So one of the things that I believe is a fantastic business model to build grassroots esports is follow the same model that worked for physical sport, right? In physical sport, Roshan, when you were young and I was a kid, we both were kids, right? We used to have these local building cricket teams, right? I'm sure you had a cricket team where you used to play with where you used to have a bunch of friends and you guys made a cricket team. And if you wanted to enter a tournament in your locality with your cricket team, you used to pay $50 or $60 or $100 to participate in the tournament, right? And then the tournament organizer to manage the tournament, and then the final team used to win a prize, right? Now, why can't you do the same thing in digital sport, right? It's not as if you're changing anything. It's the same thing that's worked wonderfully well in physical sports. Do the same in digital, right? I think if that is something that happens across the board, then a lot of these esport organizers will be able to build sustainable businesses. They would be able to grow. They would be able to attract and build larger tournaments, go more grassroots rather than making it a select tournament for 5 people or 10 people to play.
Right. We'll take another audience question before I come back to you on some more questions. Do you think a single platform is good enough for all games for real gamers? So obviously the person asking it is a gamer, and he wants to know if a single platform is good enough.
See, there's nothing in the world that I honestly believe that there shouldn't be anything in the world where you only have one option. The beauty of the internet is you have multiple options, right? I believe that there will be multiple platforms, and I think having multiple platforms and having competition is great because you can learn from one another. It gives more opportunities for the customers to choose, and I think yeah, I don't see any reason why there needs to be only one.
Okay. A related question is that mobile esports is only prevalent in India and other Southeast Asian countries. When global events like the Olympics are finally held for esports, do you think they might prefer PC gaming since it's more prevalent in the West? Do you think that kind of a shift might happen?
Yeah, I think it's important for India and developing countries to put their foot down, right? I mean, what is the point of calling it Olympics when 70% or 80% of the global population doesn't even have access to that device? It's ridiculous, right? I mean, then it's a joke, right? I mean, Olympics is supposed to be for all. It's supposed to be for everyone so that people can compete and people can participate. That's what it stands for, right? So, I mean, if they're going to host a tournament where only PC and consoles are involved, then I think it's a joke, and I think it's a horrible disservice to developing countries where most of the population is actually on mobile, right? I think you can have your PC esports, great. You can have medals in those, but you should most certainly have mobile esports because that's the only way the world can compete. In fact, to be honest, the vision of Olympics is to have people from across the world compete. The only way they can achieve that vision is through mobile. And if someone's from Olympics is listening to this, I think for them, mobile is the only way where they can actually achieve that vision of having 100 million people from across the globe competing in one event. It'll be beautiful when that happens.
Right. And then another question around regulation. You think there's a need for regulation in the esports arena? Because right now it's a gray area. There's still that whole debate between gaming and betting, online gambling. So is there a need for regulation right now, and what should those regulations kind of look at?
Right. I think this space definitely can do very, very well with some regulation. Right. It has to be regulated, and we have to ensure that there is very clear do's and don'ts. If nothing, at least very clear don'ts. Right. I think that will ensure that there's a lot. That will ensure a lot of investment flowing into the space. That will enable a lot of big tournaments come up. I think that's definitely the need of the hour. Right. I think it's very important clearly distinctify games like carom, chess, pool, which are obvious games of skill, right? I mean, if you're going to play a game of pool, I don't need to prove it that it's a game of skill. It's obvious it's a game of skill, right? I think it needs to be, you need to very clearly draw the line between games like those against games which are purely games of chance, right? I think that's something that hopefully sooner rather than later will get clarified, and I think that will become. I think in that space, when that happens, right, India honestly will produce gaming companies and, in fact, esport companies, which probably will build platforms for the world because we have the largest consumers for that base, right? If you look at it, India will probably account for 33% of all global consumption on mobile, right? Uh, and if that's the case, then we honestly have the opportunity to build and export games and, in fact, our platforms, right? And if good regulations are there, then that will allow us to build on those and actually build global companies out of India.
Yeah. Another question. In fact, this is directly for you. Where it's like, given that MPL is a forerunner in the space, what is your take on penetrating masses through content creators and content viewing for people to understand and take to gaming, both casually and professionally?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. I think people fundamentally like watching competition, right? The reason why you watch Wimbledon, the reason why you watch IPL is because people are competing and you get to see their games being broadcasted to you, right? I think what you'll see on MPL very, very soon is that for all the tournaments that are being held on the platform, you will be able to see live broadcasts of people competing in those tournaments. So, for example, if you and I are in the quarterfinals of an MPL tournament, then if you and I are competing in that quarterfinal, then the game that you and I are playing will be streamed live with commentators and so on and so forth to the larger audiences to see, right? So that they can learn, they can see how these guys are playing, and then they can better the game, right? So that's something we will be launching very, very soon.
Okay. Another question again on health, and I think we touched upon this, but this is from Raghav Sharma. It says the major difference between physical sport and e-sport is health. Why would Olympics promote mobile gaming, which causes strain due to the average screen size, and that affects your health? I mean,
sure. See, that's a very good question. Firstly, thank you so much, Raghav, for asking that question. Right? There are definite advantages on health when you play physical sport. That's not to say that you don't need to be physically agile to play digital sport. Right? Show me one world-class esport player who is not who is at the top of his game without being physically fit. To be mentally fit, you have to be physically fit. It's very, very rare to be mentally fit and not physically fit, right? It's very difficult. That's the first thing, right? It's very important, and for you to excel at esports, also you have great physical agility, right? To have that reaction times, to ability to react so fast, you need to be at the top of your game and at the top of your health. First is that. The second thing is not everything in this world should be done in moderation, right? If there's a person who's running 100-meter sprints 24 hours a day, even that person's eventually going to like break his leg or something, right? It's not going. It's like everything's going to be done in moderation, right? It's important that we ensure that that we constantly educate our consumers that, hey man, like enjoy, and compete, but compete in moderation and do it in a way which gives you time to pursue other things in life, and that's very, very important. The last thing that I want to leave, last thing I want to answer, and there are multiple studies that show that playing competitive games and playing games can help. Help a lot with, particularly with mental health, particularly with a lot of in fact, there are some studies which even talk about relationship of competing and playing games with things like Alzheimer's and so on and so forth, right? So it's not proven, but there are studies, right? And it's something that I believe is fantastic, and moderation is something that I think we should advise and constantly push for.
Okay, an interesting question, and this is from a gaming developer.
Sure.
𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶, he says, as a developer, what type of games we should develop focusing on esports, which can be successful globally? Now,
it's a great question.
Yeah.
It's a great question.
We were just talking about this a little earlier also, about the kind of games that would actually become esports.
Absolutely, that's a great question. I think the games in the esport paradigm should conventionally games that are successful are games which are fun to play, right? And games which are fun to play have been games that are successful. For a game to succeed both as a game and as an esport, it has to be fun to play and it has to be fun to watch, right? That's when people are playing, right? When you as a game developer are looking at building a game from both those paradigms, it automatically becomes a lot more fun. Take FIFA, for example. I think it's a fantastic rendition of that. It's a game that's incredibly fun to play. But if you and I are playing FIFA, Roshan, it's also a fantastic game to watch. Like people around you would be sitting and watching how you're playing, right? So that's the one additional viewpoint that you need to keep in mind when you're making games. When you want your games also to eventually become esports.
Right. So, on a related note, so do you think like the esports that would actually start off first would be just renditions of physical games? For instance, cricket is very popular, and then you have golf and perhaps FIFA. Do you think these would be the first ones to actually make it to the medal level in Olympics or the
I
Asian
think
Games?
that's a great start. I certainly think that is a fantastic start, right? I think that's where you can start. It's very easy to start there, but then you can have games which are more. Then you can have games which are more meant in the digital realm, right? And I think it's important that it's important that you start in a way which is easy for everyone to understand and adopt, and then build from there.
Right. Right. Uh, just one more question, and I think we should take the last question. 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶 says, in future, is it possible to introduce esports in Olympics, but safeguarding them from hacking? Now,
Of
that's,
course.
I think, is a big worry, right?
Yeah.
The security of sports.
Yeah. So I'll give you an example. That's a great question, right? Hacking is what I'd refer to as digital doping, right? Like, right? Olympics has put in Olympics has basically put in sports administration across the world has put in great checks and balances to ensure that athletes don't dope, athletes that's a fair competition and so on and so forth, right? In the digital world, honestly, it's much easier to do, right? Because you can measure every single thing, and it's much more easier to do, and that's something that's something that's actually much easier to do than in the physical world. So I think that's something that will be addressed very easily.
Right. So I think now we're going to have parents telling their kids like instead of spending 2 hours sitting on the mobile phone, wasting your time playing games, they're like, "Kya kar rahe ho? Practice kar rahe ho, Olympics ke liye." So that's going to be the next thing happening.
Yeah. So Roshan, I mean, hopefully that India will become a superpower in digital sport. See, the fact of the matter is, India can be a superpower in anything it wants. Okay. Simple rule of thumb is we have 1.4 billion people, and we have 60% or 65% of them as young population, right? Back in the day, I'll give you an example, and you can just look at the past, right? Back in the day when we were growing up, when we used to play cricket, our parents used to tell us, "Hey man, why are you wasting time playing cricket? Go study," right? But as and when cricket grew and as a sport attracted more players and built meaningful leagues like IPL where players could make a living and build successful careers out of it. Now, if you look at it, parents are more open to saying, "Hey, why don't you go practice cricket, or why don't you go practice tennis?" Right? I think these are things that over a period of time people understand, and people open up to them and ensure that and at the same time people accept them also, right? So I mean, if you look at it, today we are a superpower in cricket, right? And if India as a country adopts anything and competes in it, and if you're surviving competition of 1.3 billion people, I'm sure you'll be amongst the top few people in the world.
Yeah. So very quickly, one last question, and then we'll wind up the session. This is an interesting question, so I thought I'll take it.
Sure.
If you see the larger world events that are happening in esports and generate revenue, there are games like Counter-Strike, League of Legends, Call of Duty, Valorant, which started in the previous, and all are being played on PC due to various advantages. Shouldn't we in India think about providing access to this by making boot camps or cafes rather than being inclined to a mobile screen?
That's a great question. Whoever asked that question, what do you call? Thank you so much for asking that question. But let me ask you. Let me ask you a simple thing. If you want to get 1 million people to compete in a tournament, right? How many cafes can you build? Right? How many how many cafes are you going to build? How many people are you going to? How many boot camps are you going to organize? Right? I mean, why would you want to do that? Why can't we just pick up this simple device that's there in our hands and enable everyone to compete from wherever they are? They can be. How many cafes are you going to build in villages? How many cafes are you going to build in small towns? Right? But everybody's, you got to do something which is accessible to all, and that way there's nothing that a mobile phone you can't do on a mobile phone that that you can do meaningfully on a PC. Apart, of course, there are many things, but in games specifically, right? And our job is to make technology reach the masses, not the other way around. We shouldn't create situations where masses are being forced to go to the technology. Right? I think that doesn't make sense. The whole point of internet and technology is so that you can take all these products and services to the masses, not the other way around.
Great, Sai. Thank you so much. There are a couple of questions saying, when are the gamers coming? I'm just telling the audience, yes, the gamers are also coming. Later in the day, we have some gaming sessions. So thank you so much, Sai, for joining me on the Fireside Chat, and now giving it back to Vidit.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. We now move on to our first panel discussion for the day, titled Taking the Right Leap Towards Cloud. In this session, we will explore why cloud is the future of gaming and how it is expected to change the dynamics, especially in a country like India. For this session, please welcome 𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗺, founder and CEO, Game Eon Studios, 𝗚ś𝗱𝗶𝗶, founder, Kaijo, Roshan Sharma, founder and CEO, Now.gg, and Sai Balaji, M&E, gaming specialist, Google Cloud India. The session will be moderated by 𝗚𝗺𝗺 Bhattacharya, editor, brand and marketing, fe.com. Over to you, 𝗚𝗺𝗺.
Hello and welcome to the second edition of India Gaming Summit. This year, this is a very interesting topic of conversation, cloud gaming. Now, cloud gaming is usually thought to be what they on cloud, and there are also the platform angle. Today, we will discuss all aspects of it, and I have a very interesting panel of people to discuss that. So the first question that begins, for cloud gaming is, what is the kind of infrastructure that is required for cloud gaming in India? And I'll start with Sai from Google, and then we'll move on to other panelists.
First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity, Anu. It's a pleasure to be part of this discussion, and it's also a privilege to share this stage with fellow panelists here. Now, starting off, if you just look at cloud gaming as a market, we're essentially talking about bringing graphic-intensive games to any gamer with a device having minimal RAM and, say, about 10 Mbps broadband connectivity, right? But the other aspect that is typically overlooked is the backend infrastructure, where the games are actually hosted, which also plays a major role in the end-user experience. For example, if you have, say, a server centralized in a single location, say Mumbai, then the gamers coming in from Delhi might be experiencing slightly higher latencies, which may have a negative impact on the overall gaming experience, in the form of jitters, lags, screen freezes, so on and so forth. While it's a given fact that, hyperscalers like Google Cloud coming into play, these gaming companies don't have to worry about procuring or managing servers. It's also imperative that while they choose a cloud strategy, they see if the cloud provider has a wider geographical reach in the market, right? For example, Google Cloud has a region in Mumbai where a lot of Indian enterprises have been running their workloads in the last several years. And last month, Google launched its second region in Delhi, becoming the only cloud provider to have two different regions in the same country, right, with 3 availability zones each. Now, what it means for cloud gaming, one is we're essentially talking about hosting your own gaming servers in 2 different regions simultaneously, thereby taking your games closer to your end users. 2 is you don't, have to, commit to any capital investments here, right? You can do this in a pay-as-you-go model without having to worry about, any capex investments in terms of hardware, real estate, power, or cooling. You will let Google do the heavy lifting for you, while you can focus on, building world-class quality games for your end users. Now, lastly, the other important piece is the networking infrastructure, right? While you have the promise of 5G hitting Indian shores, it's also imperative to understand that the last mile delivery will play a significant role in the end user gaming experience. The thing is, the general internet, which we all use, is typically used for sending and receiving data, and it's working great for everybody, right? But the challenge is it still uses a lot of traditional forms of routing. For example, it's heavily dependent upon something called BGP, which is a relatively old mechanism to route traffic, right? And it's a complete black box. Nobody can control the internet. You don't really have an assured, SLA for quality experience. And Google has been facing these problems over the last several years, right? And one of the things that Google did to circumvent this issue is to kind of build its own privately managed network and also deploy several points of presence in different regions and cities to, go closer to the users. And with Google Cloud, what happens is we have kind of externalized the same network infrastructure for our cloud gaming customers. So if you are hosting a game server on Google Cloud, then you have the option to use Google's special premium network, thereby circumventing, this whole problem around latency and, jittery gaming experience. So yeah, that's a little bit about how choosing a good cloud strategy would kind of enhance the overall gaming experience for an end user.
Sorry, at this point, I'd also like to bring in Rosen. Rosen, now the model that you guys have is very interesting, because when I was reading, there was a lot of mobile aspect to you, to the platform that you have created. And India is a heavily mobile-based gaming country, right? So, and you just said that we have a B2B, more B2B angle than B2C. So how does the thing works for you in India? And going forward, will we see more games, and the kind of games that we can expect? Because cloud has two aspects to it. One is the infrastructure, one is platform. So today we'll try to cover both.
So actually, going back to what Sai said, you have to step back from it and ask the question, what kind of content are you bringing to the cloud? Right. So if you look at services, you can broadly divide them into three categories based on the content. So the first content is you're bringing PC games to the cloud, right? So you're running PC games and you're delivering them on any device. So if you look at, Stadia, Luna, a lot of these services, they're bringing PC games to the cloud.
Okay.
The second kind of services is that you're bringing console games to the cloud. So if you look at xCloud, you look at Sony's service, they are bringing Xbox games to the cloud, which are console games. And then the third category is you're bringing mobile games to the cloud, right? And the three are very different, and the cloud they need is very different. So to explain that simply, if you're running a PC game on your PC, effectively you want an x86 Intel-based server in the cloud to run your game well, right? So what Amazon and Google have done is they have created these big data centers which have basically Intel-based machines. If you look at a service like Xbox, actually the Xbox cloud doesn't run on Azure, right? The Xbox cloud literally has taken Xbox motherboards and put them in the cloud. So when you play in the cloud, you're running off an Xbox motherboard, right? And that's how they ensure game compatibility. And when you think of mobile is a completely different space. Most mobile phones are ARM-based. They are not Intel-based. And so when you think about serving mobile from the cloud, you need an ARM-based infrastructure, right? So while all of this is clubbed into cloud gaming, if you ask, Stadia to do console games tomorrow, they can't do that, right? Or if you ask xCloud to do PC-based games, they actually have infrastructure for both, but that it's a different ballgame. And then you go to mobile-based games, it's a completely different ballgame, right? They can't be served off any of Google's infrastructure or Azure infrastructure today. So I think our focus is, as a company, is mobile. So we want to bring mobile games to the cloud and enable mobile game publishers to publish mobile games to the cloud. And the cloud that you require is very different than the cloud you require for a PC. So another example, like what Sai mentioned from a network perspective, When you're thinking about PC games, most people are connecting over their Wi-Fi, right? When you're thinking of a mobile cloud, most people will be connecting over 4G or 5G, especially in a country like India, right? And so I think while everything is clubbed under cloud gaming, those are in some senses three completely different class of problems, right? And so the platform we have built, we call Now Cloud OS. And it is specifically targeted for mobile game developers. If you're a mobile game developer, you want to bring your games to the cloud worldwide. That is what you can do. And for us, countries like India is very, very important and interesting, because if you look at, like, my epiphany was one night. We have this big office in Gurgaon. I was walking down, and there's an ATM machine, so there was a guard, and we had a guard of our building, and he shouts to him and says, "Ki aaj Free Fire khelenge ya PUBG?" Right? And I was like, wow. That was not something I had heard for many years. This was about 2 years ago. And I think the penetration of mobile gaming is way higher, right?
Yeah.
When you look at countries like, especially China and also India, right? And so we feel that mobile content is the one that will be consumed in these countries much, much quicker. And there are different use cases for it, but when we go back to infrastructure and think about infrastructure, we think about that in those three buckets. So I'll stop there because I know we have more questions. But
yeah. Okay. So this will also bring back a question which Tejas had pointed about the aspects of what kind of games work and what are the limitations. I mean, we have very clearly segregated cloud into three pieces, starting from mobile to your PCs to consoles. But then, what are the types of games actually work, and what are the limitations? And probably this will be a big issue going forward. And how do you resolve that, Tejas?
Sure. Thank you, and also thanks for the opportunity to being here. I also feel very privileged to be part of this group, talking about our experiences in the industry. In relation to the question, I'd probably bank again on what Rosen has said, right? Because he's answered half of the question already. So now we understand there are three different buckets of different cloud services, right? And they all come with their own types of games from a point of view of performance or technical capabilities. You have console games, you have PC games, and you have mobile games. Another category, I'd say, from the point of view of like game developers, is the kind of business model these games bring, right? So for PC and console games, a lot of them are premium games where the most commonly shown game for a lot of services, even Luna and all, is Control. Like, it's an amazing experience, very physics driven, very graphics intensive. You don't want to install 100 GBs of game, right, to be able to start playing it. That's a game that you would love to have on a streaming service. Just get in, play it, you're done. You might not care if you own the game or not 10 years down the line. Maybe not, but you'll probably get it on another service, right? So these are just premium experiences you want to consume. Now, an interesting thing for us is like when we even talk about mobile games, right? So things like Apple Arcade, Google Play Pass, those things are great where you just play the game, consume the content, and you're done, right? Same thing like when we're talking about Netflix. These are episodic content. You watch it, you're done. But a lot of the games, they are very massive, right? If you're looking at Fortnite, billion-dollar games, right? They have enough money to start their own platform. They're talking about building metaverses. These aren't games which want to stay logged into one cloud service provider. So games which are fundamentally games as a service, which is like a future, one of the futures of games, right? Where you want to own the user base. You have millions of users. You don't care, like as a game developer, right? If it's on Stadia, if it's on Luna, if it's on their own PC, if it's on mobile, I don't care where the users come from. I care of acquiring more users and being able to offer my game to as many people as possible. So for game developers, it's a different, I put it as that being the key difference. If you're a content provider or like a bite-sized gaming experience provider, then you want to be on these platforms which are relevant. You want to be in the right bucket. If you're a mobile game, you want to be on like say now.gg. If you're a console game, you want to be on Xbox Live, Xbox Cloud. If you're a PC game provider or developer, you want to be on Stadia, you want to be on Steam, wherever, right? So essentially for developers, it's an additional channel of being able to reach your users much faster. And eventually, as the platform matures, the the problem will eventually again still be discoverability, right? Because there's amazing hundreds of thousands of amazing games out there. How do you get your users to try your game out? So that's where already like making games has already gotten democratized, right? It's very easy with Unity and Unreal Engine to start making games now. With the advent of cloud service and especially the work that Google Cloud Platform has done, Amazon has done, it's very easy now without having to spend 10 years in the industry learning to make games and managing infrastructure. Now anybody can start making games and start hosting servers on the cloud, which we've also seen, right? Some of the big successes in India have come from companies which were traditionally not game developers. Initially, like all the social casino games, 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶, and even later like Ludo King, which has been a massive hit. None of these companies were making games for 20 years, right? They just took a social construct which works in India. They were quickly able to build the game, deploy it on the cloud, and they have been massive success stories. So essentially, it's a matter of like making first level of improvement in the industry, right? Of solving deep tech problems, was it was made very easy to make games. Now it has become, or it is becoming more easier to make online connected experiences. Next level would be, it will be even easier to start consuming all these content through cloud services. So that's where like the whole ecosystem starts evolving, where the whole social construct of users just wanting instant gratification, right? We're moving towards that society. Same thing with Netflix. I want to play a game, my friend is playing, I want to play it now. And that need is what is the service is going to satisfy.
Yeah, but then you're also talking about, sorry to cut you in, but then you're also talking about certain things like you said, discoverability.
Yeah.
So here, the aspect of discoverability will perhaps work like, say, your an e-commerce platform works, or say your Netflix works, right?
Yeah.
What do you search? What do you get? That's
Yeah.
called personalization. That is something the platform will have to build over a period
For
of
sure.
time,
For
right?
sure.
And secondly, when you say if I can play that game or not, my partner, it's again will bring back to something which I'll handle at, as we move forward. Interoperability. Interoperability is something that DTH allows now for me to migrate from one platform to another. But will that is something that the platform owners will have to take, have to take in consideration, that whether say Amazon will open its door to Google or Xbox Cloud will open its door to Amazon. That is something we are talking about a very mature phase of the market, but not right now. I think right now the biggest issue is that you be on the cloud and provide and you have an agile system to move around. This is where I would like Nikhil to come in and talk to me about the gaming experience on cloud, versus and also the fact that with India being a very heavily mobile playing country, the kind of games that are available to play to users so far. Whatever we have seen coming from, again, like you said, to poker is something we have seen, but we haven't seen evolution of games. Right now, what you were saying is PUBG is, we know all the story about PUBG, how PUBG has now become Captain and is played through Captain. But we haven't seen such kind of evolution of games on cloud from the Indian developers as such. I think the first step is to get those games and put it on the system and then get the platform. And also the other aspect is a business model, right? The biggest issue faced by gaming companies at this point in time is either to go for in-app purchase, where hardly there is any payment from the user, or to go for advertising, where the CPM costs are too low, or you go for subscription. For subscription, you need platform. So, Nikhil, from your perspective, how have you seen the entire ecosystem moving?
Yeah, sure. So thanks a lot for having me on this panel, and pleasure to be along with such industry veterans. So for me personally, the cloud gaming aspect is quite interesting and fascinating because it allows you to play a game without having the kind of system on your end. While I do agree, I think the subscription model will be something very exciting because nowadays everyone has adopted to Netflix model and or Amazon Prime. So having a service that provides you, and this is also the case with PlayStation Plus, wherein you subscribe to that service and you get a couple of games to play every month. So maybe that can be an interesting model. The other extremely interesting model that I look forward to is maybe have a console game that you can play on a mobile, because that would be a game changer. I remember I wanted to play Red Dead Redemption or all these heavy games, and I did not have a console at that time, so I had to pester my dad to get a console for me. But if at that time a system like this, where I could play Red Dead Redemption on my phone, would have been available, then that would have been a game changer. And while I do understand that it brings a lot of complexity, because as Rosen sir had mentioned that all these games fall under different buckets, as Tejas sir had pointed out. So the interesting thing would be if these platforms allow true cross-platform gameplay, I think that would be a game changer. And if that is there, then I don't see a point why gamers would not pay from their pockets for having such an experience.
Understandable. So this also brings me to the question: is what are the problems that gaming studios and developers are facing here, Sai? And how can we resolve this to give a more seamless experience to gamers? Because at the end of the day, you are catering to gamers and developers, so the experience has to be seamless on both sides.
Absolutely. So, some great points made by both Tejas and Rosen earlier. I'll probably, just add up a few points there. But let's just start taking a look at the top downloaded games this year in India, right? Except for a few games like Ludo King and other fantasy cricket games, I'm just talking about the mobile gaming sector here. Most of the games downloaded and played by the Indian gamers are from non-Indian publishers. Right. So this basically means that there are some systemic challenges that the Indian gaming studios are facing today. Right. One being gaming as an industry itself is very, very nascent in India. It's not very easy to identify and find the right talent to design and launch games. Right. And we are evolving as a market here. And secondly, Indian gamers, as a few already pointed out, don't really like to do a lot of in-app purchases. At least that's the current state today. The average spending on in-app purchases, I believe, is about $5 to $10 in India as compared to a global average of about $130 odd, right? So there is a huge gap to be bridged there. So revenue is still majorly ads driven, while the rest of the world has been pressing for other forms of models like subscription and other models. Now, obviously, the other aspect to it is how we have individual Indian states now having the power to make their own laws to ban real money gaming apps, and this has had a very significant impact in the way these studios are kind of adapting to the market changes now. So because of all these factors, what's happening is the market is trying to actively find innovative ways to address things like, how do I build games quickly and cost effectively? How do I make my games seamlessly scale, say if my game becomes a hit overnight? And then how do I acquire new customers and retain existing ones, right? Now, here, if you just take gameplay development as an area where you have a lot of engineering teams typically trying to solve problems around game syncing, matchmaking, so on and so forth. For example, we don't want to match a beginner like me in a game of PUBG with a seasoned set of players, right? Obviously, I will keep losing and I may not come back to your platform. Now, how do I solve this? How do I build an algorithm that can factor in all this while matching different gamers in a game of PUBG or any other game? Now, this is where players like Google Cloud come into picture, where you don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel of building these core modules by yourself, right? For example, on Google Cloud, you can use services like Agonis, and we have another service called Open Match to do matchmaking and game server hosting on the cloud without having to kind of build all these things from scratch, right? Now, this not only means that you don't have to build your own stack. It also means that since these are open source based solution, I think somebody mentioned how developers are now trying to diversify their investments, right? By not sticking to one single cloud service provider or a service. So such open source based solutions kind of give developers the flexibility to kind of make their platform very, very portable and focus on building quality games for their end users.
Speaking of quality games, I wanted to ask Rosen one thing. How does a platform enable a game developer to create quality games? I think that is something. While we have seen so much of content flowing in the gaming world, but there still lacks quality. And still also because India is not a very mature market, we're also seeing a lot of different kind of games coming in. But how will cloud actually help in holding on to your cost of operations, especially for your indie developers who may be not that big? And how do you help them in build quality product, which ultimately an user would like to pay?
I think the you have to go back to the question you asked Nikhil, which is what is the economics for a game developer,
Correct.
right? And I think there is an India-specific answer to it and a general answer to it. So, as I forget whether Tejas or Nikhil mentioned it. If you look at the, paid games versus games which make money through IAP versus make money through advertising, right? So typically, mobile games are mostly free to play, right? And where you're spending money inside the game. So if you're a game developer, most of the game developers, their economics look something like this. So out of $100, $30 go to Google Play or Apple. So you remove that. Another $30 goes to user acquisition. Right? So you are spending $30 to $40 for user acquisition. Then your infrastructure and updates to the game and maintaining the game cost another 10%, or 10 to 15%, right? So in the end, even if you look at a big company, their margin is somewhere around 10% to 15% when you add up all those costs. And I'm not even adding, like the tax. So now, in-game tax items. So that's also something you have to pay. So, people say, hey, why is it such a big deal that somebody charges 30% or 15%? Well, 5% margin is only on a 10% margin. So, it really helps the developer, right? So I think you have to think from that perspective that, India is a fairly young market in that sense, right? So, and it's a very competitive market because there are no barriers for, international English games to come into India and for people to play them, right? So there is no natural language barrier or anything like that. So when you look at a game developer from India, and especially an indie game developer, what scale do they have to reach for them to be able to earn a livelihood or to make money, and whether their scale is inside India or outside India? So we are seeing different models emerge. So actually, China is very interesting in this sense. So if you look at China, a lot of the games which were built initially in China are all based on this three kingdom mythology. In China, there were three kingdoms which used to fight with each other. So imagine, there is a game built on Mahabharata mythology, or, how do you wake up Kumbhakarna? There are there are billions of people who intuitively will know what to do inside the game, right? And those are very, very powerful IPs, which are, in some sense, are open source IPs, right? And this is going to happen. So we have seen it happen in Thailand. We have seen it happen in Vietnam. We have seen it happen. It is happening in Indonesia right now. Cambodia is a big market for a lot of the games. So we have seen this, from our perspective and vantage point, we have seen this grow in all the other markets. And I think India has crossed that threshold. It somewhere in the last 2 years, it has gone over the hump.
There is no storytelling. There is absolutely no storytelling.
It's coming. And those will be the games that Indian developers will develop, because somebody sitting in Korea cannot understand Mahabharata. Right? So I think we have seen it in the other geos. So we are, I think, very early in this evolution. So one is the type of content. So Indian content for Indian users hasn't happened yet. Right? Second is the economics of that content.
Yeah.
Right? And the third, I would say, is how much capital is needed to kind of make the economics work. Right? So, for example, in Europe, hyper-casual games are very, very common, right? So, hyper-casual games, unless you get 100 million downloads, the game doesn't make money. On the other hand, an RPG game with the 500k DAU mints money, right? And I think that's what we are going to see. Those genres become more popular. I know real money gaming is big in India, and with the cricket, that has kind of built that whole ecosystem of real money gaming. But the other gaming types have to come, because as humans, we are the same everywhere.
Yeah.
So to your question of how do you build quality games, I think quality games are built when the developer economics work, right? And so if you can make money and make a livelihood about something you are passionate about, then people begin to invest in that. And so what we have found with and gaming, I think one way it's fundamentally different than Netflix or everything else. Netflix, I watch alone. Gaming, I do with my friends. If you have kids, They go on Discord and they say, "What are you playing today?" Right? Then they all play the same thing. Like I have 4 daughters, and even my girls play like that. It's very social. It's very rarely that you are playing on your own. And if you go back to Amazon, when Amazon created one click, right? People say, what is the big deal of one click? But now I know there's a grocery company in India which was 0 click, right? You left your shopping basket and it was delivered 6 a.m. I forget the name. So when we think about cloud, it is not so much the ability that you can play on the cloud, but now you have made game like a meme or like content, right? I can put it in a chat group and everybody can click and play it.
Yeah.
I think that it fundamentally changes the user acquisition strategy for games, right? So if you remove like if that 30% cost went to 10% or went to 5%, it changes the economics of the industry, right? So I think when you think about the game developer and how they can make money and what are the big cost chunks, I think that's what something that cloud does fundamentally, which is that it removes that UA cost. So I'll let other people speak, but I think to me that is what enables different breed of developers to prosper in the ecosystem.
Understood. So this brings back to me 3 questions. The first is something I'll leave for Nikhil. He can pick it up when he wants to. Second is for Tejas. When we say marketing on cloud, it essentially brings to cost of consumer acquisition, which Rosen has very clearly pointed out is 30% of the operations. But cost of consumer acquisition is not only about marketing. It's also a part of it. It's also about retention, right? You can sell your game once to a user, but then you have to build it in such a way that your user continues to spend on you. So it's a full trajectory starting from the point that you acquire to you retain, and it will keep coming on. So how do you handle marketing? And for Nikhil, the question is the content. Like Rosen very clearly said, we lack good content in the sense it goes hand in glove. You get money and you make good content, but at the same time, somewhere we have kind of lost the thought process on using Indian stories to build games, right? So whosoever wants to take what question first?
In terms of the question itself, I think the problem has now is under the solution, primarily because we've seen a lot of good developers coming out of India. We've seen good games like Raji. There are also great games on the mobile front, such as Masala Express by Simple Studios. I would also chip in my own studio. We are working on a small game, not a small. It's massive for our scale, but it's a game titled Mumbai Gullies, which is a game based on Mumbai city, and it's an open world game. So I think the problem of good quality content coming out of India will get solved in a matter of time. It's just a matter of waiting for good quality titles to come out. There are tons of examples out there. There's also Bonfire and Bonfire 2, which Himanshu Manwani and his team is working on. So I think the problem of content will not be there in a matter of couple of years. The quality of developers is largely similar. Like there are good quality developers, there are bad quality developers, but obviously in terms of storytelling as well, as Rosen sir has pointed out, there are a lot of interesting stories that exist in India itself, and there are tons of developers who have just started to realize. You could call it maybe you can attribute a lot of that success to Ludo King, because that is a game that really pointed out that staying true to your culture can also reap you large benefits. But having said so, I agree with Rosen sir's point about the marketing aspect as well, because in terms of shareability, we had done a little bit of experiment back in the day with Facebook gaming, Messenger gaming, and therein we observed that when we are publishing a game and it is getting natively shared by users instantly without any marketing cost, we were able to scale up to tons of users. So to answer your question in short, I think the quality problem is under the solution, and developers are genuinely working hard to churn out good quality games from India as well. Yeah, Tejas.
Cool. So I'll talk about the marketing aspect, right? So what I feel is it will change, right? That's the simplest way of putting it. Like people will have to figure out new ways of like marketing content, because I see both, right? There are good things about having to market your games in the cloud, and I also feel there are certain bad things about having to market your games for a cloud streaming provider. The good things, like, and I'm like actually pretty impressed, like what Rosen mentioned, right, with what now.gg is doing. If you're making sharing as easy as links, like also that's the premise of instant games. But if you're making or moving the onus of like increasing your reach to users, or basically organic installs, right? It's much easier on the cloud, because all you have to do is like share links, and the funnel is much broader, because people don't have to go to the store to install the app and download it. So you will see like more strategies where you'll be able to push in more money at the top of the funnel, right? Where just like reaching more users doesn't matter what platform you're advertising in, right? It's great because the friction is very less. So the moment you reach a user, the odds of them converting and playing your game are much higher. So you will be able to deploy your whatever marketing budget you have to as broad channels as you can think of. On the other hand, if your game is only exclusively available on a streaming platform, then it becomes much more difficult, because you're not really directly driving your like marketing spend and the user that you're potentially acquiring to your game. You're driving them to a service provider, right? If I imagine, as a simple example, I'm producing a show which is only available on Netflix. If I advertise for my product, like they have to first subscribe to Netflix to be able to view my content. And once they get there, there are these 20 other different things which, since the platform doesn't know about this user, they will be surfaced, and right, and they'll be possibly like deviated, or like they'll move to watching that content. So the bad thing is that if you're going into an exclusive system, you have to still rely on the platform to provide you the users and installs, right? On the other hand, if you're like not exclusive, if you're available everywhere, if your friction points are much lesser, then you can spend that money instead of advertising for the platform, advertising on print, advertising on like QR codes, websites, whatever forms where you can get people's attention people's attention, and you can share a link or something, you will be able to acquire the users much more easily. So essentially, like the first sentence I said, right, it will change. Fundamental concepts will still remain the same. People will still have to worry about their funnel, their actual cost of acquisition, like how many people are coming in or how long they are staying. But just how you strategize will be different. There will be some pros, there will be some cons, and you'll have to figure out what works specifically for your product, for your game, and then like devise a strategy that works for you.
Tejas, I have a counter question to what
Yeah.
you said. You said that I agree. If you run for exclusivity, you have to depend on the platform. But don't you think if your product is, the platform will pay you high money to be on the platform, and it will also help you drive the marketing? Because if you're drawing it a parallel of something like the Netflixes of the world, we have seen content doing fairly well there, and there is an exclusivity factor which brings consumers there.
Sure. So my take on this is, and take it with a grain of salt, because we're a small studio, we haven't had an exclusivity deal yet.
Sure.
But the way I look at it, it's good for smaller studios, right? Where you get maybe some marketing, some exclusivity. But the reality, the way I look at it, the money is not going to be a lot. A lot of the platforms pay on how much the content is consumed, right? So if you have a substandard content, like people will stop watching it after some time, you're not going to make any more money. On the other hand, if you have great content, right, there's no way that an exclusive deal is going to pay me $1 billion. But if I make a really great game and I have it on my own platform or like my own channels, I can make $1 billion. But if I cut an exclusivity deal, there is no way I'm making $1 billion from a subscription service. So that's where the product nature of the product comes in. If you're a content producer, if you're a small premium game, it's a great deal, right? Getting into all the Apple Arcades, Google Pass, any exclusivity brings you a lot of benefits. And eventually some of them expire, right? So after 6 months, after a year, you can still be out on other platforms. But if you're a free-to-play games as a service system where you yourself have season passes, where people are subscribing to your own content, I don't think that the platform will pay the game developers as much money as you could be, or at least even the current market leaders, right? With Fortnite, League of Legends, and whatnot. A lot of these services make so much more money. It doesn't make sense for them to be on any other platform apart from their own.
Okay, one thing that we have very clearly established that gaming is a community feature that we all like play with somebody as compared to watching content on Netflix. At the same time, these are very young players mostly, and the adrenaline rush is too high. So, how do you handle disruptive behavior in gaming side? From using explicit languages, bots, cheating, and do you have seen these kind of behavioral issues in India or so far, or we think it's more of a Western phenomena?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen such issues surface up, especially while working with customers, not just in India but also in other leading gaming markets like JPAC, Japan and other countries in Asia. And this is definitely a big problem because there are many forms and layers of disruptive gaming behavior, right? According to a PC Gamer report, about 80% of League of Legends players say they were harassed after a match ended, right? This means that new players are less likely to come back to your platform if they encounter such kind of toxic behavior, right? Now, there are several approaches you can take here. One is obviously community moderation and implementing some kind of regulatory policies. But the problem here is that most of these approaches are very, very manual, and kind of tedious, right? And it could also be misleading sometimes. For example, players can report others for being disruptive, even if they aren't, right? And there is no black and white way of handling such problems. Now, this is kind of in line with what Google has been kind of trying to prevent on our own platforms, right? So we strongly believe in building platforms that are kind of inclusive and that constantly prevents any kind of unjust treatment of people related to race, income, or even sexual orientation for that matter. So fundamentally, Google believes an AI-driven approach here will kind of help you scale better as a solution to player toxicity. And one way to do that is kind of build your own machine learning models to detect and flag, say, explicit content in chat transcripts, social forums, or even in images that might be, shared on your, social forums. So the challenge here, though, is that when you're starting to build these models from ground zero, right, where you don't really have any historic data, but you want to make sure that you kind of automate the whole process of identifying such malicious behavior, and you start building it all by yourself, then it typically takes several months for your model to even be minimally effective, right? And that's what we've seen a lot of our customers face when they go down this path. And by then, you are also kind of losing out not just on valuable time, but also on customers who may have otherwise been loyal to your gaming platform. So time becomes a very, very crucial factor here. So when customers, not just in India, across the world, partner with us, they quickly figure out that there is a lot of flexibility in the way they can implement AI to kind of counter this problem. One is you can, use Google's pre-built machine learning APIs that you can kind of plug and play if you don't want to reinvent the wheel. Things like we have our own speech-to-text APIs, natural language processing-based APIs, vision-based APIs, so on and so forth. Or if you see that, the generic model that we kind of bring to the table does not capture, the slang or the language in your domain, then you can create a custom model that includes, the kind of features you may, care about, right? By using something called AutoML that we offer as a service on Google Cloud. In this way, you kind of bring your own data, bring your own logic, and then combine that with Google's own learnings in the form of pre-built models and have a very hybrid approach. So that's another option. Now, thirdly, if you have already invested in a full-blown data science team for building these models to counter, disruptive behavior, then what you can do is you can leverage our, the latest unified machine learning platform. We call it the Vortex AI, and you can build, deploy, and scale models effectively using this platform. So the bottom line is, to answer your question, depending upon what you're trying to solve and where you are on this whole, data science maturity curve, you can pick and choose the right option that fits your bill, right, to solve really, really challenging problems like player toxicity.
Due to paucity of time, I was left with one question. So, to all the panelists, I wanted to ask, from your own perspective, what is the wish list for cloud gaming in India? Rosen, I'll start from you. You talked about storytelling being used, but besides that, what else do you think the Indian market needs to do to catch up on the train fast?
Yeah, I think from, I grew up there, so I have a lot of passion for this. But I think it would be very good to see a very robust Indian developer ecosystem. And as I said, that only happens when people can uh, begin to make money on the platforms, right? So if you have developers who can make money, then they can invest that money, back into their studios, and the ecosystem kind of develops. And I think there we have to make sure that you don't need to invest 100 million before you can make your first 10 million, right? So we have to make sure that you are able to make money at a smaller scale. And when you look at how the money needs to be spent, if we can, provide freedom to the developer to, decrease their UA cost or keep more of the revenue from an app store perspective, or things like that, so they can make money at a smaller scale. I think that's when the industry kind of unlocks. So I think to me that is very key. And I think second thing which will happen is that, like, even if you look at China, there are two kind of gaming companies. One is Chinese companies serving Chinese market, right? So their Tencent and NetEase are so strong that you can't get in, like you're 10th place. Then there is whole set of Chinese companies which only focus on global markets. So you have Yuzus of the world, IGG, FunPlus. There are many billion-dollar industries, right? So if you look at the Indian ecosystem, very quickly, like the studios Nikhil was mentioning, you'll have to ask the content that, is this content for the Indian market, or am I making games for the global market? And we'll begin to see a bifurcation. But those are very different kind of studios and very different kind of strategies. So I think both, we'll see an evolution of the market. I think the paying capacity is there. Everybody plays games. My father-in-law plays Sudoku, day in, day out. So mobile has changed that. I also think India has a very unique ecosystem in terms of, how you can access the users. So I think it's just a matter of time. And I think cloud gaming, just like Open Basket, right? That was the name of the grocery company. It's fundamentally changed the economics of e-commerce. So I think cloud gaming, especially for mobile, it tilts the economics more in the favor of the developer. And, from a small developer to a big developer, I think that's where you will see the biggest impact.
Just your thoughts?
So I'll speak from the point of view of a consumer, or also like a wish list, right? Because we're talking about wish list. So I'd actually like to see a bit more focus on like deeper experiences and like more meaningful content. At least what I've seen, and it has been echoed by some of the other industry leaders as well, right? The Indian gaming industry or gaming consumer was not used to playing games, right? We've completely skipped the whole PC console generation. Majority of Indians have started playing games from the mobile phone, and they were happy playing the casual games. They love their Ludos. Now they are playing PUBG, and over time, right, and it's going to happen very fast. People will start migrating to the international quality experiences, and unless we have developers in India who are making experiences of that quality level, we will start falling behind again. Even in the Indian market to international developers. Of course, there is the whole localization and the Indian mythology that we use, right? And a lot of studios are doing that. But I'd like to see much more deeper games being made out of India with like a lot of RPG elements, a lot of like actual like long term, like even with so there are small pockets of companies doing esport, there are companies doing live services and all. But I want to see it all come together and for like very deep, meaningful games to be made out of this region. The only reason thing around that is because the users will demand it. So I hope we are ready when they do start asking for those experiences. It's Indian studios who offer that content.
Understood. So you'll go next, then Nikhil.
No, yeah, absolutely. I think I completely agree with what Tejas just mentioned. So if you just look at those three big pillars, mobile, PC, and console, we have kind of leapfrogged the whole AAA gaming market, right? So India is increasingly a mobile gaming consumer market, but there is a lot of focus on how we can kind of take the Indian consumption market to the next level in terms of giving them the best quality experience, cracking the cultural code as to how can we kind of bring culturally relevant content, and then also make sure that we have the right infrastructure to kind of deliver the experience that they may expect in the future.
Yeah, I would second Tejas sir's thoughts, and it would be a dream come true to be able to play console or PC quality games on a mobile device, on a low end mobile device. I think that would be a game changer for the entire industry, and I look forward to see this happen over the next few years.
Thank you so much. I hope we have been able to cover all the points for the discussion. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much to all our speakers. In our next session titled The Gamified Education, we explored how we can take gaming to the grassroots level and associate with colleges. For this, please welcome Eugenia Yu, Manager Education Partnerships at Gen G Esports, Kevin Mitchell, Founder and CEO, College Esports X and Esports Professor, Emerson College, Ankit Bhatia, co-founder, 𝗚𝗺.in, Kurt Melcher, ED, Gaming and Esports, Intersport and Adjunct Professor, Northwestern University, and 𝗚𝗫𝗺𝗫𝗁, Esports Academic Task Force, University of Hawaii. To moderate the session, please welcome Sanjam Raj Shekhar, VP, Global Communications, MPL. Over to you guys.
Welcome to the most global session of the India Gaming Summit. Over 3 billion people play video games on PC, console, and mostly on mobile devices. There are close to 500 million people who watch esports. More people watch esports than American football and rugby combined. In the 2022 Asian Games at Hangzhou, esports will be an official discipline. And actually, when it was a demonstration sport in 2018, India won a bronze medal. It was a gentleman with the name of 𝗜𝗚h𝗶𝗶 from a small town called Bhuj who won it for India. Some people say that esports will even be bigger than the whole of traditional sports. And numerous studies have shown that video games can help develop analytical skill, strategy, and logical thinking. We can truly say that we are at the beginning of a gaming and an esport revolution. In this context, what is the role that gaming and esports can play in education? How do we get colleges, schools, and universities to introduce esports in their curriculum and co-curriculum? And how do we prepare the next generation of esports professionals to run and manage a global movement? To discuss this and more, we have a very eminent panel of experts from across the globe. Pioneers who've introduced esports as part of the curriculum way back and have been part of the esports collegiate program for quite some time. Academics who are not only teaching, but also doing research on esports. Thank you, Kevin, Sky, Eugenia, and Kurt, who have joined in from various time zones, and also Ankit, who will give the India perspective. I'll start off with Kevin Mitchell. Why should a college or school anywhere across the globe, including India, introduce esports as a part of their curriculum or co-curriculum? And if they do want to introduce this, how should they go about doing it?
Well, thank you for having me, Sanjam. I think esports is essential to economic growth as well as intellectual growth. One of the main reasons that the US started to institutionalize esports is because it was already a massive pastime that was taking place across America in basements, in gymnasiums, in libraries, all across the country. And it was something very similar to our sports infrastructure, which is probably one of the more developed infrastructures in the present world. We have a robust high school and collegiate network that serves as a pipeline for all the professional sports franchises in the US. So as esports started to really develop and matriculate, and with the advancements in technology like broadband technology and cloud computing, it was a natural fit to become incubated on campuses across the United States. The first esports match was taking place at Stanford University in 1972. So as networking capability started to advance, and as the pastime started to really proliferate across America, it was a natural fit. And one of the core reasons we think is because of all of the elements and components that exist within esports. Artificial intelligence, game design, virtualization, and a number of other ancillary skills related to journalism, marketing, production management, event management, promotions. A lot of core curriculum that was already being offered at the university was a natural fit for esports on campus. And gentlemen like 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗏 that you see here on the panel recognized that and started to implement it and utilize the pathway that was already constructed by the current athletic departments and programs, and used similar constructs to create competitive esports framework. And it is essential now more than ever when we're looking at the post-COVID economy, when we're looking at retaining students, when we're looking at distance learning. This is a natural fit in terms of creating more engagement and retention for students, creating opportunities that are inclusive, that are beyond physical, athletic capabilities and attributes. And again, it has an adoption that doesn't require you to drag a youth or a child into participating in it, because it's already a medium that's currently proliferated across the United States. It's something that was a natural fit. It already existed on campus, in communities. So providing a forum and a framework to be able to institutionalize it was a natural fit that developed, again, from the pre-existing infrastructure within athletics, as well as a robust media infrastructure, the game development community, providing support for esports as a marketing channel. All of those factors combined created and converged to help boost esports on campus.
Thank you, Kevin. That's a very interesting piece of trivia you put in there. 72 is when the first esports event was held, which essentially means that next year we're going to celebrate 50 years of esports. And we actually thought esports is far younger than 50 years. Okay. Let me get in 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶 here. Sky will be teaching this course titled Esports and Society at the School of Communication at the University of Hawaii. Sky, tell us about this course. How did you convince the university administration, and what kind of a response are you seeing from students, considering it is few days away from the first course?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you everybody for having me on the panel. The course that I'll be teaching is a course that I actually taught before in 2018 and 19. And it was sort of a one-off thing that the university allows PhD students to do when they do their research. They're allowed to teach one course. And so I was very happy to have that opportunity. The person that was before me that was able to teach a course, he was teaching a course on mobile communications in Fiji and had about 10 to 15 students in the course. And so I was really happy to know that, I might be able to get 10 to 15 students. Little did I know that it hit 40 over the weekend that it opened up, and then we had to cap it because it was basically too large of a course to hold. And so the university was sort of puzzled by this, and they sort of asked me, like, what's going on? What is esports, and why is this so popular? So I did tell them it's a thing that they should be aware of. And it definitely got a great reception. Majority of the students were women, and majority of the students were also individuals who were not from a competitive gaming background or an esports background, which was something that I wanted to have, because of course there was a dedicated choir of students that were from the esports community in the class, but the vast majority of them were just interested in the topic, were curious about it, had a girlfriend or boyfriend who were competitive gamers, and just wanted to understand what was going on in this industry. The course, as you rightly say, is a course entitled Esports and Society. I wanted to model this course against a traditional media and society course, which means that it gives a survey view both of the professional scene but also the collegiate scene. And it basically asks some very key questions about the industry. Number one is the idea that, how much of this industry is legitimized by the fact that there is so much money in it? And is this something to question or something to ask yourself or a student or a parent? So we know that this industry is definitely an industry that's growing, but at the same time, we have to ask ourselves about the sustainability of this industry. Other key questions I ask about is diversity and inclusion in the space. We know that women continue to have a very difficult time participating in either professional or collegiate spaces. And I wanted my students to understand that these are questions they had to ask themselves. Beyond that, we explore sort of intercultural questions. Why has Korea been such a stellar example of what has become for them a grassroots movement into something in which policy and legislation has been created around? And in what ways can other schools, other universities, and other governments and nations, can they learn from that model? And then finally, I asked the question about in what ways, do we discuss these issues with parents? In what ways can we discuss these issues with family members? Because a lot of the students that come to my class come from Asian American backgrounds. And we know that, in particular, Asian American parents can be particular about this topic of video games and esports. And so we sort of discuss ways in which, we can breach this topic or these topics with a mother or a father who may not understand what their child is talking about. And that became a big issue for us.
That's great, Sai. You brought in some very valid points: diversity, inclusion, sustainability. I think these are points that should be opened up. And what a fabulous story! Students just filling up the classes and more students being women students. Great perspective, Sky. Thank you. I'll bring in Ankit here. Ankit, what has been your experience working in colleges in India, and what has been your learning so far?
So, first of all, thank you, Sanjam, for inviting me to this session. Now, addressing directly onto your question. So, surprisingly, everyone warned us that colleges might not be very receptive. Surprisingly, colleges have been very open to hear us out. So you divide the college sector into two segments. There is the students who open up to us very happily the moment we say we want to run a session for you to help you understand opportunities in esports. They are very receptive. Obviously, it stems from the fact that all of them are into gaming. They've either played a game or they know someone who's very passionate about gaming. And even when they're not gaming, they know about live streaming. They've watched a live stream and they spend a lot of their time in live streams. So we start off by hosting a session where we talk to them about esports, the opportunities with esports, helping them understand the phenomenon it is. Among STEM colleges specifically, I think predominantly because they have a very established hostel or a dorm culture. So they have a better understanding of what esports is. But even among the other colleges, they know what gaming is, they know what esports is. They're very happy when they understand how huge a phenomenon it has become. So that's on the students' front. When we start talking to them, there are two factors that they really want, they really get interested by, and they spend a lot of time discussing. One is obviously the job opportunities that esports can open up, both professionally as well as in the industry that sustains it. And the other one, interestingly, is about when we start telling them about how colleges in the US and a couple of universities in Australia, they actually have scholarship programs in esports. It's something that they had never considered before, and then they suddenly realize, wow, this is like mainstreaming education through esports. So that's on the students' front. And in fact, a lot of our introductions to the college owners and the administrators and to the deans happens through the student bodies. Moving on to the deans and the college administrators, again, we thought that we would face a lot of roadblocks. We would face a lot of outright no's, but that never happened. Surprisingly, everyone we've spoken to has been very open in listening to us. One is obviously the fact that most of the deans and college administrators know that most of their students are already gaming. So either they want to understand what this phenomenon is all about, why are they gaming so much, and positively they're also interested in understanding how can they channelize this better. So that's that. One of the great learnings has been that a lot of colleges, they're actually looking at esports. When we start talking about esports and the potential that it offers, they start looking at it as a college brand building activity. You open any college ranking sheet, the media comes out with dozens of those every year. Top 100 engineering colleges in the country, top 50 law schools. You have to realize that the Indian education market has thousands of schools that are vying for the same kind of attention, and they never get it. So if they can develop a successful esports program, that's what we expose them to. If they can develop a sustainable esports program, either through curricular activities or co-curricular activities, you can imagine an engineering college, let's say in Trichy, competing against 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗶𝗁 and IIT Delhi, which are government funded and have a lot of funds. They can suddenly be on the same table, getting the same kind of visibility. So esports acts as a great leveler. And both students and the owners of these colleges actually are vying for that kind of brand attention. So overall, it's been a very positive experience.
Okay, Ankit, that's an interesting point, and a similarity between what Sky said before is that the demands are coming from the student, the interest is coming from the student, and because of the high interest, the college administration and academicians are saying, what is this? Let us introduce this course. One question I have before I move on to Eugenia is, how close are you to actually signing on your first college to launch a formal esports program? Do you think we're going to see a formal esports program in a college this year?
If we divide colleges into categories, there are STEM colleges where it's going to be more. It's going to start off with co-curricular and then move into curriculum. Then there are business colleges where you can understand, BBA in esports management. So that's another track that we are talking about. But one of the early adopters are there are colleges that are running specific programs in sports management. Now they are suddenly taken aback with the rise of esports suddenly over the last 2 years, and they are the ones who have been very receptive. So we're actually working with a couple, and we're hoping that within the coming calendar year there should be an announcement about a new esports specific program within a sports management institution.
That's great news, Ankit. Let me begin Eugenia here. What are the major differences between these three markets? China, Asia, and South, and China, Korea, and United States. And also between Asia and the Americas, or Asia and the West?
Well, let me first start off by saying that my inbox is filled with students from India who are trying to figure out how to make gaming a career. They are so hungry for opportunity. I think the fact that you guys are soon going to launch your first official esports program at the college level will do wonders for your students. And there is no doubt in my mind that in a couple years or so, India will be a leading esports market. We see that the passion is there, the drive is there. But as it currently stands, I think China, South Korea, and the US are really the major players in terms of academic success for esports students. Of course, the main differences, I believe, is related to institutional support and then, of course, parental adoption. When it comes to institutions themselves, I think China, from a government's perspective, has really put in the framework for people who are competitive gamers to start very early on in their elementary school levels. So that would be our entry level here in the US, all the way through university. What they're looking to do is to mirror their Olympic prowess and to build esports athletes from a very young age. So their institutional support is from a very young age. In South Korea, I think academic institutions are still very slow and hesitant to adopt anything in terms of official esports programming. We, Gen G, are very, very proud to support our high school. We actually run and operate our own esports high school in Korea, where students are learning. They're getting a US accredited high school degree while developing their esports skills and getting esports internship opportunities. But overall, the adoption has been slow. However, from a professional institution, they have great support networks. There are teams for the amateur level players, the people who are just before pro players, and then even the professional teams that are pulling from high schools to develop these pro player skills, the same way that soccer teams in Europe or football teams in Europe are pulling in students as young as 12 to start competing for their national and international teams. And then here in the US, we see the exact opposite thing, where the US school system has adopted, encouraged, and really revolutionized, mostly thanks to Kurt, what collegiate esports looks like here in the United States. In particular, during the pandemic, there have been at least 50 colleges and universities that have adopted esports, bringing our number close to 200. Schools have sanctioned over 500 gaming clubs on their campuses, and really, it's very widespread right now. In terms of parental support, of course, in China and South Korea, there are a lot of parents who say, sure, you can game, make friends, play games with friends, the same way we would hear in the USA. Go play baseball with the neighbors, go have a good time. They're encouraging their kids to play games. But when it comes to careers, Asian parents are being a lot more hesitant about exploring what those career opportunities look like. Whereas in the US, we're encouraging everything from event production, team management, game finances, all the way down to being an actual pro player or influencer. So I would say that the parental adoption is quite different as well.
Okay, parental support and adoption is an important point that you raise, and especially valid in context of India. Because if you talk to a regular gamer here in India, they would say that one thing which they lack is actually parental support. How do you bring that in a country like India?
Well, there are a lot of really cool core skills that are learned through gaming. I'm sure Kevin will be able to touch on this as well in a moment. But, from a very early age, kids can learn how to code in video games. People can learn core communication skills. In a game, it's very punishing. Let's say we're playing League of Legends and I'm about to take your blue buff, but I'm an AD carry. You'll probably be very upset with me and not ever want to play with me ever again. So children are being punished for learning things that are selfish or not fair. And they're learning to correct their behavior, to use appropriate language, and to share resources in games. It's a very, very powerful tool for social learning. And of course, there are ways that you can apply learning into video games that would not be possible in real life. For a lot of schools with low-income students, taking your children into the city to visit a national museum or historical monuments in Europe may not be possible. But we've seen whole servers and worlds dedicated to recreating museums in Minecraft. We've seen national monuments like the original Greek theater being rebuilt in Minecraft. We're seeing college campuses being built in Minecraft. These are places that students from low-income areas may never be able to visit, but through the power of gaming can learn, see, feel, and touch. So it's, as far as I'm concerned, a very important academic resource.
Thank you, Eugenia, for bringing forth the power of gaming, as you call it. Let me bring in 𝗚𝗺𝗻 here. Kurt, your experience is extremely valuable in the esports effort across the world. Tell us about your experience and how did you manage to get esports as a part of the varsity level athletics program at the Roosevelt University?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for including me in this panel. Been really informative, so thanks for the invitation. How did it happen? I had been at Robert Morris University as an athletic director for many years. I was also coached a sport team at the university. I had been in advanced planning meetings, long range plans, been involved with upper level administration, and I had a really strong relationship with our president as well. And really the notion came to me as the value that I got as an athlete. I played college soccer, not at Robert Morris, but at another university. And then as I was coaching and also being involved with our student athletes day to day, in the United States, athletics is unique. It is culturally a really strong bond to a university culture and an identity. So much so that there are hundreds of thousands of alumni that continue to support collegiate athletics, whether it's American football or basketball or some of the premier teams at a frenetic level. And I got such value out of my athletic experience, and I was also loved video games. I loved League of Legends. I played it a ton, and it was people like Eugenia from her efforts when her previous life in college and being involved in club building and supporting and growing that area that through the client of League of Legends, I noticed that there were collegiate clubs that were competing against each other. Now, Robert Morris didn't have a collegiate club, but again, I sort of made that connection of like that same value of students participating in athletics, whether it was our basketball team or our American football team. Those same values of soft skill building, of communication, discipline, everything of that second classroom mentality of that real student participation and being a part of something larger than yourself, community building, can be applied to the same skill factors as are in traditional athletics, but are delivered in esports, in League of Legends. So I created a white paper of how I thought it could be implemented and why, and industry growth and the like, and brought it to our president. And he thought I was crazy, certainly at first, because it wasn't just let's start a club. It was, hey, we want a scholarship at the same level as our basketball teams. We want to build a facility on campus. I need to hire a staff of 5 for one esport. So it took multiple meetings and just continued education of what esports is, where it's going, where we thought it was going, and why it would be relevant and deliver value to students, which is at the core premise of all this is value. So I'd like to kind of build off of what Ankit said. Like, it is really, there is still a stereotype that comes with the gamer and esports, and there's a misperception in my mind of what that person looks like. One is automatically male, which is wrong, and it's you can attribute all those things, eating snack foods, Red Bulls, and energy drinks, and somewhat lazy and wasting of time. But organizing it and supporting it appropriately, I think, is really the key to unlock the student value in a productive way. Now, I still believe that there is a big hurdle to climb in solving the why scholastic esports makes sense, particularly to, I don't want to be ageist, but sometimes university administrators are older than probably a generation that recognizes what gaming and esports is and the relevance it has as a digital medium, interactive digital medium. So basically, through all those meetings, finally were able to get it approved and built a facility, hired a coaching staff. We were able to go and recruit some of the best collegiate League of Legends players to come to our university and compete for our school. And Eugenia mentioned it, that it's that concept of varsity or formal esports is school-supported esports has grown rapidly. We're over, it's a nebulous sort of number, but it's around 300 formal, at least self-identified varsity esports programs in the United States, and we're expecting it to be 450 in 2021, with lots of different implementation routes in different ways. Not one program doesn't look like another, which is fine. For 10 years, I feel esports clubs have been clamoring for support and always just sort of organizing on their own. So I think we're just in the beginning stages of seeing what varsity or what school supported esports can look like, and I think the U.S. is sort of a half step ahead, but I think whether it's India or any other nations decide to and understand the relevance to this student set, will only be a positive in their kind of education endeavors moving forward.
Thank you, Kurt. You must share your white paper, update the white paper, and share it with the rest of the world so that they can use the basis of the white paper to introduce more varsity level athletics program and scholarship program. I'll come back to Kevin now. Kevin, you work with Emerson in introducing 2 esports courses. But of course, it should not just be 2. There should be 10, 15 different courses. Can you tell us what kind of variety of esports courses that can be introduced in colleges and universities?
Well, I think there's a variety of different subject matter that you could relate to esports. I started with looking at the business side of esports. I wasn't a traditional gamer from the sense of being able to play League of Legends at a high level. So I had to approach it from a business standpoint, because at the time I was looking at it from a lens of Viacom and CBS from a strategic standpoint. How do I continue to engage an audience that is now being disrupted by digital media and content consumption habits shifting? So when I looked at how I wanted to approach the curriculum side, I really looked at the job space, and I looked at pre-existing roles that needed to be filled. My introduction to becoming an adjunct professor was driven out of the need to identify a workforce that was talented and skilled enough to be able to, assume these roles and positions that were taking place in the esports. And at the time, what I saw was the industry was really just taking traditional game development employees or sports and media employees and trying to adapt them to esports. But I felt that if you could combine a structure that included sports management, events, marketing, all the classes that were related to Emerson's core strengths, which is communications, broadcast journalism, again, film production, things related to content creation strategies and so on, and then intersect them with core elements from the esports ecosystem, which I actually obtained through reading white papers like 𝗚H𝗶𝗄 and looking at other industry press releases and publications, because there really wasn't any pre-existing framework. It wasn't like Chemistry 101, where there was a 2,000-year precedent of, structure. There wasn't really a periodic table. So it was something that we had to kind of devise from scratch. So I looked at what types of jobs needed to be filled. At the time, we had around 15 different alumni from Emerson that were placed primarily in the broadcast and communications part of the esports industry, primarily with Riot Games and EA. And I looked at how I could adapt some of Emerson's core strengths related to communications, broadcast journalism, again, event management, combined it with some of my own expertise coming from working in various sectors of entertainment. And I looked at the needs of the market. And again, that included looking at understanding the history of game development and why publishers help to support esports, as a marketing channel initially, and then to really cultivate more engagement with, potential customers, and looking at the immersion of technology and how that's really fueled the growth of esports, and how does that look long term, and how can we utilize esports as a way to engage students, whether they want to continue to matriculate in the esports industry or to, identify skills that were transferable in other industries. And I looked at guys like Elon Musk, who is, an innovator of epic proportion. And he was, inspired by, gaming. And he looked at, gaming as a way to engage with technology. So I try not to reinvent the wheel. I saw that, the amount of captive audience that was already engaged in esports was something that I really needed to channel from an academic standpoint and utilize it to drive more retention, engagement, and to show a stronger value proposition for students who are currently just really trying to figure out how they can assume a role in society. I think that the challenge is now for students, looking at the workforce and trying to find their role in life and their pathway in life. If they can use interest-based learning, something that they, have been particularly fond of, as a means to create, new engagement, to build economic development for whether it's their company, their country, their institutions, and looking at ways to enhance, all the social benefits now. When you look at, youth engaging with technology, people tend to think that there's a lack of socialization taking place, but in essence, it's more inclusive. I didn't have the athletic talent to be able to participate at a high level. Like Ankit's partner, Tushar was a tennis champ, and I didn't really have much physical capabilities, but I had the ability to understand that my role was to support the gamers, and to provide strategy and direction, and to help enhance the environments, to create better experiences, to help brands and media companies be able to engage, to be able to dissect different customer segments and look at my international student base and understand all the cultural sensibilities related to, them playing particular games and coming from certain areas, and how, social aspects and economic factors and conditions, affect what they're consuming and what they're playing, and why is mobile, a larger, platform, outside of the U.S. And, why are we looking at, different types of influencer, methodologies, and all of those kind of idiosyncrasies all were involved. So we, again, looked at the marketplace. We looked at some elements of game design, but primarily infrastructure related to sports management, marketing, entertainment, journalism, and channeled it into information that was available through industry, exploration.
Thank you, Kevin. Ankit, give us the Indian context here of the kind of courses that we should have be here in India. Kevin, of course, talked about mobile. In India, gaming really is mobile gaming, truly inclusive, reaches all parts of the country. Give us the Indian context, and also tell us about how do you mainstream gaming and esports in India, considering there are probably one or two organizations like yourself doing this.
I think everyone's already covered a lot of great points about how to go about doing that and how they've addressed that in the US market. I like to throw in a bit of trivia to add to what Kevin said about how esports found its introduction inside Stanford in 1972. 10 years prior to that, the game that they played in that esports event was a game called Space War, which was invented inside the MIT laboratory 10 years before that in 1962. And 10 years before that, in 1952, using old World War II computers, the first ever gaming program or game code was designed to replicate noughts and crosses, tic-tac-toe, in Cambridge University. So gaming and esports themselves have very academic roots. So what we're basically talking about right now is bringing it back to universities. It's going the full circle. Now, if you look at the fact that it introduced itself inside a college laboratory, there is a very direct connection between STEM and STEM students and STEM researchers and gaming. Mobile definitely is well penetrated in a country like India. One of the games I've spent the most amount of time in my life was a casual game called Snake, playing a lot of it on Nokia. One of the things we used to do, it introduced us to, or it fascinated us so much that we would open up our phones, check out, how different keys work, can you improve, and try to create a game that goes on endlessly. So it does create a lot of affinity between STEM colleges and STEM students and gaming. It actually encourages students to, tinker around more with the computers. Kevin also alluded to Elon Musk, who's been a great advocate of the fact that some of the best team members he brings on board to his company have been inspired by gaming and have been previous gamers. So that automatically becomes a good way of talking to students and getting and establishing a great connection between gamers and technology. There are other factors also. So if you look at the best visual designers, if you look at the best user experience designers, they can take a lot of cues from the most popular games. They can look around, how gaming interaction happens. They can learn about environment designs. So those are cues that gamers can directly pick up from games and establish it in courses. There are soft skills and value-based skills that Kurt also alluded to. Grit, determination that colleges are more than eager to have. You sit around in any job interview. These are the kind of skills they actually test you for, right? How good are you with teamwork? How good are you with communication? And gaming can help you with it. And then there is, job-oriented skills as well. So when it comes to computer programming, I already spoke about it. Artificial intelligence, any particular skill that will be required in the 21st century that has a bit of computer programming related to it. Gaming becomes a good way of introducing these skills, or at least a level of interest to these kids.
Thank you, Ankit. You talked about taking gaming back to the university lab. The person who's at the center of it all, not exactly the lab, is Sky. He's the person who's doing research on esports. Sky, quickly tell us about your research areas, and also what is the state of research on esports and gaming across the world? Which areas do you think are getting the most attention of researchers? And more importantly, what are the areas that you see more research? Sky.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm actually quite pleased that we're sort of bouncing around the idea of looking at the history of esports, because so often this is the industry that looks forward and doesn't look backward. And there's a lot that we can look, or a lot we can learn by looking back at sort of these origins. And again, 1972, the book chapter that I wrote on the emergence of collegiate esports in North America discusses the importance of that event, because so often that is sort of the marker for what is considered the first esports tournament. But so often the case, nobody ever talks about the fact that it was the first esports tournament that was also at Stanford University's Artificial Intelligence Lab, which was won. Sorry, my dog is barking. Which was won by a graduate student who spent nights with his friends after they did their work playing this game to actually get better at it. And the issue here is that, yes, we are coming back to our roots, which is the university. But it is also important to understand that that particular event in 1972 was also an event in which only a certain class of student got access to the PDPs in the Stanford University Artificial Intelligence Lab. So again, like I said, looking back at our history, it was not everybody that was able to have access to these technologies. It was only sort of the elite of the elites within the research institutes themselves that were able to do that. And so looking forward in research, one of the goals that I want to actually sort of outline is that I think, right now, Sanjam, as you say, what is the future of esports research, or where is that going? A lot of it is quantitative based, because a lot of researchers, especially in India and China, and also in Asia in general, are looking towards this idea of sports performance. How do we get players to become better? And I think that's going to be a natural way of looking at esports and esports research, because people want to develop the players, they want to develop the teams. But I think what also needs to counterbalance that is there needs to be more qualitative work in this area, because my own research at UCI, one thing that kind of stuck with me is that after a particular interview I had with a student over the course of 2 years of my ethnographic research, he thanked me for asking him how he was doing. Right? He thanked me for actually treating him as a person rather than as a subject. Right? Because so much of what we see in technology and esports research is looking at these players as objects, right? Measuring their heart rates, measuring their response times. And at the end of the day, my goal is that, of course, I think we continue to want that sort of quantitative look, but we also need to have an ethnographic study and perspective as much as we can, because it is quite intrusive. I spent a lot of time with these players, and as much as I wanted to spend more time with them, they are students and they have their own lives. I didn't want to be a burden to them. But we have to have a longitudinal look at their lives. It's not enough to kind of take one point and take it out and examine it, because so much changes, even from semester to semester. And so much is demanded of them from semester to semester that we actually don't have a very good look, to be honest, at college esports. We have a sort of 30,000 perspective look at these programs and institutions. But to be honest, we don't have student voices being represented in the research. And so that is one goal that I hope that manifests in the future, is that we actually are able to really take seriously the tribulations and the burdens that these students go through, because it is serious to them and they actually dedicate a lot of time to it. But we don't have a very sort of thorough look at how devastating things can sort of unfold in their lives when things go wrong.
Thank you, Sky. We are actually at the end of the allotted time. But I'll put in two questions, one for Eugenia and one for Kurt. Eugenia first. Sky talked about diversity and inclusion, and your company, Gen Z, is truly a trailblazer. You created the world's first professional all-female Fortnite team, and also launched, I think last year, an all-women Valorant team. Eugenia, what can we do at the school and collegiate level to get more girls in esports and work towards gender parity?
I actually really loved what Sky said about it's not just looking forward about the future of these girls, but also looking back. I believe that we have to celebrate those who came before us. I was really lucky that, X number of years ago, while I was still a student, I had a number of female representatives from the esports and gaming space who mentored me and sponsored me and lifted me towards opportunities. And, they exist. There are generations now of female students who were dedicated and interested in esports and are now working in this space. We have event managers at game production studios. We have women who own their own broadcasting companies, putting on some of the largest gaming events in the world. We have team owners and CEOs who are female. So, and the same way that universities will bring in speakers to help students see what a life as a researcher, as a scientist, as a chemist will look like, and bringing in journalists to talk and inspire the next generation. There are female esports professionals that we can celebrate in the space and should be bringing to college campuses so that younger students can manifest this idea that they also belong in the space. Seeing truly is believing. And then, of course, in addition to that, we need to encourage safe spaces where students can come together and talk about what it's like to be a girl, to be a gamer, and that intersection. And then, of course, we need to sponsor them for leadership opportunities, internship opportunities, and to put them at the forefront of opportunities so that they can continue the train for the next generation.
Eugenia, thank you very much. Extremely valid points. The last question to Kurt. Kurt, you actually worked with the NCAA, the National Collegiate Athletic Association, to explore the collegiate esports landscape in 2017. 2 years later, in 2019, NCAA declined to put esports under its governance umbrella. Yes, there are smaller organizations like the NAC, the ACEL, and EGF. The question really to you, Kurt, is how do you get traditional sports organizations like the NCAA, or let's say, if you look at the Indian context, the Sports Authority of India, to recognize esports?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I would layer on top of that, like, should they? And because there's positives and negatives associated with any of those questions on what does a top down structure do, or how does it intersect with say collegiate or scholastic esports? And I would, I'm more in the favor of that there needs to be some sort of structure and some sort of organization, but it needs to be different. Esports on campuses, and again, this is from the lens of U.S. perspective of collegiate athletics, is a sport of a third kind. It's really just putting an NCAA rule set and structure directly into collegiate esports would not suit it and would not be appropriate. But there are certain benefits, and this is piggybacks right off of what Sky and Eugenia, their last two comments on Sky, talking about social emotional wellness of students, and Eugenia of elevating females in gaming and esports. That can be applied or should be applied. That is applied in traditional athletics in the United States and collegiate athletics. The NCAA is made up of the board of governors make the decisions on what happens in collegiate athletics, and the board of governors are a panel of 16 university presidents and 4 additional outside industry experts. And in the end, what our job was to help them understand the esports and gaming space and what was happening on campuses. So it was heavy research, and we would come back in quarterly updates of what the research would show, what's happening on campuses. And then we built a working committee of presidents and athletic directors, and built a path forward and an intersection of publishers and third-party operators, and continued education, trying to help them understand what was happening on campuses, why it could potentially be a value add to students and their participation, But there are certain questions would certainly come up all the time of like, it's unique. Esports is unique that the publisher owns the esport title, right? Third-party relationships. What does sportsmanship look like in esports? What does seasonality look like in collegiate esports? And that sort of goes off of what Sky was saying. Right now, there is no seasonality in collegiate esports. Varsity esports students are competing from August to June, that nearly daily. And I'm not sure that's the best environment for student health and student outcomes. But there is no regulatory body, or there's no particularly even best practice into what that looks like. So that's why I think there could be value in, as Ankit said, for a Ministry of Education in India, or a body in the United States to put light best practices or pathing, or this is probably what will create a good outcome in esports. And that's why I think what Sky is doing and others around related to research, not just in performance and what creates a better esport player, but what is the measurable outcomes of student value? What are those outcomes of a student that's been, now we've had a couple cycles of a freshman to senior, 4 years graduating. What jobs are they getting? Did they have higher performance academically? We know students that are engaged in some sort of club or activity or sport in the United States, they graduate at higher rates. They generally have higher GPAs. So we know that just because endemically Eugenie has done it. I've seen it firsthand through my students. Sky sees it through his students. Same as Kevin, that it's tremendous value if applied appropriately, but there are no rule sets onto how to do so. And I think some structures, or at least some guide rails into what an appropriate intersection of esports and competitive esports in universities can be useful.
Okay, thank you, Kurt, and thank you, Ankit, Eugenia, Sky, Kevin. What a wonderful session we had, and we do hope that this is not just a global esports movement, but a truly inclusive and a truly sustainable global esports movement. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you to all our speakers. Thank you so much. We now move on to our next session of the day, titled "The Edifice of Gaming." For this, please welcome Jason Wong, Country Product Head, Consumer and Gaming PC, System Business Group, ASUS India. Then we have with us Jagannath Chilaya, Director of Marketing, Western Digital India, and Amit Gochi, CMO, Lenovo. And to moderate this session, we have 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶, Editor, Brand and Marketing, FE.com. Over to you, 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶.
Hi, and welcome to the second edition of India Gaming Summit. And this particular session is called Edifice of Gaming, which means that what is the right hardware that is required to play the right set of games if you're looking at being a serious gamer. So to begin with, just to give you an idea, in 2020, the global PC's computer graphics hardware market was worth around $36 billion US. And the forecast suggests that this will rise to $38 billion US by 2024. Now, the first question is, what is an Indian gamer? What does she think? How does she behave? And what does psychology say? So we can start with Jagan and then move to Jason.
Thank you, 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶. Hello, everyone. So 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶, will start off with a very, very pertinent question. Okay? As you rightly said, there is a clear transition from mobile gaming into PC gaming in India. Okay? Clearly, people are looking for a highly immersive experience. Being indoctrinated into gaming using a mobile today, they want a large screen experience. Okay? So we at Western Digital, given the importance of storage, the type of storage that is used to get the right experience on a PC, we really want to understand the gamer psyche in India, right? So with that in context, we actually did a research, right, talking to about 1,500 gamers across 8 cities. Right? The findings were very, very interesting. Okay? To start with, the demographics per se. Okay? Clearly, we got to see, right, even more mature audience getting into PC-based gaming. Right? About 50% of the gamers were between 18 to 25 age group, and then you had 25 to 30, about 30%, and 20% between 30 to 45, right? Which was not the case earlier. Clearly, the recent phenomenon of truly personal computers becoming personal, which is one person having a laptop in a household to do different types of activities, has actually got more mature audiences also getting into gaming. So that's one aspect. The other interesting aspect is the type of a gamer, right? So there are two types which are kind of emerging in India. Right? One is a serious gamer, and another is a casual gamer. The serious gamer is somebody who's actually investing more than 10 hours of time every month, every week. Not just that, you also see them actually spending about 2,000 rupees per month on game and game related activities. And these are the people who are also into serious esports type gaming initiatives too. Now, the casual gamers, on the other hand, are more ad hoc in terms of their engagement, less than 10 hours a week. Their investment in gaming is less than 1,000 rupees, and they are more mature. So the serious gamer is a lot more younger, and the casual gamer is a lot more mature. The other interesting insight is a good 20% of casual gamers are women, which was not the case earlier, but today, so the gaming is becoming a truly gender neutral. That's how it is actually moving today. So very, very interesting, a very, very interesting trend for us. Now, in terms of the interest as to why are they getting into gaming? Purely, it gives them a sense of achievement. It gives them a sense of collaboration and teamwork. It also helps them unleash their creativity, their cognitive capabilities. So a whole bunch of aspects coming into play in this context. Some of the challenges that we have with respect to today's game experience, they felt that a slow game load time came up as the most important challenge, which clearly means that their ability to pace their game is not very high. They're seeing that as a limitation today. The other aspects include network issues, frame loss, a bunch of things. So what we noticed is 4 out of 5 initiatives, 4 out of 5 pain points they highlighted were clearly related to storage-related aspects, the type of storage that they were using. So that kind of primed up our interest and intent in the market, and we have recently introduced a slew of SSDs under both NVMe technology and the SATA technology to ensure that the gamers have the right type of solutions to solve the pain point they have actually spoken recently. So very, very interesting insights. More when we talk through the session.
Jagan, you talked about gaming being gender neutral. I want to come to Jason first and then go to Amit, because Jason, how would you compare, say, the East Asia market, where you have seen a lot of, like we were discussing a few moments back, the kind of gamers you have seen? For Amit, I wanted to ask, we can, whoever wants to take the question. You've got a very successful range of laptops, right? How is the gamers' behavior any different, or is it not at all? Is it just a perception that what you play? A laptop gamer is equally serious gamer, because again there are a range of laptops, high-end laptops, which we have seen. So, Jason, if you could take the first question, and then Amit could talk about their user behavior.
So I think we can discuss this point from two viewpoints. So one is from the individual, and one is from probably the environment as an industry in India. So I think from the individual, because India is a mobile-first country. So the most population in the gaming industry, they are the mobile gamers. So they start from the mobile game, and they want to experience the better experience in a PC or console gaming. So I think that's one angle we have to looking at. How do we provide one product which can make that easy to upgrade from mobile to laptop? So I think first concern will be the budget, because there will be cost difference between mobile and the laptop. So it will be important from the brand to provide the complete product portfolio for customers to choose from the entry price band to the premium price band. So that's one thing we are trying to offer to the India market. And from the entry, like we discussed earlier, we have the card gaming as the affordable gaming segment. And if for the core gamer, they want to attend the esports game, we also have the ROG series. And even for the much premium segment, we have the different series, so which is day and night gaming. So day and night gaming right now is growing very fast in East Asia, especially in Korea, because right now the user, they are not only satisfied with the powerful laptop, they also want their laptop to be portable. So in India, we also trying to bring a lot of selection in the day and night gaming laptop. So I just take one example. There was one product we just launched in 2 months back, which is ROG Flow X13. And I think the interesting is that this product is a 2-in-1 13-inch laptop. And not only laptop, it also can connect to the external graphic card to upgrade the power further. So this kind of innovative product we want to try the India market and to see how can we help this migration happen much faster from the mobile gaming to the PC gaming.
Amit, would you like to talk about the laptop gamer psychology or the behavior?
I thought Jason covered quite a bit very well. So I'd just like to add a little bit to what Jason has already added. Some of the trends that we're seeing are very interesting. We've always thought of gamers in a very traditional way, and people who are only out there to make DIY kits. They want to build their own rigs, or they're hardcore into esports, or you imagine them to be gaming for hours to no end. Sometimes you also think of them as people who are not particularly social. So there is a certain stereotype of gamers that we have in our mind, but that's actually broken. And as even Jagannathan said, we increasingly see gaming becoming almost like a form of entertainment. And it was I read somewhere, it was very interesting for the latest development that I read about was about Netflix trying to make a foray into gaming.
Yeah.
And it just proves how legitimate form of entertainment it's become. And therefore, those implications are also coming to the laptops category. So first, as Jason said, people are mobile, people are portable. So they're obviously looking for laptops that are thinner, lighter. You can carry them around. And this is an insight that Lenovo tapped into almost 3 years back when we launched our lineup of Legion laptops. And if you even see the catchphrase that we have, it says stylish outside, savage inside. And when we launched it, it was actually a breakthrough in the category because it looked unlike any other gaming laptop. You could be with a Legion in a cafe, and people won't really look at you and say, "Hey, you're a gamer." Or you could slide Legion into a meeting, and that's because people have very, very versatile lives today. You could be running a day job. You could be an entrepreneur. You could be a content creator, an entertainer. You could be pursuing any career. But at the same time, you could also be a gamer. So people are looking for laptops that are versatile and that can pass into both forms of their lifestyle. So that's certainly one mega trend that we've seen. The second thing that has come in is with the work from home, learn from home phenomenon. People are again looking for laptops that they can game with, but are also great for their classes or great for their work, because you've suddenly seen a huge surge of youngsters who are coming in. Finally, the big one I think that we've seen that has really skyrocketed the growth in gaming laptops is the decreasing gap between desktops and with that desktop level performance now coming into laptops. So people are looking for simpler options. They want all that you need in a gaming console or in a gaming station, but without really having to put that same level of effort. And that's I think a huge trend that's here to stay.
What you said, that people are looking a more agile version of being on, say, on a PC or say, on a console. But here I have one question which everybody can answer. For example, if I have to make the transition from a mobile gamer to a serious gamer, right? I have to look at all parts of a hardware. It starts from the screen. It starts from the CPU, where a company like ASUS would come in. It starts from storage, where WT will come in. Now, there are two parts to it. When I have a CPU, which I can put on my own, which I can assemble on my own, and there's a laptop, right? So how does the experience on a laptop is a little different? Also now, because it's a high-end laptop, will I be allowed to have, attach an external storage device, or, upgrade my storage device? Because ultimately you're trying to take that experience into a very dry experience, right? So what is the path for a mobile gamer to become a serious gamer? Also, this is also a question that I've asked because, after being on mobile in India, gamers are now looking at making that transition. How should they approach that transition? So any one of you could start, and probably we can build in from that.
Right. I've been indoctrinated to gaming on mobile. Okay, now how do I graduate to a PC? Okay, so that is one part. Right. The other part is, as a serious gamer, what is it that I should look from my PC? Okay, so let me answer the second question first, right? So as a serious gamer, when it's a serious gamer, right, I'm looking for good experience. I'm not talking about somebody who's into esports or something. I'm looking for a good experience, right? So today, if you look at it, right, if you look at a computer, there are 4 components which actually define a game experience, right? So one is the graphics card. Okay, the second one is the CPU. The third one is the RAM, and the fourth one is the type of storage. Okay? Now, if you look at the technology advancements that have happened out there, okay, the graphics cards today that come into the market are really, really good in terms of performance. Same is the case with CPU, and same is the case with RAM. Right, the defining factor here is the data throughput that will happen between these devices. Okay? All these devices are operating in gigabytes, right, per second in terms of data transfer. The only place where data transfer is happening in megabits per second is the storage card. Okay? The reason why I'm highlighting this is, as we speak today, okay, 4 out of 5 PCs in the country, I'm not talking about gaming PCs, right? If you take any PCs out there, right, are actually running on hard disks. Okay? If you look at gamers, 3 out of 5 of their gaming PCs are running on hard disks. Okay? So the throughput from a hard disk into any of the other important components is going to be in megabits, whereas the other 3 components are going to run in gigabits, which means that no matter how you ramp up, if you don't have the right type of storage type, you won't get the right output if you are looking for a great gaming experience, right? So this is where the recent technology enhancements that are happening in the storage type, right? So storage type moved from HDD into SATA, right? SSDs, and now the latest NVMe type SSDs have come into play, which match, right? Nearly match, right? If you take the WD Black, right, SSD, right, the highest end is about 7,000 Mbps, right? So in terms of throughput, it matches, right, the overall portfolio, and it provides the right experience. So clearly, it's imperative on someone who's looking for a good gaming experience to look at all these 4 components and see how the interplay happens to build the right experience. Right. So that is answering your second question. So coming back to your first question, right? How do I transition from mobile to PC? Right? Typically, the way it happens is I try and use my existing computer at home to play a game, right? So that's how you do it, right? Now the thing that's how the aspects that for you to notice, hey, you know what? Okay, right? What's my screen frame rate, right? So one, okay, what is my OS? OS plays an important role because Windows with DirectX 12 clearly pulls through a whole bunch of experiences and gives you a better gameplay. Okay? And then you got to look at whether you have an ability to upgrade your graphics card into a discrete one if you have an integrated one, or then you actually look at your RAM too, and then you build the entire story. Okay? The most important thing here is this, right? So don't compromise on the drive. If you have a hard disk, ensure that you get into an SSD, right? So if you have a 3-year-old laptop, then like you might not be upgrading to the latest NVMe class SSDs, but you got to get into a SATA SSD. But typically, the laptops which are 1 year old, a year and a half old, will come with the ability for you to upgrade into an NVMe SSD, right? So that would be my advice, right, for people who are looking at graduating from mobile to PCs.
Amit, you want to take it, or should we go to Jason? How would you guys prefer? Whatever you guys decide, because I want to know if I am a laptop game player. Do I get to build my own laptop? Because in certain cases you do. And if I want to upgrade it, how would that happen? And probably after this, Jason, you could add to the point. You talk about stuff being the affordable range, right? So how an India gamer can use stuff to build a career in the gaming business?
So, Anushree, that's a good question. And actually, what multiple players in the category have been able to do now is to bring a lot of options for gamers at different price ranges. Earlier, it was very difficult to make that leap from being a mobile gamer to a laptop gamer, but now it's possible with multiple options and with multiple price tiers. That's one. The second thing the mobile gamers need to keep in mind is that if they really want to up their game, if they really want to up their performance, that performance is going to be possible only with a PC, and that's proven quite clearly now. So I think both the categories do make a really complementary job of adding to each other. Mobile gaming, the whole ecosystem has been a huge driver, a huge channel for recruitment, getting more people into the domain itself. And then the people who really enjoy it, who want to level up, now there are multiple options for them to take on. So that's the biggest change I think that has happened, is that A, people have opened up more to gaming, and B, now there are many accessible options that were not there maybe 5 to 7 years back.
Jason, what does a gamer needs to assemble an ASUS CPU, and how one should go about it?
This will go back to the user itself. So first, it will depends on who you are and what do you want to do with your either PC or laptop. And last one will be, how much budget you have, how much budget you want to spend on this PC product. So go back to your demand. So are you a student and you want to have one PC can also work on your school work, and also you can start your gaming. And in the next step, are you going to become a hardcore gamer to attend esports in the future? So it will also impact what kind of configuration you may require when you assemble your PC, or even when you purchase a laptop. So I think it will depend on your needs and to decide. Because right now in the internet, people can easily search every information you want. But more important is to figure out what's your purpose in the very beginning. That you will not miss out in so many information on the internet.
But then that brings down me to the point that India is a very price-sensitive market, here. So when you're operating in a very price-sensitive market, like you said, there are affordable ranges. Amit said there are affordable ranges of laptops also now. How affordable is affordable? How much of an uptake have you actually seen in serious gameplay? Do you think prices eventually the prices will come down further? Because what I have been told that while we have seen a huge spike in mobile gamers, majority of these gamers will now look at building a serious play, and this is where they will need the right set of hardware. So how do you tackle the price consciousness or the price conscious Indian consumer?
Okay, so I think first let's define broadly what will be the entry price band if we consider gaming laptop. So right now in the market for the laptop without dedicated graphic card, which is the normal mainstream laptop, it's around 30 to 50,000. Then in the gaming, in our definition for the entry price range will be close to 55K to 65K Indian rupees. So that would be the ideal price band, which can provide an easy upgrade for the no matter the mobile gamer or even from the normal laptop user to the gaming laptop. And in generally, the gaming laptop in the 60K price band is already powerful enough for the most of the game. So it's very good starting price point for the entry gamer. And I think based on you also mentioned recent the price also let us price trending. And our observation in the gaming laptop from 2019 to 2020, yes, there's the price of the gaming laptop is actually going down year on year. And I think this year is more special because this year we have faced a lot of shortage in the industry. So the price doesn't further go down this year, but it is at least still maintain a certain range. So it did not increase too high, even considering the supply shortage this year. But we expect probably next year everything goes normal. Then the overall the average price of the game laptop should go down further in the next year.
Amit, how do you look at the laptop scenario? There are so many options available, but if I have to, transit and choose the best price laptop, how would you say somebody would go about? Because there's always an apprehension that gaming laptop is equal to a little expensive laptop. So is that a myth which is in existence right now?
Yeah, so it certainly, as Jason said, it certainly got a lot better. And gaming laptops have become far more accessible than they were. That's one. The second is most laptops, which are, let's say, not even what you call traditional gaming laptops, now have configurations of features that you can play some titles on. Not everything, and not everything at the best experience. The best advice I would give to gamers is to really go research, because the information is out there. You need to really make your choice making very clear. What is it that you're really looking for in a laptop? And with the budget that you have, so for example, there are multiple dimensions to buying a gaming laptop, right? It could be how much do you want to invest? How much do you really want to spec up your CPU? Then there is storage, then there's display, then there's this whole experience. It's also about what kind of chassis do you want? So there are multiple dimensions. I think you've got to make the right choice, first of all, in terms of, okay, what kind of a title do you really want to play? So for example, if it's just one title and you think if it's only a game like Valorant that you want to play forever, I mean, you'll find a lot of gamers who are just going to play one title or two titles. They're not going to really expand their repertoire beyond that, because they're doing it for their own entertainment, to take time off, or they're committed to a particular title. I would start from there and say, okay, if that's the kind of gameplay I want to make, what are the specifications I really need? And what kind of options exist in my budget? Rather than going and saying, hey, I want to buy a gaming laptop. That's too broad. First, you've got to ask yourself, what kind of a gamer am I? Am I a casual gamer? Do I really want to mature and grow into esports as an esports athlete, or do I want to become a streamer? Gaming now is no longer one you can't define in one simplistic way. So first you've got to ask yourself what kind of a gamer I am, or how do I really want to participate, and then you figure out what kind of specifications can make that happen. And then I'm sure with research, multiple options will come up.
So here I want to talk about the Legion range of product you have, and it's been quite a success story. So how does that work out? And then from there, I wanted to go to Jagan, talking about how do you create awareness amongst gamers about the right product. So there are two parts to it. I wanted to start about a case study where it's a successful gaming product, and then I want to know how to create that kind of a buzz amongst gamers, or the awareness.
So if you look at Lenovo's gaming portfolio, we have two gaming brands. We have something called the IdeaPad gaming series, which is for people who are just making an entry into gaming or who are going to do it casually. You've got an option there. Or we've got the specialist brand, which is Legion, and Legion's seen some absolutely fantastic growth. We've grown almost 3 times and hit number one multiple times. And what really got us there in the Indian market, or actually for that matter, the global market, was working very closely with the community of gamers. And that's how Legion was really born. It was all, Legion was born out of the simple insight. Gamers said, hey, we want something that looks different, that feels different. I want the same gameplay experience that I need, but it doesn't have to look like a gaming laptop. I should be able to move around with it. It should be versatile. And that's how Legion was really, really born. And what we've done post that is, I would say, three things which we've been very, very focused on. One is to get a very strong portfolio of products and continuously listening to gamers and upping the experience. So if you look at the latest line of Legion products that we've launched, Legion 5 Pro, which has seen tremendous success. We are trying to we're trying to go beyond the CPU, because CPU is only part of the experience.
Yeah.
For example, if you look at the display is a really, really important component. Right. So, we're talking about display with a 165 hertz refresh rate. We're talking about a 16:10 aspect ratio or a 4-sided narrow bezel, which completely provides a very, very different experience. Secondly, we've tried to look at audio. Again, these are things that people really haven't focused before. So we partnered with 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗺, and if you look at the whole 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗺 audio experience, it gives you this 3D surround kind of experience, which allows you to not just immerse in gaming, but also allows you to communicate very, very clearly with your teammates when you are in a team situation. Or if you look at the use of artificial intelligence, people want things to get simpler. So one of the things that Legion's managed to do is use artificial intelligence to actually to automatically adjust FPS rates basis the game title that's that the user is playing. The user doesn't have to change settings. The system auto detects and makes the right kind of setting changes between the CPU and the GPU. And the big point I'm making is the product is evolving now beyond specs and gigs. And it's actually moving to create these intelligent experiences for gamers. So that's the first thing that's really worked for us. The second thing that's worked for us is a very, very consistent and clear position that we want to appeal to the wider gaming set who want something that they can level up with, but at the same time, it fits into their everyday lifestyle. That's made us really, really unique and stand out and relevant to a whole larger pool of players. And the third is clear focus on community. We've been committed to building esports in the country. So if you look at, we bought a specific esports tournament called the Legion of Champions. We followed that up with Rise of Legion tournaments. We're investing a lot in building that ecosystem with our partners in Intel and AMD to really spruce up the ecosystem and get more people into it. I remember that as in the first year that Legion was launched, we actually partnered with a few very, very young game streamers who had really got into the scene, and we supported, we gave them a platform, and today some of them are big names. So we've stuck by the community. We want to be invested in them, and that's helped us to get where we are.
Kevin, how does WD run? What are the kind of programs that you guys run with gamers? And the question is same for Jason, but I would like to know first how WD does it, and then probably we could go to Jason.
Sure, right. So there are two parts to it. One is, right, how do you actually package your product so that it appeals to the gamers, and the other is how do you engage with this community. Okay, so let me answer the first part, right? So it's just how do we package a product. So right. So as Amit said, right, today it's not just about the hardware or the spec, right? It's about what is it that you provide as a value that will translate to a great experience to the gamer. Okay, so we have our WD Black brand is the product portfolio that is focused on gamers. Okay, clearly, we stand by our proposition, which is for the love of gaming. Okay? Now we have a very close tie-up with popular gaming title owners like Activision. okay, and we actually bring in products which are co-branded with them, right? So, for example, we have a Call of Duty limited edition that is running right now, which if a gamer actually buys along with the product, gets a whole host of features that will enable him have a great experience on Call of Duty. Okay? So that's one aspect. The other aspect is you spoke about affordability, right? So, so within the portfolio, you provide a range, in terms of at different price points, people are able to get the right experience, be it mainstream gaming or premium gaming, right? So that's how you actually segment your product portfolio, right? To ensure that you have a solution at every price point that a gamer is looking for. Okay? The last aspect from a value perspective is how you actually help him, right, optimize his gameplay, right? So, right, Amit spoke about AI, right? So we have an AI-based solution, okay, which will help him, right, play, right, really well at game when he's doing a gaming in full throttle. Okay, we also provide products which has right, great heatsink solution so that he can extend his gameplay. Right, so this is one part of the solution. The other part of the solution is, right, engaging with the gaming community in India. The gaming community in India is it's in a very nascent stage, but it's going to really amp up given the fact that 2022 Asian Games is going to have this, right, as a part of, right, the medal rounds, and they are saying 2024 Olympics, they're looking at it very seriously, right? And hence, right, so you will get a lot of youngsters getting into this right now, taking this as a profession. So at WD, we believe that it has to be influenced at 3 levels, right? So one is, we got to work with the industry as a whole, try and influence and get a right ecosystem and a policy framework in place. To give an example, right? So, CIA conducted India Gaming Conference, and we were a part of the steering committee trying to, right, work through them, sharing our experiences from other markets so that they can give the necessary advisory out there for different stakeholders who will define the policy. Right? So that's one part. Right? The second part is working with the facilitators. The facilitators, when I mean the people who are actually defining the gaming solutions for the gamers. Right? So India's, right, we at the high end of it, we are seeing the revival of the do-it-yourself market. So we used to call them as assembled PCs, 10 years ago. Right? Today, that segment is reviving. Right? As we speak right now, 7% of the total gaming PCs sold, right, install base of gaming PCs do it yourself. So that's being done by really sophisticated system integrators. Okay? So because these are like complicated engineering marvels, let me put it that way, right? That's how the gaming rigs are defined. So we work closely with those guys and tell them how to actually construct those things, and that in turn gets translated in great gaming machines for gamers. The third aspect, right, is working directly with the gaming community. Right? So, so we also have, right, our own gaming tournament called WD Black Cup. Right? So this has been supported by, right, different stakeholders within the ecosystem as it's an activation from the gaming, right, title perspective, and then we also have, right, 𝗚𝗺𝗺 as a partner, right, for this, right, cup, right. So and right, for the past 2 years, we have taken a conscious decision that we should back every big esports tournament out there, starting with ESL, Esports Club, or Sky Sports. Right? They're one of the premier sponsors, right here in this place, so that we can get as many youngsters encouraged, rewarded, and recognized. Over a period of time, we believe that India will have, right, a very good talent pool, right, that sees this as a viable profession as we move forward.
Okay. Yes, and I want to understand the kind of community program ASUS runs in India and the way you are engaging with gamers.
Sure. In the ASUS India, we have introduced our ROG Academy. So this is to foster the professional gamer and in a proper way help them to build up their career in the esports step by step. And on the other hand, how do we help to grow the overall esport activity in India? We also introduced the ROG Showdown in the national level and also the ROG Master in the international level to host the online gaming tournament to provide a platform for the India players to compete and also get the visibility from globally. So that's how we develop and help the growth of the esport industry.
Okay, my last question. You guys have all talked about importance of esports and its relevance right now in the gaming in the growth of the gaming industry, and you've already seen that esports will be made a part of Asian Games, and even there's a talk to include it as a medal in the next Olympics. So from here, as it's very serious, how each one will prepare to take the gaming journey to the next level. So you can start. I mean, Amit, you could start. We could move to Jason, and then perhaps.
We're quite focused on the customer. I think that's what we will continue to do. It's still very early days of the ecosystem in India. While we've seen tremendous growth, the upside is huge still. So we are committed. We want to closely listen to the community, closely follow where the customer is leading us, and Lenovo's always taken a lot of pride in bringing bold innovation to the market. So for us, it's going to be a combination of that. Listen to the customer and continue innovating.
Jason, esports is a big thing in East Asia. How do you ensure your Indian user is part of it? And probably we may win a gold in the next Olympics. Too far stretch, but let's just hope.
Yeah, I think even in the gaming online tournament activity which we host in the APEC globally, our India team also attend in the APEC level and also win a lot of tournaments. So that's one of the factor that we have to bring our Indian player to the global stage, and the lost activity we have host frequently. So I think gradually, as long with our Arch Academy, we have to train the player and have to fostering more professional player, and also we have the platform for them to attend the global activity. And I think this will be the mechanism to continue to improve overall esports level in India.
Ravan, your take on esports and how will you build that?
So as I already explained, Anush, right? So we are committed to the growth of esports in India. We'll stay invested. We will explore all avenues that are available to popularize this. Right? So give you an example, right? So globally, we were one of the sponsors of the Game Awards, right? And India, for the first time, it was live streamed across 14 OTT channels, right? So so that's an example, and we'll continue to look at specific initiatives that we can do at the country level for the development of esports. And as I said, the WD Black really stands for gaming, right, and providing the best gaming solutions. Right, as a core technology company, right, the other important aspect we'll continue to do is to look at innovations, mini innovations, but that'll make large differences in the lives of gamers. Right, so just to give another data point is that two out of 5 gamers run out of space, and then they have to delete titles, right, which is a big challenge. Right now, what that means is, why are they doing that? That's very simple. All the games today, PC-based games, are upwards of 80 GB. Your base level game is about 80 GB, and really great experiences happen at 200 GB. Right? So the latest games that you see out there, they are somewhere between 150 to 200 GB. It clearly means that they also need a lot of storage. Okay? So recently you've come up with a range of external storage portfolio based on SSDs, which means that you can hold your games outside your PC and then pull it in fast as and when you need. Right? So these are some of the innovations based on market needs that we are doing and will continue to do to promote esports and esports related gaming activities in India.
Thank you so much. That brings us to a discussion. I hope to all the budding gamers or serious gamers, this will be of help, and they'll know which product to pick from here on and how to go about it. But thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much to all the speakers and our panelists. From industry stalwarts, we now move on to the gamers. It's time for our breakout session where gamers talk about their experiences and journey in the gaming sector. Please welcome Mansi Gupta, also known as Max Play.
See, video games has no gender. Till date, I don't say or call myself as a female gamer or anything like that. So because esports came and logo esports में opportunities दिखने लग गई, and that's how people started taking gaming as a proper career. So Max Play is basically a fun, goofy girl who likes to crack lame joke and stuff like that. So I started gaming पिछले lockdown में. I started gaming बहुत पहले. I used to play with my elder brother, but तब उस समय I completely inclined myself towards education. So पिछले lockdown में I started gaming full again through PUBG, and my content is all about funny, entertaining gaming, where it's all about my commentary and I make gaming relatable for people. It's for people जो अगर शायद gaming करते भी नहीं है, but they might be able to watch my content. So that's the kind of content I aim to create. And yeah, my content is not only revolving around people जो एकदम pro gaming कर रहे हैं, or like esports players or something like that. It's for everyone who might or even might not be gaming but likes to watch gaming content. It's for everyone. It's for people to connect with me and just basically watching me gaming and experiencing that. So I didn't start with streaming. I started with video content, and as I told कि मेरा whole content is about funny, entertaining gaming. It's not purely just gaming or stream or something like that. So I paid a lot of attention to editing, to shooting, to writing good jokes and stuff like that. So मेरे को एक वीडियो बनाने में initially इतना टाइम लग जाता था, और उस समय मुझे आदत ही नहीं थी कि कैसे गेम खेलते खेलते आप एक फनी कमेंट्री कर सकते हो, कैसे आप गेम्स के बीच में जोक्स क्रैक कर सकते हो, क्योंकि इतना फर्स्ट टाइम था तो नई आइडिया था. तो इनिशियली आई मेड लाइक 5-6 वीडियोस, और मैंने कभी चैनल पे डाले ही नहीं क्योंकि मुझे इतने गंदे लगे कि मैं अपलोड कर ही नहीं सकती हूँ. और मैंने काफी रिसर्च किया, खुद से एडिटिंग सीखी, प्रॉपर गेम प्ले का सेटअप बनाया एंड एवरीथिंग. एंड मैंने अपना फर्स्ट वीडियो शूट किया. मैंने अपने सारे फैमिलीज, फ्रेंड्स सबके साथ शेयर किया. एवरीवन वाज लाइक दिस इज गुड बट यू आर नॉट कॉन्फिडेंट, तो ये दोबारा ट्राई करो. इसी तरह मैंने 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 वीडियो बनाया, और 5th वीडियो जो मैंने सबके साथ शेयर किया तो एवरीवन वाज लाइक ठीक है, दिस इज गुड, यू कैन अपलोड दिस. वो मैंने अपलोड किया, और उस वीडियो को अराउंड आए कुछ 400 से 500 के अराउंड व्यूज आए थे. और ऐसे ही सिमिलरली मैंने हर 3-3 दिन में गेम प्ले वीडियोस में डालती गई. मेरे फर्स्ट 10 वीडियोस के अराउंड कुछ 1000 के अंदर ही व्यूज थे, और सब्सक्राइबर कुछ 1000-1500 समथिंग के आसपास हो गए थे. बट मेरे को समझ में आ रहा था कि ये चीज लॉन्ग रन में नहीं चलेगी, क्योंकि और भी बहुत सारे लोग कर रहे हैं. तो आई एम नॉट ब्रिंगिंग एनीथिंग वेरी यूनिक टू द टेबल. फिर मैंने कंटेंट थोड़ा सा चेंज किया, एडिटिंग थोड़ी चेंज की, एंड एक्चुअली जो उस समय तक मैं थोड़ी कॉन्फिडेंट हो गई थी, सो आई ब्रॉट माई एक्चुअल पर्सनैलिटी टू द कैमरा. And उसके बाद फिर मेरा 11th video kind of got viral, and yeah, उसके बाद I gained a lot of subscribers and views and stuff like that. So that's been the journey. So जब मैं बहुत छोटी थी, I used to play GTA San Andreas with my brother. So उस समय हमारे घर में एक ही कंप्यूटर था. तो मेरे मॉम डैड आर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स, तो उनका वो एक कंप्यूटर था, वही पूरा कंप्यूटर हम पूरी फैमिली शेयर करते थे. सो बेसिकली मेरे भाई का कंप्यूटर था, तो वो उस पे GTA San Andreas खेलता था, तो मैं भी उसके साथ खेलती थी. मतलब मैं खेलती क्या थी, बस गाड़ी चला के लोगों को चलती थी, उतना ही काम था मेरा. सो उस समय से थोड़ा बहुत गेम्स खेलती थी. और फिर वो एक क्रिकेट वाला गेम आता था फोन पे, वो काफी खेलती थी, और GTA San Andreas खेलती थी, मारियो खेलती थी काफी. सो वो इनिशियली वो सब गेम्स खेला था, बट फिर मैं बहुत ज्यादा ऐसे एजुकेशन एंड वो सब में लग गई. सो मैं वो गेमिंग से थोड़ा डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया. बट आफ्टर आई कंप्लीटेड माई ग्रेजुएशन, मैंने वापस से सारे गेम्स खेलना स्टार्ट किया, और बहुत ज्यादा मैं गेम खेलने लग गई फॉर 7-8 hours a day at length. तो मैंने डिसाइड किया कि दिस इज समथिंग आई एम लविंग डूइंग, ये मैं शायद आगे फ्यूचर में भी परस्यू कर सकती हूँ, एंड दैट्स हाउ आई स्टार्टेड माई चैनल. See, video games has no gender. Till date, I don't say or call myself as a female gamer or anything like that. I feel gamer is a gamer. My gender has nothing to do with that. As जैसे आप male gamer नहीं बोलते हो, you say just a gamer. Similarly, I also say कि it's not a female gamer. I'm just a gamer. ठीक है, I'm playing my game. I'm doing my thing. जेंडर का क्या ही लेना देना है मेरे कंटेंट या मेरी गेमिंग से. बचपन में यूजुअली सारी लड़कियां जो गेम्स उनके बड़े भाई पे खेल रहे थे या जो उनके बहनें खेल रही थी, वो सब यूजुअली वो गेम्स खेलते आए हैं. सो आई डोंट नो व्हाई वीडियो गेम्स से पर्टिकुलरली ये परसेप्शन बना हुआ है कि लड़कियों का नहीं है, क्योंकि इफ एनीथिंग girls are doing really great on YouTube. Esports में भी अब धीरे धीरे लड़कियों का पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ने लग गया है, जो कि पहले नहीं था इतना ज्यादा. बट अभी लास्ट 1 year में लड़कियां भी esports में पार्टिसिपेट कर रही हैं. They are part of big major teams, they're winning medals and stuff like that. So ये जो perception है ये with time change होगा. There's nothing कि लड़की वीडियो गेम नहीं खेल सकती है, या she can't be a pro, she can just be a noob, ऐसा कुछ है. वो सबका ये बस कुछ लोगों की थिंकिंग है जो विद टाइम होपफुली चेंज होगी. बट आई फील धीरे धीरे इंडस्ट्री ऑनेस्टली इवॉल्व हो रही है. और वो जो एक सिचुएशन में हम पहले रहते थे जहाँ पे लोग बिल्कुल ही गर्ल गेमर्स एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते थे और उनको ऐसा टैग दे दिया जाता था कि नहीं ये तो खेल ही नहीं पाएगी, तुम्हारे लिए गेमिंग है नहीं, वो धीरे धीरे इवॉल्व हो रहा है. सो वी मूविंग 2 steps ahead, बट होपफुली दिस विल गो अवे वेरी सून. Gaming screen is very important firstly because when you're playing the game, right? So यूजुअली लोग को जो सबसे ज्यादा गेमिंग जो प्रॉपर गेम्स है जो लोग ऑडियंस देखते हैं, द फर्स्ट थिंग एंड द बेस्ट थिंग दे लाइक अबाउट अ गेम इज देयर ग्राफिक्स. सो ग्राफिक्स इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर एन ऑडियंस जो आपका गेम प्ले देख रही है. तो अगर आपका स्क्रीन अच्छा नहीं है तो आप वो कलर्स, वो ग्राफिक, वो फ्रीक्वेंसी सब कुछ उनको नहीं दिखा सकते हो. सो आप फॉर यू टू हैव अ क्वालिटी कंटेंट की आपकी अगर आपको ऐसा कंटेंट बनाना है जो शायद ऑडियंस बैठ के 3-4 घंटा आपका कंटेंट देख सके, सो फॉर दैट यू नीड टू गिव देम द बेस्ट क्वालिटी, द बेस्ट गेमिंग एक्सपीरियंस जैसा वो अपने घर पे ले सकते हैं. क्योंकि इंडिया में अभी भी अगर आप पीसी गेम्स की बात कर रहे हो तो बहुत सारे लोग के पास पीसी नहीं होता है. अगर होता भी है तो वो लो एंड पीसी होता है जिसपे अच्छे ग्राफिक्स नहीं होते हैं. तो जब वो आपको देख रहे होते हैं, सो दे वांट दैट काइंड ऑफ ग्राफिक्स, दे वांट दैट काइंड ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस जो शायद उनको ना मिल रहा हो, बट दे आर living it through you. So for that reason, I think screen and game ka graphic and everything is very important. So a good screen is very important firstly because जब आप गेम खेल भी रहते हो तो आपकी गेमिंग एक्सपीरियंस और आपका जो गेमिंग जो आपका गेमिंग एक्सपीरियंस है और आप कैसा गेम खेल रहे हो, कौन से लेवल पे खेल पा रहे हो, उसके लिए इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आप सारे कलर्स आपको दिखें और बहुत ही माइन्यूट डिटेल्स और ग्राफिक्स दिखे. तभी अगर आप एक FPS गेम खेल रहे हो तो आपको दूर दूर से यू कैन फाइंड बंदे जिनको आपको मारना है एंड स्टफ लाइक दैट. सो उसके लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एज फॉर अ कंटेंट क्रिएटर इट्स सुपर इंपॉर्टेंट क्योंकि देयर आर टाइम जब आप स्क्रीन पे 6-7 आवर स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो या आप लगातार रात रात भर 2-2 रात जाके एडिटिंग कर रहे हो. सो स्क्रीन ऐसी नहीं होनी चाहिए जो आपको आंखों में लगे या आपका आफ्टर अ पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम आपकी आंख इतनी ज्यादा दर्द होने लग जाए, रेड होने लग जाए. एक्सपीरियंस दिस एंड दैट्स हाउ आई स्विच टू लाइक अ बेटर स्क्रीन. सो वो नहीं होना चाहिए. सो यू नीड टू हैव अ स्क्रीन जो आपकी आंखों पे सटल हो. कुछ स्क्रीन होते हैं जिनके कलर्स इतने ज्यादा एक्सट्रीमली ब्राइट होते हैं कि आपकी आंखों को चुभते हैं. सो वी डोंट वांट दैट. यू वांट अ स्क्रीन दैट हैज डार्क मोड, लाइट मोड, सटल कलर्स एंड nothing too extra or bright or something. Proper contrast, exposure and everything like that. So that's why for a content creator a good screen is a must. It takes me about like 5 days, including the gameplay, the editing, the scripting and everything. So मेरे को usually edit करते करते 2-3 days का time लग जाता है. So that's the major part जिसमें मेरा time जाता है. But other than that, 2 days I take 1 day for the gameplay part and for recording, shooting, 1 day for scripting and 3 days for editing. So there's this gamer in West, she's called 𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗏. I follow her a lot. There's Pokemon, there's Sniper, there's Jacksepticeye. So I follow these people a lot. Usually I follow West creators जो gaming में. And obviously there's a Indian creator called as 𝗜lich𝗱𝗶 and even techno gamers. These people are very inspiring. They work very hard to put out content very consistently. So these are the few inspirations that I had when I started my channel. So the most trending game right now is Minecraft and GTA, and abhi recently BGMI aaya hai, so even that's trending. So I play GTA and Minecraft. I recently started playing BGMI as well, so मैं वो भी pursue करूँगी. But ideally these 3 games are the most trending games right now. So the rise of gaming in India is mainly because of two things. First is technology, second is affordable internet connection. So पहले obviously लोगों के पास internet इतना easy accessibility नहीं था, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities. उनके पास proper smartphones नहीं होते थे, and even पहले smartphones जो आते भी थे used to be very expensive. So now अभी एक cheaper affordable smartphones भी आ गए and as well as Jio भी आ गया है. तो जब से ये two things have combined, तब से gaming have taken a big leap. And I think in coming few years or months, affordable budget गेमिंग पीसीज भी आने लग जाएंगे. Like as of now गेमिंग पीसीज थोड़े से एक्सपेंसिव होते हैं, so इसीलिए बहुत से लोग इंडिया में अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते. But I think people are working on bringing an affordable budget PC as well. So once that comes, PC gaming will also take a huge rise. But ideally, these two, technology and affordable internet, are the two main reasons of rise in India. And also because esports came and local esports में opportunities दिखने लग गई, and that's how people started taking gaming as a proper career. पहले लोग as a fun लेते थे, but after esports and seeing so many gaming creators rise, लोग उसको और seriously लेते हैं, now putting full efforts and hard work into gaming and thinking of it as a long-term future. Oh, so there was a time. There was a time I was playing PUBG, and in PUBG ऐसा होता है कि आपको need होता है जो आपको फेंकना होता है enemy के घर में. So I was trying to throw that, और वो किसी wall से bounce back होके मेरे घर में आ गया था, and I died. And that was a very funny and disastrous moment. I took my entire team down with me. So that was a very funny epic moment. There are a lot of times it happens in PUBG or BGMI where you're actually finding the enemy and suddenly you win क्योंकि वो blue zone या वैसे कुछ मर जाता है. So वो चीजें भी काफी epic होती है. वो काफी rare होता है, but sometimes that happens. So that's pretty cool. I think probably a hardcore PC game should be trending next year. Games like Valorant or Call of Duty might be trending next year because, as I said, people are working on budget, affordable PCs. So once that takes a rise, तो फिर games like Valorant and Warzone इन सब का भी trend आने वाला है in future. अभी तक ये game इंडिया में लोग नहीं खेलते हैं because PC का access नहीं है. But these are amazing games with amazing graphics. अभी भी कुछ लोग खेलते हैं, but लोग mass में नहीं खेल रहे. So very soon we'll see a trend जहाँ पे ये proper PC games, FPS games like Warzone and Valorant will be highly trending. Someone who wants to start gaming, be consistent. Quality over quantity always. If you're not streaming, if you're creating video content, then focus on quality. If you're streaming, be consistent. And for female gamers, never take any kind of mean comments to heart. Those are immature people who are just behind the screens, or they're looking for people to put down. Do not go in that track. Do not take those comments on heart. Keep grinding, be consistent, और जो आपको अच्छा लगता है आप वो खेलो, create content. Initially start with trending games, but do what you actually like to do and bring something unique. It could be editing, it could be your personality, it could be anything. Do that and do not ever, for female gamers, take mean comments to heart. Never.
Thank you, Mansi, aka Max Play. Now we move on to the next session of the day titled Console Gaming and its Rise in India. In this session, we will take a deep dive into the gaming console market in India. For this, please welcome 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗶𝗶, founder and CEO, Spiel Studios, 𝗚ৃঢ়𝗺𝗶𝗶, business head, Home Entertainment, LG Electronics India, and Ashim Mathur, Senior Regional Director, Emerging Markets, Dolby Laboratories. The session will be moderated by 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗵. However, before we start with the session, I would like to remind everyone that you please stay connected with us throughout the course via a social media hashtag IGS2021. And I would also like to take this time to thank our partners, our presenting partner, MPL, our co-presenting partner, WD Black, LG OLED, and Google Play. I would also like to thank 𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗵, our knowledge partner, as well as our industry partner, AIGF, and our associate partner, ZUPI. Sorry, everyone, we seem to be having a technical difficulty. So we shall move on to the next session, which is from mixed packs to mixed games, creating the framework. In this session, we will explore how to tackle different genres of gaming and from where to start in terms of creating the right regulatory framework. For this session, please welcome retired Justice 𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗂𝗃, Ruby Singh Ahuja, Senior Partner, Karanjawala & Co., 𝗬𝗫𝗺𝗺 Moinak, SVP Policy and Legal, Mobile Premier League, and Roland Landers, CEO, AIGF. To moderate the session, we have 𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶, Senior Advisor, IP, Technology, Media and Entertainment, PDS Legal. Over to you, 𝗚𝗚𝗺.
Gambling. But the second meaning, which is very interesting, is the practice and activity of playing computer or video games. And that is really focusing on what we are presently discussing. Now, in a crazed city like a country like India, where cricket is all in all games, when you think of the revenues generated and how much that particular activity is worth, roughly, I got a figure of on the net in 2020 that it was around 6,000 crores. And when you compare it with the value of the gaming industry, in 21, it is 13,600 crores. And by 25, it is predicted to be about 30,000 crores. Now, Roland, you may correct those figures. I have only derived them from the net. But this is what we are grappling with an industry and an activity, a leisure activity, or even now it is transcended that it has become, I think, it may soon become a professional activity, which is so very important. I would also like to, at this stage, mention the judgment in Jungly Games, which has come out only a few days ago, and that is by the Madras High Court. And it said, I think it is going to set to rest this whole prejudice that there is against gaming. So it recognizes that there is a difference between gambling and gaming. And that is why I had mentioned the two definitions. One was always associated with gambling, and the second is a skill game. Now, it also recognized that wherever there is, once again, there have been so many decisions from the Supreme Court also, that if it is a skill, it has to be respected as a skill. That is what we're dealing with just in this present symposia. So I don't know, there's a short introduction. I'm sure that there'll be more questions to be asked and answered, hopefully. So I hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Justice Sen. That's very pertinent because technology has outpaced regulation as usual in India, and we have these gaming laws which are so dated from the British Raj, having the morality and the stigma attached to gambling, which doesn't take into account today's professional gamers and the skill involved and all those aspects of it. So I would like to ask Ruby a question for Ruby at the moment is, how do you tackle the multiplicity of these legislations when you're dealing with, your litigations and in this sphere?
Yes, it is an interesting question, Pragni. First of all, I just taking to what Justice Sen said, I want to say one thing before I deal with your question. That, unfortunately, what has happened that, gambling, I'm not even starting with gaming, gambling, because gaming sometimes now states have used this umbrella of gambling to legislate on gaming. And gambling also right from old ages is a evil as well as auspicious. You will be very surprised that, we were taught that Pandavas had to lose their kingdom because they gambled. And there are certain households in India which gamble on a Diwali Eve because it is considered to be auspicious. So I don't think so, even whether it is gaming or gambling, the one brush formula works as the fragmented approach by states have been. States have relied upon the entry of gambling to legislate. And that is how we do it is this, that yes, it is unfortunate that various states have various laws. Meghalaya has a different law. Tamil Nadu has a different law. Of course, the amendment has been struck down, as Justice Sen rightly referred. So we have the correct approach, I think, for any legislation or any question which comes in this field is to somehow, if you can fit into a game of skill, then only you can come out of this umbrella, whether it is gambling or not. That used to be earlier, right from 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶 cases and all. Now, unfortunate things have happened that various states have said that even if it is a game of skill, the moment you add money or stakes to it, it becomes gambling. And secondly, I think the very crucial difference, which I don't think so can ever verify the test of Article 14, which is a game when it is played outside with a physical form, it's all right to play it. When it is played in a virtual form, it ipso facto becomes gambling. So these are the other second problem, I think, which states by their legislation have tried to wipe out. And no, I don't think so they will ever be able to test Article 14 if they take it. So it's very interesting. Boxing, which is a game, which is an Olympic game. If people who play video games, if they play this boxing game on their video or in a virtual world, if these legislations are correct, then that is gambling according to them. And how do they get out of it is very interesting. They say there is an element of chance. It is any game of skill will have as much element of chance as human life has. If every game of skill has an element of chance, then even litigation has a game of chance. I think it has a fairly large element of chance in it. So now that is a second thing I think one has to figure out while dealing with any case as to whether you can fit it within it a game of skill, and whether you can say that whether you can come out of this by saying that even if just because a money or stake is added to it, it does not become gambling. As the various courts have now also dealt with this issue, and now Chennai High Court has actually said that, you can't wipe out this difference and say if you play outside, you're okay. If you play inside, you become gambling. So I think this is the only way one can deal with it. It's unfortunate. This fragmented approach by each state needs to be, I think, curbed. Though I am not personally ever in favor that any business needs to be prohibited or, even restricted. There has to be a self-regulation by the industry. I think India needs to come out as a mature society. But if it is not happening and states are hell-bent to do it, I think center should step in and maybe some sort of regulations can come. But I am certainly saying that no prohibition, no restriction. It is also another business. It is like any other business. Employment is generated, taxes are paid. Why is it not that it should not get the protection under Article 19(1)(g) as you give it to any other business? It deserves that. And I think online gaming industry is here to stay. And I'm sure many Indians are welcoming it.
Thank you so much, Ruby. You took the words right out of my mouth, because the second question for you was about the the physical game parlors versus the online gaming, and that the moment you put money in there, like Kerala has had introduced notifications last year to ban online rummy for some odd reason when they allow physical. Rummy is allowed in the physical parlors. So it's very interesting that you spoke about that. I'd like to now ask Mr. Justice Sen to speak a bit about the whole online gaming is growing at such a fast pace, and we really need a standard legislation, like Ruby said, and the center needs to step in, perhaps, because there's too much multiplicity between the states. So what are your views on what would be required to create such a basic infrastructure for gaming regulatory framework, and which deals with all genres of game, whether it's real money gaming, fantasy gaming, poker, rummy, bingo. What should be the approach that India should adopt?
I think I recall in the previous webinar which AIGF had organized, I think you were also, others were also involved. I had also voiced what Ruby has just said, and that is that there is no reason why gambling pure and simple should also not be legitimized, because it generates employment, and most of all, it needs regulation. And you can only regulate when something is legal and recognized by law. And the state gets so much tax for this activity. It's comparable to why prohibition is not imposed everywhere. Everybody believes that it's not good for you, but it does generate a lot of excise and other duties. Now, as far as gaming is concerned, we must keep in mind that it falls under what is called the state list. And when it falls in the state list, there's not very much that the center can do. And that is why I think there is litigation, so much litigation in all states. Chennai, we've already dealt with. There is litigation in Kerala that I'm aware of. There's litigation in Hyderabad, because all states have legislated on their own. And on their own, one would say, skewed idea of what gaming is about. Because again, there must be a clear distinction between gaming as we see online gaming, which has now been has been accepted as a game of skill rather than plain gambling. If it is a game of skill, and if I'm not mistaken, I don't have the judgment in front of me, the Madras High Court says that if this is going to be just because you've got a prize money with it, if you are going to ban this, then you have to ban cricket, and you have to ban a whole lot of other games, even though those avowedly are games of skill. Now, let's take of course, Ruby. I don't know. I couldn't exactly understand what she meant. Did she say that it's a game of chance because it's just by chance that the judge may understand? I don't know whether she meant that by her argument. But when you take any game, for example, let's say take chess, game of skill. Who's going to say it's not a game of skill? But what does it depend on eventually? There's so many draws. If you notice, if you're a chess player, a lot of games end in draw. So what you're really grappling with is the mistake which a person makes, and that's chance. If you take a game like bridge, which nobody says is a game of cards, with all the connotations. But it also, you are dealt with lousy cards, you're dealt with good cards. With good cards, you may lose. With lousy hands, you may make the other side lose. But to come back to the point, it falls in the state list. So there's very little that the center can do. It can maybe nudge and prod, but to expect the center to do all that, I don't know. So what I foresee is a few more judgments, like a game of skill and cards, etc. Now is settled, and I think that's what I had voiced the opinion some months ago, that these state legislation will be struck down. I think a few more from the different high courts, and then they will have to sit down and think what is the way out. And I think if you, like the federation, the AIGF, of which I'm part, so I know what the charter is about, etc. They will have to take their advice and then bring about a legislation which will work in all the states. So I don't know if that has answered your question, but so it is up to the states, and then you want uniformity so that you don't go from one state to the other to partake in the same game. So let's say even esports, like take for example, when you're selecting a team, a cricket team. Now forget gaming. You have these fantasy games. But when you're selecting a team on the national level, what are the selectors doing? From their own knowledge or understanding, they're saying who will fit into where. And that same expertise is being done by someone else. That's skill. It's not just fantasy. So the name is fantasy. I would wish they would change fantasy. I would wish that they would change gaming also, because it has the wrong connotation. But we have to move ahead. First of all, even if it is gaming in the old traditional sense, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. All over, it is regulated. It gives a lot of income. I was talking to somebody just today about sports, about hockey, and the person said, "Yo, you know where we find a foreigner?" And he said, "We financed these sports which were not getting financial support from the national lottery." So there are so many aspects to this whole activity which we are looking at, I think, with prejudiced eyes.
You said that states should come together somehow, which is and have a uniform approach with the help of institutions like the AIGF, which I foresee that to be a challenge. But let's hope that it does. The industry is able to get the states to work together on this, because really that's what it needs right now. There's so much uncertainty that I think poor 𝗜়H𝗶𝗶 must be having. I don't know what he does the whole day. So how do you deal with the multiplicity of proceedings, 𝗜ษ์𝗶𝗶?
Well, it's confusing to say the least, and thank you so much for having me here first and foremost. But yeah, it's confusing to say the least. We have to go state by state, look at what are the specific rules for that state, and then implement it, and then consistently monitor, because you never know when the law changes. When a new set of amendments are brought, when they're removed, and what game becomes legal where and becomes illegal where else. So it can get confusing, to be honest. But at the same time, I think the courts here have stepped in and done a great job. I think the most, Justice Sen, of course, spoke about the Tamil Nadu judgment on all real money gaming, including fantasy, poker, rummy, and the rest. Right, but the Supreme Court also batted for the industry recently when they ruled in a petition that the question of whether fantasy sports is a skill-based game or not is no longer res integra, no longer open for debate. So I think I do hope that Justice Sen's foresight comes true, and I hope that the courts continue to see and apply the right kind of legal principles and give us the kind of uniformity that obviously 28 states legislating in their own way will probably not give us.
Thank you. One more question, which is a follow-up for you, is in the states where you do have online gaming permitted, in Meghalaya and Nagaland, what are the licensing challenges you face? Do you find it's easy to do that, or as a platform you still have challenges with all those things, even in the states where they're allowed?
Well, even so, first and foremost, I think in states where there are two types you're talking about, right? First, there are states where there is no licensing system, but gaming is allowed. So that would be everything, barring those 3-4 states that you were talking about, or a state like, say, Telangana, right? So say Karnataka, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, UP, Rajasthan, all of them, all the main states, they don't have a license system. But in the states that do have a licensing system, there is again an issue with non-uniform requirements, sometimes requirements of registrations within those states, which can get challenging, because in the online space, honestly, it shouldn't matter where your head office is and where your employees are and where your building is and so on and so forth, right? So in the online space, to take that kind of a stance can get a little complicated, can of course add a lot of regulatory and compliance costs to companies, and that's particularly bad for new companies that are coming into this space, right? So it's a growing, fast growing, hyper growth space, which means a lot of investment and a lot of new companies come in every day, and they're going to find it harder and harder to enter the space as you have this multiplicity of laws, as you increase compliance costs. So in the end of the day, if you think of it from the consumer's point of view, you by doing this, you are essentially narrowing down the possible options for the consumer, and you are stifling competition within this space, which is probably not a great idea in a new tech space, right? So yeah, I mean that's where we are today.
I think now, if Roland, if you can speak a bit about esports and self-regulatory bodies and how you think that would help, in this whole process where the states are really having too many different opinions. How do you think you can step in, and how do you think esports is growing generally?
Thank you, Pragni, and good evening, everyone. Happy to be sharing the platform with Justice Sen and Dibya again, and to be introduced to Ruby, Ahuja, and yourself, Pragni. Thank you, the Indian Express Group. So to answer the question, so as the gentleman on the panel mentioned, we must remember that the industry is self-regulated. So the online skill gaming industry is self-regulated, and AIGF, which is the apex industry body, and the only industry body that self-regulates all skill gaming formats. And of course, within the horizontal of online gaming, we have maybe 4 to 5, like the Bijoti mentioned. We have fantasy sports, we have online poker, rummy, casual gaming, and even educational based gaming like quizzing, and then finally esports. So all of these, the expert committee that we have, the advisory panel, which is led by Justice Sen himself, and the other domain experts, we try and self-regulate in the best possible manner. It has held the industry in good stead over the last 6 years. The industry itself, we must remember, is not very old. It's only about 10 to 12 years old. So self-regulation, like with other new age tech sectors in the past, like OTT or broadcast content, so many of them took the path of self-regulation, and then eventually, when it is mature enough, is formally regulated. So as you keep pace with the, as Ruby rightly mentioned in the beginning, that technology and the business itself is outpaced the regulation. So self-regulation is really has helped the industry. It has grown exponentially in the last 3 years, but the growth, the wheels of growth were put into motion way back, almost 6 years back, and we saw that coming, and that's why we set up the federation with the help of stakeholders like MPL and so many others of our members. Now we also work. So obviously, one part of our advocacy programs is with, working with the centers. But in our experience, whenever, the judiciary or whenever it has been called to question at the center, all the various ministries that we interact with have always pushed back, the subject back to the state. And as Justice Sen mentioned, it is a state subject. So we do work with many state governments. We do our advocacy programs with them. I think one of the big problems is about the perception and awareness of the sector. And that has been to a large extent over the last maybe 5-6 years mitigated, because now a lot of more people are able to make the demarcation between games of skill and chance. And also parallelly, what we are seeing, there's a big challenge which states must recognize, is really the problem where it is coming from are the illegal offshore gambling betting companies, which are not only running their businesses but also advertising rampantly, using celebrities from cricketers from here, and all of the AIGF members and the industry itself here are all Indian registered companies paying their direct, indirect taxes. And so there's a great disparity there, and those are because of those rogue operators, the entire industry itself of online skill gaming is called to question. But all said and done, I think we've crossed $1 billion, and as Justice Sen mentioned at the outset, looking at doubling that by 2023. So a lot of the states, we are working with definitely at the judiciary front, at the bureaucracy, and also with the legislature. So progress, it's work in progress, and we try to do things proactively, and which we are doing now. But in some states, in the past, we've seen that we could only react, only be reactive in nature, because things were happening at at such a pace that really we could not look at it in a progressive manner. But now we are well aware, and as I said, at the side of the bureaucracy and the legislature also, just like the judiciary, they are also well informed because of these interactions that we were having with them. So I think we are in a good place after the Madras High Court judgment, particularly for the industry, and we look forward to taking this further with dialogue with all of them, including Tamil Nadu in the near future.
Thank you, Roland. That was very informative. Back to you, Mr. Justice Sen. What learnings do you think we can borrow from developed gaming markets such as South Korea, Japan, US, UK to create a framework in India that is based on self-regulation, as Roland just spoke about?
I don't know whether we can really copy what is happening in other countries, because each country has its own typical way of participating in a game or a skill. I am informed that in India, rather than on the players are usually on their cell phones. So we'll have to devise some way of regulating that. What is the main concern? The main concern is with perhaps the younger generation, which is spending too much time on gaming, online gaming. Now, Roland just mentioned OTT, and after doing chairing the BCC, 𝗶𝗶𝗶, I am now on the OTT, the chairman of the regulatory body. And there again, I was surprised in BCCC, and I'm surprised again in the OTT area, how the, what should you say, delinquent person readily accepts a decision, because it's coming from their peers, from people who are in the line. I'm only chairing it, but everybody else on the committee on this OTT are either producers or film producers or actors, etc. And they're willing to accept the point of view of a body like that. So it's so important that the views of all bodies which are in there rather than legislation, and certainly rather than the courts, because the courts are not there to legislate. I mean, for the state and to take the views of people who are involved in the industry to bring about good legislation. Unfortunately, in India, everything is dependent on the state. Everything. So that may not be the right approach. So in India, we have to look at our own problems, our own peculiarities. Who's going to assess them? The state must look at all that, and then then devise a proper way out. So I don't know whether we can replicate something which is happening in other countries. We have to look for it for ourselves.
Thank you so much. Just a follow-up question on that. In terms of what you were talking about, addiction and children. So how do the regulations then? How do we kind of formulate a balance between, say, public policy and the addiction in the children and the lower, younger people? That's one aspect. The second aspect is also lower income groups, right? A lot of them are losing a lot of money, which they don't really have. So how do we protect them? And especially in Kerala, where on the one hand you have alcoholism and they're spending their money on that. And I think that's why that whole online rummy, that's where I feel that notification came from. But how do we strike a balance so that the sector can grow and at the same time these public policy considerations are, balanced out?
I think Roland can answer that properly, because we have restriction. We try to cope with that even in the charter, and there are ways of doing it. And I think they would be better. I can't really mention answer that.
I will
it's interesting you mentioned Kerala and drinking. That was the last judgment I delivered, by the way. I struck down. I upheld the policy all through, as far as, because it had become so rampant to drink. And then 6 months after the decision was given, the state abolished everything. And so back they are to the same position. But up to you, Roland.
Yeah, Pragni. So, thanks for asking that question. The thing is that for the online skill gaming format that we are focused our interests on, it is there are definite checks and balances. Like 𝗜lich𝗱𝗶𝗶 is from Mobile Premier League, one of the leading gaming platforms, and there is at the outset itself, it is only for 18 plus.
Yes.
So for all our members at the age follow the self-regulation charter, which is called the Skill Games Charter. Now those are for the various formats of skill gaming, and at the operator level, at the business level, they have to adopt those charters, and they have to run their businesses as per the do's and don'ts laid out therein. After that, we also have an audit process for the members, which could be done periodically, ideally once a year. And for that we have partnered with global leading consulting firm 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗺. So they are auditing our businesses who are our member stakeholders, and all of these charters, as far as the games of skill are concerned. Now, in those charters, we have pre-approved games based on various case laws. But even beyond that, if a platform would want to innovate and look at a certain format, then they can, that format is sent to the advisory panel and the domain expert committee, and then if it passes that scalability test, then it can become an approved game. So that is the process we follow. But to from the responsible gaming side of things, there are definite checks and balances at various levels. And at the member stakeholder level, also the player protection side is well taken care of. So the first level of grievance redressal happens at, let's say, the MPL, they would have a well laid out mechanism for that, because it is not humanly possible to do it at the federation level, because one must keep in mind the number of gamers today is well exceeding 300 million. And, a platform like MPL, Divyajyoti can give the numbers, but, even if you look at, they are a platform of having multiple game offerings, easily running into, close to 70, 80, 90 million. And it is just not humanly possible. Whatever you set up, a call center, whatever size it be, it's just not humanly possible. So at the member stakeholder level, the grievance redressal happens. But beyond that, also at the federation, we are trying to bring in a senior bureaucrat level person who would look at the interests of the gaming, the gamers itself. So we are putting those things in process. It's a work in progress. We are trying to strengthen the mechanism. And as I mentioned, if there is recognition, where I see a problem is in the enforcement side. So on the AIGF, for example, I'm happy to say that all our member stakeholders, including MPL, are very responsible platforms. But from our side, from the federation side, I must admit that enforcement sometimes becomes a problem, and hence we would want recognition and endorsement from either nodal or for ministry or the regulator centrally, or even at the states, the ministries that we work with, to recognize the AIGF self-regulation mechanism and charter for bringing uniformity in the industry. Once that happens, then we are also able to better enforce, and we would work along with them to really put those stronger enforcement mechanisms and then strengthen it. That's what is being done right now, and these are our wish for the future. But Divyajyoti would also maybe add to that. Thanks. And to answer your earlier question on esports, just looked at some of the EY numbers, is somewhere in the vicinity of about 1.5 billion INR. So that's about 1,500 crores. But it is growing, one of the fastest growing segments within the online skill gaming industry. And, it is creating ample opportunity, ancillary segments, this entire digital payment mechanism, and this entire Digital India initiative has really propelled the sector to where it is. And esports has a extremely bright future within the gaming scheme of things.
Thank you so much, Roland. Ruby, I'd like to now ask you a question on how you think the other spheres of law come into play, and what we can do to protect with respect to cyber security and data privacy. What are the important things that one must say, gaming companies and the regulations, if we're coming up with something, should now be comprehensive and take into account the holistic picture. So what do you think should should be focused on in these spheres?
Pragni, so as far as data protection with the gaming companies is concerned, it will be almost same as to what you share with other social media platforms. Because you see, you do share, I'm not a big gamer and I don't think so. I have played at least 2 games also, but whatever little bit I have learned is that you do share even your personal information, your banking information, because these are all online transactions. So if these are all online transactions, I'm sure that, when Roland says that we are self-regulated and we are doing, we keep the, they will have to keep the interest of the user also in mind. So I think it is an up task for them, but they will have to bear the responsibility, unfortunately, of protecting this data. So, and they will, the way other data has to be protected by, you can't put a bigger burden on them than you put on any other media platform, when it is, and you have to remember that whatever information is shared here is very voluntary. It is very voluntary information, and I'm sure that I mean, I have been told this, by many people that as far as even the credit card and online transactions in India are concerned, they are far more secure than they are in other parts, in very advanced parts of the world. So I think they do all these transactions online. They have to protect the data and security. That is why some sort of regulations in those sphere also, I'm sure they can think about that. That is, I don't think so any special law can be applied to them at this stage. There is no requirement. But I just want to take in here one question which you asked, Justice Sen. It is saying that how do you deal with people young children or youngsters who want to play this more and more and more, whether you call it addiction. See, I feel that on this bogey of that we are trying to stop the vulnerable. I mean, this is what even state of Tamil Nadu argued, that I'm going to protect the vulnerable here. By protecting some percentage of vulnerable, you can't take away the right of choice of many. It is important, and these games are not state protected or geographically restricted. I can be part of Chennai. I'm clued on to the game. I like my game, but I have now been banned. I go to Delhi, work for 20 days. I can, play there. It is not, it's after all, I have to just use a phone or a laptop or an iPad. That is all it is. So I think this whole argument which has been given again and again that, people are, somebody's committing suicide. And this is a very, very feeble argument, according to me, in today's day and scenario. You cannot, I think just the Tamil Nadu High Court has used a word which I have just stuck on to me, which says overbearing parentalism. It is nothing but overbearing parentalism, which I'm telling you should not be allowed. It's not good for any mature society. You're just going on the brink of becoming an authoritarianism. Now, what game will I play? How long will I play? Don't forget that these games are played by adults. Now, if some child is misusing his parents' credit card, those are other issues. Those are entirely other issues. Those issues you can't bring in here. But here, adult is playing. And prohibition can never be an answer to anything. And certainly, and you just treat them, because you feel that, somebody, I mean, I remember one of the online gaming had come to Supreme Court 7-8 years ago, if I'm not wrong, and somebody had come with an intervention application to say, look, 2 children have gone blind playing this game. Unfortunately, somebody can get his eyesight affected by even watching too much TV, too much video, too much film. These are very feeble answers, to take away any right of choice, according to me. And forget about right to do business, which I feel is also there, but even a right of choice, what happens to that? So that's what I think. I think that, I mean, the other thing is that this putting everything under gambling and then using your power under an entry that, I have a power to legislate and coming with various legislations. What are you doing? You are asking a prudent businessman or a person who is ready to invest, who's doing a business, to go to 10 states and contest 10 litigations. Why? It's beyond me, but I think that's how, I'm sure, as Justice Sen said, that this now, the more the judgment will come, this will be settled once for all.
Thank you so much, Ruby. And that is so true, because today, the positive aspect of it, when you say that you have choices, a professional gamer, for example, they can earn a lot of money. It can be a source of income which can really support and sustain. And I have a friend who plays professional poker and makes an excess of 1.5 crores in a year. That's a sizable amount of income for anybody. And so you're right when you say that there should be some element of choice, because these things are, today, who would have thought that influencer would be a profession where you actually get paid to just post photos, right? So the world is really changing, and we need to keep up with the changes. Like, for example, Justice Marden had in one of his very old judgments said that, and I quote, that as society changes, the law cannot remain immutable, and that the law exists to serve the needs of the society which is governed by it. So I think what I'm hearing from all of you is that it's time, and we really need, our regulations really need to catch up and give this sector the ability to grow and expand the way it should, because there's a lot of, it can bring in foreign investment, it can bring in taxes. There are many other aspects also which need amendment.
We are stifling a career option. And why should we do that? And these career option will not be there for children, it will be there for adults even. So if we clamp down and make it an illegal activity, you will not, that career option will not be open to you. This is only adding to what you mentioned.
Sir, recently, a couple of months back, AIGF had done a survey with a research firm called IRS, where from the gamer's perspective, earlier we had done something from the expert's perspective, but the survey, showed up that a lot of the gamers are deriving a lot of life skills. They're learning life skills, which, as Ruby mentioned and Pragni also mentioned, that they are using that for enhancement of their career. And of course, there's an entire element of pro gamers, which is increasing in this country.
So I think
one of the just one side, one of the movies I saw where this lady who was working with FBI on a very high becomes a professional poker player. She uses her skill because she used to read human beings while addressing a issue. It was a detective. So people have skills. You can't just curb everything. That problem, that's what I'm saying. Choice, do not curb it for no reason. Because two people I understand that we have to look after our vulnerable also, but not this way, not prohibition, certainly not.
And whether Ruby agrees or not, that's a skill which judges get. We can look at a person and know when they actually have their heart in the argument or not.
That's why I told you it's a game of chance also somewhere.
Yes, quite true.
Thank you. So I have one other very pertinent issue in this whole thing is AI and gaming. And the recent Vishwanath Anand chess fiasco where it was cheating. So how do you think we can tackle this so that, use AI in an ethical manner so that the bots are not obviously outdoing humans because they just get cleverer and cleverer? And how do we deal with even in esports, say cheating online? DJ, can you take that, please?
Of course. And thank you so much for asking that question. So I think the broad answer is that the ability that tech companies and gaming tech companies have to curb and check cheating, to ensure that cutting edge AI, cutting edge machine learning technology is being applied to catch and ban cheaters is immense, right? And it's much more focused and much more effective than trying to curb cheating in physical tournaments even. Some of the things that we end up doing, for example, we have international labs that certify whether there are bots on the platform. So it's called a no bot certificate, right? It's an internationally accepted certificate taken in multiple mature jurisdictions, which are the same certificates that are now you will find most of the major Indian platforms have. There's a random number generator certificate that allows you that essentially certifies that the draw that's coming up is equally fair for everybody, right? Further than that, even in the case that you were talking about, right, in Vishwanathan Anand's case and so on and so forth, there are many ways and means to ensure that you check and track and map the historical scores of people and how they have been performing on the platform, and therefore be able to catch whenever you see something that's abnormal and abysmal. Not to mention, there is now increasingly a broadcasting layer that's being added to gaming, right? So you can actually watch people play real time on their phones as well. That means that there is also visual oversight. So I think 3 or 4 different levels of automated software of automated processes which are coming in now, which are getting certified now, which are enabling the sector to curb cheating much better than even probably the physical sector has been. Though that said, I will concede that there is no sport in the world, physical or online, that can claim that there is zero amount of cheating at all. Like, if you see cricket itself, there have been so many controversies around match fixing and so on and so forth, right? So that's a perennial problem, and the industry is dealing with it. As the problem develops, so does our tech, and it's something that we'll have to keep working on. It's something that we'll have to keep getting better at. But the good thing is that we have the best of AI and the best of machine learning algorithms assisting us do that. And we don't need to actually hire like 10,000 monitors to go and physically check if there has been any instance of cheating or not.
So that's the positive aspect of AI in the whole thing. Okay, I'm glad you clarified that. Thank you, everybody. It's been really an enlightening session, and it's been great to have all your different points of view on this whole sector and how to bring it forward. Thank you, Financial Express, for this most useful session, because we've got a lot of insight now on what is actually happening and what should be happening. And hopefully the sector will really pick up with the regulations being implemented in a manner that fosters growth in the sector. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. That insightful session. Now we move on to the next session of the day, which is also the last session, titled Console Gaming and its Rise in India. In this session, we will take a deep dive into the gaming console market in India. For this, please welcome 𝗚𝗺𝗱𝗶𝗶, founder and CEO, Spiel Studios, 𝗚រិ𝗱𝗱𝗶𝗶, business head, Home Entertainment, LG Electronics India, and Ashim Mathur, Senior Regional Director, Emerging Markets, Dolby Laboratories. The session will be moderated by 𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗃, Editor, Brand and Marketing, 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗺𝗃. Over to you, 𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗃.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Hi, Anushree.
Hi. So, I'll start with Mohit, because I was reading about the kind of content that Spiel has been making so far. And what I wanted to ask was, when you make a game for, say, PC/console versus mobile right now, so what are the things that is different, in terms of experience, and what are the things that you keep in mind in terms of, putting the storyline together?
Hello. Yeah, Anushree, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I lost you for a bit.
Okay. Should I say the question again?
Yes, please, if you can. Yes.
So basically, the idea is, when we are talking about the growth of PC/console gaming in India, we can now expect a growth, because now a lot of mobile players are becoming serious players, for which they need to upgrade their devices. This also means upgradation in the entire experience. So that's why I wanted to ask you that when you make a game for PC versus mobile, what is the big difference in terms of experience, visual, graphic, audio, everything?
Yeah, so basically, Spiel has been developing mobile games, and we've been developing purely for iOS and Android.
Yeah.
And the requirement for PC games, mobile games are way too different. What we develop for mobile games is not the same what people would expect from a PC game or a console game. So we were actually even developing sometime back. We were also developing games for PS2.
Yeah.
So that was a very different experience that we had. And then coming into iOS and Android, that was like two different spectrums, two different eras. We couldn't actually we did for quite some time, but then after iOS exploded and Android, we were purely focused on iOS and Android. So for a PC game or a console game, it needs to be much longer. First of all, there has to be much better graphics. cannot be snacky. Like a person should be should have a game time of probably around a few days, not a few minutes. Like if you invest in buying a game worth maybe 4,000 rupees, you expect that game to be played for at least 6 to 8 months, if not more than that. So game time is definitely much more from a PC/console game than from a mobile game. And design wise, we need to look into as to what would drive the player, how much is he ready to invest in it, how much will he play, what duration, what kind of graphics. All that is very important.
Understood. So the second question is to both Ashim and Gibson. Uh, I was reading somewhere the new LG OLED TV, which has it's an AI picture pro technology, and interestingly, there is a factor where there's also a Dolby Vision IQ, which automatically adjusts the brightness. So when you develop a product like this, especially for the gamers, how these things make a huge difference, because at the end of the day, besides storytelling, I think the entire experience makes a huge difference for say PC slash console gaming. I can start with this, then Ashim probably can take the question.
Yeah. Hi, Team. Hi, Giri. Nice to see you. Yeah, actually, the association with Dolby is now almost 6 years old. We are the first to engage with Dolby in 2016, right? Honestly, to the new era of the entertainment, it is totally different. Whatever we have seen in our past, people are restricted of their movement, and there is nothing called outside entertainment now. Now people are at home, and they are trying to find similar kind of experience at home. For that, our job is gone up to match their expectations, because TV used to call means they used to call TV as an idiot box few years back.
Yeah.
Now this generation next TVs are maybe smarter than the human being, and the home entertainment is now changed to home infotainment.
Correct.
So to compact with this situation, we had to raise our bar, because the demand for picture clarity, finest sound is gone up more than whatever we have experienced in few years, and changes are so rapid. And now the best thing in TV, customer wants ease of operation. Through they want a user interface which is so simple. So as LG TV comes into picture, as I already told, this new generation TVs are smarter than ever. LG TV comes with all artificial intelligence through machine learning to provide end user an ultimate experience in this new era of infotainment. And for gamers, what we are offering, it is not very easy to compare with a movie lover or a GEC customer with a gamer. Gamer require precision and a lot of other things to attract gamers towards the kind of TV which we are produced earlier. We know because of this pandemic and maybe interest in young generation, last few years we are seeing a tremendous increase in number of gamers. Maybe few are there to engage themselves, and few are serious professionals in games. This emerging trend of increasing number of gamers made to a sort of a virtual environment kind of a situation, which brought which increase our responsibility towards the gamers to provide them with greatly enhanced experience at home on their screens. Extremely important for gamers other than anybody. This is the current situation which we are in, and gaming industry, we should have a different understanding altogether. and all the brands are making consistent efforts to deliver with an immersive gaming experience. And as I told, we are the first to adapt Dolby Vision in 2016. We are the first to make OLED television also, that is in 2013. We are a little bit early adapters of ongoing trends and modern technology. And we went one step ahead to enhance this virtual reality, which is our virtual experience, which is increasing day by day. We have made a lot of innovations, which I'll cover in next section of my briefing. Right. This is what our experience. What we tried. We tried to enhance the virtual reality and virtual experience for our gamers, especially through innovating the products in a way it greatly added to the intensification of ongoing virtual environment. This is what we have done in this edition of our televisions.
Understood. Ashim, would you, add to the journey of Dolby? I mean, Dolby is essentially associated with sound, right? And when I read about there's a broader role beyond sound, enhancing colors or like somehow controlling the viewing experience. So, what are the inputs that you take? And after this, one of the questions that I wanted to ask all of you guys was, how much of gamer insight that you guys actually incorporate while designing a game or a product? So Ashim, after you answer the question.
Sure. Okay. So a couple of things I'll try to build upon that. I think one very interesting thing which you said in probably in your earlier comment was around storytelling. Yeah. And for Dolby, I think that's the core of it. I mean, the way we work, and just to explain to the people who are listening, the way we work is we work with the entire content ecosystem or the entire content chain. And I say this across gaming, across movies, across music, whatever passion point you can think of. The way we work is we work very closely with content creators. So probably Mohit, if there is an opportunity, we can collaborate with you on your next mobile game, for example. And similarly with Bollywood, Hollywood, whether it is movies or we are working with all the OTT companies with day in and day out, the kind of content they are kind of churning out. So we work very closely with the content creators because what we strongly feel is that the content creator's vision has to be really replicated onto whichever the final experience consumer is having in an uncompromised way. And that's our promise to the content creators. And so we work very closely with them. We work very closely with the platforms or the content distributors, whether it's the OTT companies or the set-top box players or whatever the case may be, to make sure that the same experience is then transmitted to the consumer home. And then we work with OEMs like Gary's. We work very closely with LG and his competitors also in the market to make sure that the screens and the devices and the sound bars and the home theaters and the smartphones are then equipped to play back that experience. Now, if you take, for example, cinema experience, I mean, we kind of revolutionized that with Dolby Atmos, which is our latest technology as far as sound is concerned. And I'm sure people who are watching or hopefully will go back to the theaters at some point would like to go back to a Dolby Atmos screen. So it's very difficult to not to go back to that experience once it's set. That experience is now available in the living room. That experience is now available on the go. So I think that's what kind of helped that. Now coming and similarly, I mean, you asked the question around not just audio, but yes, we are in visuals as well. We launched Dolby Vision, and LG was the first early adopter from a screen perspective. But what these two technologies do as an experience is they create a powerhouse of entertainment. And when I say this, and let me try to put that from a gaming perspective, just imagine you are a gamer, and I've been one. I mean, 15 years back, I launched Xbox 360 in India when I was in my previous company. So those were very different days than what it is now. And if you're a gamer, just imagine if you can hear more or hear better and see more. I mean, just imagine your gameplay will rise how many levels. I mean, with Dolby Atmos actually works on two basic principles of sound, which is placement of sound and movement of sound. Just imagine if you can really place the sounds all around you and move them as per your gameplay. I mean, the gaming thrill will just go multiple levels up, and we're finding that as a feedback from the consumers and the gamers. Similarly, with Dolby Vision, I mean, with the wider color gamut, with screens which are 40 times brighter or 10 times deep darker. I mean, the kind of nuances you can actually see in a game which probably nobody saw it earlier. I mean, your gameplay, your competitiveness in a kind of a team multiplayer game really rises to a very, very high level. So I think these technologies, when they come in the game, And when they come and when the gamer actually plays it, say for example on an LG OLED with Dolby Vision, I think that experience is absolutely top notch. Not only just on the living room or on the consoles, for example, these technologies are now available on Microsoft's Series X and Series S, but even on mobile gaming. I mean, Dolby Atmos is very recently now getting adopted on mobile games. I mean, we are seeing as a feedback that consumers are really able to really get their gaming experience at a different level because screens are ready. I mean, if you look at the smartphones, I mean, every major brand has their phones now in Dolby Atmos. So screens have actually gone a step ahead from an experience perspective, and now we are kind of bringing the content in from a gaming perspective.
So
Sorry.
the next question, and that's okay, is for Mohit. Mohit, like I said, do you actually take feedback from the gamers continuously? Is there a process where you guys are listening to them, hearing to them in terms of the kind of experience they want? And has there been a point when, especially I'll go back to the PS days, when you incorporated certain feedbacks?
See, from the game development perspective, we've been primarily developing mobile game, which works for console games as well.
Yeah.
The primary thing is, at least with these games, we can provide them updates. So it's not like, once the game is shipped, you cannot do anything about it, but we can provide them regular updates, maybe once a month kind of a thing. It can be done. So we take a lot of user feedback from the people who are actually playing it. And apart from only DLC content, we also fix certain things like, as Ashim was also saying that, Dolby sound, we can, you have games which purely work on sound now. It's not visual is no more. It's you just put on the headphones where it's a requirement actually. Putting on the headphones is a requirement and you enjoy the game much more. So there are specific games like that which purely work on sound. So yes, we do incorporate a lot of user feedback. We work on updates. We ship regular updates based on user feedback, what they provide, what they want, what they don't want. Obviously, levels and other DLC content is obviously shipped. But yes, we do take a lot of user feedback and try to incorporate that.
Girish, you said about there are many aspects of the OLED TV that still people don't know. But I mean, yeah, it's from the viewing experience, it's a great masterpiece. The point is, in India, there are many gamers who are making the leap from mobile to console/PC, right? So affordability still remains a challenge. So how do they resolve that?
Madam, what we are looking our customer range. We are looking for a person who is spending good amount of money on console gaming. It's not cheaper in India or elsewhere in any world. But they know the importance of a screen which can marry the high definition of picture clarity or sound precision, color gamut, and everything, which a console game or a high definition console gaming equipment or a high definition game require. If they will go with a high end gaming console and a very high resolution game with a normal monitor, their experience will not be delivered the way they want.
Okay.
We are seriously looking for the game rigs who wants to have an experience of their gaming in a not in a small screen, in a big format gaming displays, wherein LG OLED offers a wide range of OLED televisions from 48-inch to 88-inch. 48-inch will start from anything with 110,000 rupees, and 88-inch OLED goes up to 1.4 million INR. But we have got a lot of options wherein easy EMIs and card schemes are available. It is not very tough because we have seen the kind of jump in large screens and higher resolution TVs over 2 to 3 years. People really want to enjoy or experience in large screen TVs. This is what affordability, I think it is, India is also now catching up. That is not a problem for Indian consumers, and especially game freaks. It is not a big deal.
So basically, one of the audiences is asking, would you be also tying up with consoles to ensure that serious players have their hands on the product?
We are planning that. We are planning with some one or two brands to have a joint promotion during this festival.
Ashim, I wanted to understand that you're looking at mobile also now. So how is the experience going to be a little different for mobile players when you get into it?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. So you're right. I think a lot of people, first of all, think that, or they try to compete these experiences. For example, people think that a living room experience is better, or a cinema is better, our philosophy on this is that it's not that it's a competing thing, that A is better than B or C is better or is inferior to B. It's that particular experience. So for example, even if you're listening to music, I mean, if you are listening to Dolby Atmos music on your smartphone, it will sound from as per the device capability at the end of the day.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, I have this thing in my fly in my laptop.
I thought I said something wrong. Sorry. Okay. So, what I was saying is that it's that particular experience which we want to really enhance and enrich, and the reason is people don't know what they're missing right now. I think that's the bigger issue right now than that experience. But if you're actually playing a mobile game, we recently announced a few globally. If you're playing a mobile game on your smartphone, which is equipped to play Dolby Atmos, I mean, you'll actually feel the movement and of sound, and your gameplay will definitely move up. Of course, I mean, console gaming will be different. I mean, PC will be different. I mean, but our endeavor is to make sure that particular experience is uncompromised and the consumers really get the best experience out of that. And yes, mobile gaming, you are absolutely correct. I think after having really got good inroads onto the cinematic side, onto the living room and OTT, and even music, I think mobile gaming is going to be one of our very focus areas as far as India is concerned in the next few months.
Mohit, I wanted to understand what is the difference in the thought process of a mobile gamer vis-a-vis a console gamer, because I've seen a few console gamers while this event was on and we interacted with a few. So I saw they're more dedicated. They know about their game a lot and they study a lot. Is that how you see them? The seriousness is a huge difference.
Yes, you're right in there. With a console gamer, as I said earlier, also, they invest a lot of apart from money, they invest a lot of time in it. They play for much longer hours. They look for getting some values accomplished, some missions accomplished. They want to play till the end of the game till the game is not completed. A lot of strategy is involved in these console games. So the thought process is exactly, for a casual gamer, it's snacky. Like, you're waiting on a bus stop, you're in a train, you just open it, play for 5-10 minutes, shut it back again. So what we call it very snacky games, which is completely different from a console game, because therein a person is investing a lot of time in it. So yeah, both in fact, also, console gamers, as we call them, pro gamers, they don't play mobile games at all. They feel it very childish, or they don't enjoy mobile games that much. And it's the same either way. Like, a mobile gamer will not know about what a console is, or would have never played a console game or a PC game. They are stuck over there. The challenge is, how do you get a mobile gamer into consoles or into PC games? So that is what we need to work on, and how to transform a mobile gamer into a console gamer. That is what we should look at, how we can bridge that gap and convert a mobile gamer into a console gamer.
So, Girish, I wanted to ask, we have TVs now. I mean, OLED TV is such that you come with inbuilt Netflix experience, Amazon Prime experience, and all those experience. Will we reach a point where, say, an inbuilt PUBG comes with the TV, or say Call of Duty comes with the TV, or Clash of Clans come with the TV? These are some of the most popular games in India.
That R&D is going on, but as of now, it's not available in any of our TVs or any brand as of now.
True.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying from the point of view of a gamer, like, entertainment has changed after you started, incorporating these apps on the TV. So from gamers' perspective, if you incorporate this, so probably experience will again change.
Yeah, ma'am. We also foresee this change and we are working towards it. The kind of OTT apps usage is gone multifold after incorporating on all the display devices. We are expecting that this gaming industry also will be taken care of in coming futures, and maybe we are working towards it, and in some time we will be adding those few games. But actually there will be a difference between a serious gamer, because with the kind of memory we have got in TVs in all brands, it's not very easy to adopt the kind of requirement a console or a game console can offer them, with the kind of your updates and all upgrades, right? It's a challenge still there, but we are working on it.
So the next question is for all of you, and you can take it one by one. How demanding is the new age gamer in terms of experience, in terms of games, and in terms of hardware as well? So how difficult is the job to make it even better experience?
Yeah, so I'll start with that.
Yeah.
The new age, see, you're competing in a global world. You have hundreds or probably thousands of games available out there, and most of the genres have already been tried and tested. And what new can you give to the gamer now? Now that's the challenge. What innovative thing can you do that the gamer would want to play your game, or would want to invest his time in playing your game? That's a huge challenge. So yes, hardware always helps improving the hardware, and you can improve your graphics, you can improve your quality of audio, quality of picture. All that is fine. But how do you innovate on the gameplay front? You have controls. What strategy you use? What is the game design? What kind of a story you're trying to tell to the player? All that is important, and that is where I think we with through our games we try to cater to the audience. So yes, it's a big challenge, but we are working on that.
Gisnu, would you like to take, or Ashim,
Yeah.
would you like to go first? Whoever.
Yeah, I'll go after Giri.
Yeah. Okay. They are quite demanding because they know their world better than anybody. From a perspective of a normal customer, gamers are much evolved than them. Their demands are precise. They know what they want, and the kind of information flow in this generation, it's very easy to get comparison and all. But in what we are going to offer in this current edition of LG TVs, I can figure out that how we have made efforts to satisfy the demanding gamers in form of, as I told before, we are targeting big format gaming displays. Our TVs, OLED TVs especially, as I told, we are the first with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos. Dolby Atmos will give a content-based sound. That means 120 object-based sound. 128 objects of the screen sound can be captured and given. The reproduction of that sound can be experienced by the viewers and gamers, so that they don't miss any movement in any part of the screen. That is the beauty of Dolby Atmos. Plus, we have got a response time, which is why our TVs are apt for gamers. First is the big format display we have able to make with NVIDIA G-Sync and AMD FreeSync. It is premium compatibility already done. It will give the best experience for gamers. Plus, our this TV HDR 4K, our response frame rate is 120 frame per second. This will give a gamer an advantage over whatever move, whatever things they want to see on the screen, how much speed it will, the program will advance. It will be backed by LG OLED TV. And one more big problem, whatever they are doing using today, it is a backlit TV. Backlit TV always will have some disadvantage of light leakage, uneven brightness across the screen. Plus, response time is a big challenge, and contrast ratio is limited, so that black are not as black and white is not as wide in normal backlit TV. LG, we have got self-lit pixel TV. All the pixels are independent from each other. Where you want bright, that pixel will be lightened. All the other pixels will be off, which will view blackest black and brightest white, and contrast ratios infinite, so that they can recognize any enemy on the screen or any movement on the screen better than a normal screen. Plus, our TV comes with flicker-free technology. Gamers are using, as Mohit told, they are serious gamers. They are into the game. They want to enjoy. They want to finish the game and move on. They spend a lot of time on this screen. Our screen comes with a flicker-free design and eye comfort display, which will enable the users to enjoy the game without hitting anything bad on their eyes. This is the second point. Third, we have got lot of combinations, especially for gamers. This edition will come with variable refresh rate, auto low latency mode. This will enhance the frame rate changes as per the games. There will not be any image tearing because of this VRR and ALLM. And we are coming with HDMI 2.1, which will enable all gaming, all high resolution game easily seen in LG OLED. And our input lag means whatever it has been projected, it should be immediately reflected on the screen. Our input lag is 1 millisecond, which is the lowest in the industry. Whatever there will be a change in the frame, it will be immediately adapted. And if a person, there is a competition of game, if is a person playing in OLED, can be a winner because he can see all those things earlier than his competitor. Such vital edge over component can be seen when they play games in LG OLED with a normal gaming display device what they are using now. This is what we are going to offer in 2021, especially for serious gamers.
Thank you so much. Ashim, would you take the question, please?
Yeah, sure. Your question was, do we listen to the consumers? And the answer is absolutely. And for us, there are two sets of consumers, I would say. One is on the game developer side. So we work very closely with all the game developers and the publishing houses to make sure that the needs of the content creators and the owners, I mean, we are figuring out what they need. And I would say technologies like Dolby Atmos, for example, the way they had come up in cinemas 7-8 years back was actually the feedback which we got from content creators, that sound was constrained because the sound was only coming from specific channels of direction, like 5.1 or 7.1. What Dolby Atmos did was that it made sound as was treated as object. So you can actually place sound in the 360 plane the way our human ears would actually experience it. So that's what Dolby Atmos kind of brought out for not only the movie industry, but of course now in gaming as well. And similarly, Dolby Vision, I mean, with colors which were not even replicated on the screens, people now can see much more bigger color gamuts. The blacks are really blacks and the whites are really whites, and whatever comes in between, you can really experience that far better. And that's enabling better gameplay. That's enabling a more thrill in the gameplay with all the clarity and the depth and the finesse and the nuances which you can really experience now. So yes, we do take feedback. We do a lot of say studies once people are playing those games to figure out that does this feature or does this technology is really resonating with those people or not. We work very closely with our OEM partners. For example, we work very closely with say an LG and make sure that the technology they are using in their device is actually really translating as good benefits or USPs for the consumers as well. So yes, I mean, definitely we work very closely with the industry on the content creation side to get the feedback and create our technologies. And I think both Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos are proof points because, as I was saying earlier, when they come together in one form factor, whether it's a television or it's a console or it's together, I think that's where the consumers get the best experience in one kind of a form factor. So yes, I mean, the answer is definitely yes. We take good feedback from all possible areas.
Okay, one last question would be, how do you plan to reach to the serious gamer who's not in the metro, but say in tier one and tier two cities? Because there are also, that has become those markets have become very big in their own way, right? So what kind of programs or reach exercise that everybody would like to do at their own end?
You want to start with anyone or Giri? Go ahead. Yeah.
Anyone who wants to go ahead first.
Yeah, Giri, you can go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Actually, we have one of the largest manufacturer of TV in India. We have got close to 23,000 outlets across India, wherein they can go and watch and experience, take a demo how their games can be like a real life experience. They are not just playing the game, but they are into the game. That immersive experience, they can take first-hand experience at this 23,000 outlets across India. We have got different programs to reach them through our own website and .com of trade partners as well as online to educate them how their life can be good. As our tagline goes, LG life's good when they go for LG OLED. We will be spreading this message through various ATL, VTL activities, and we are planning for some. As I told, we are looking for some partnership with console gamers. That all will be coming on the way. As this time, our this OLED TV, this edition, we are having the best for the gamers. Eye comfort display, NVIDIA, AMD FreeSync, everything is compatible with us. So we want to give them the ultimate experience of gaming through our this differentiated technology from our competition.
And just to add to Giri, of course, retail, as Giri said, definitely that's one area where we actually impart the real experience, and we work very closely with, for example, LG to make sure that that people are really equipped to explain this to the consumers and then demo it to the consumers. We have invested a lot together in India specific demo contents and stuff like that. So definitely retail. I think the other area is, I mean, in today's connected world, it's not that you need to do an extra effort where to reach these people. I mean, people are connected, whether it's tier one or tier three towns. They know what they need. They know how to get it. And then if it's a serious gamer or even a regular gamer, they will know how to reach out and make sure through the e-commerce platforms or whichever way they will get what they need. So I think accessibility is easy. Information sharing is relatively much simpler in today's scenario. And because it's all connected, I think it's very easy for people to get what they need. I think the bigger issue is how to raise that awareness, how to really educate the consumers that what they're missing in their entertainment and how to really get that experience. I think that's our job, and that's what we need to do, and make sure people are really aware and educated to really get the best experience what is available. And I'm sure then once that awareness and education goes up, getting the right products or getting the right experience is relatively easy.
Yeah, so taking content to tier two and tier three cities is a challenge, and with the current price tag of, say, you're selling a console for 50,000 rupees, it's not going to be easily bought by a tier two in a tier two or a three city. So that price sensitivity is definitely a big, very big challenge. And the second point is getting local content. That is something what we all are trying to work on, trying to build local content that works in tier 2 and 3 cities, because you want to feel connected when you're playing a game. You would want to feel connected, and you want to feel it should be relatable to what you are playing with the real life scenario. With the West, it's easy to relate, because if you're playing Call of Duty in a Western country, they can relate to it. But in Indian playing Call of Duty may not be able to relate to it. Yes, but for example, if the same game is based in Kashmir or some other place, and if you're playing Call of Duty, the whole experience is completely different. Then you can easily sell to a tier two or a three city also. Similarly, if you're if it's a racing game and you're racing in the roads of Delhi or in Bombay with good graphics. I'm not talking about B grade graphics or the poor quality stuff, but real high content, matchable to global standards. If you build a game like that, it's much easier to get a tier 2, 3 guys to adopt to those games. So local content is something very extremely important, and good quality local content. We don't want cheap copies and just cut, copy, paste, and you're sending it. That is not going to attack it. People don't get easily fooled. But if you build really good content, it will reach the masses.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And it was a pleasure to have you all. So we wait for the festive season because I know you guys will come out a lot more than we've spoken about. Thank you again.
Thank you, Anushree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with this, we come to an end of today's session. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for being a loyal audience. We will come back tomorrow with an equally interesting lineup of speakers. If today was all about the current scenario of the gaming industry, tomorrow we will explore the game of monetization with interesting panel discussions such as looking at gaming from VC's lens, in-app purchase, brands taking in a deep dive driving revenue, and paying the subscription fee. We will also look at special sessions like learn about your audience, mobile gamer insights, and improving app discoverability. Along with this, we will also touch upon pertinent topics of NFT and crypto and GST in gaming. But before we go, we would like to thank our presenting partner, MPL, our co-presenting partners, WD Black, LG OLED, and Google Play, our knowledge partner, EY, as well as our industry partner, AIGF, and our associate partner, Zippy.